For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
And a leg slip. He gets down low, hooks it over the top of everybody, and 20 rows back into the stands. He was almost on his knees when he played that hook shot.
He'll get to Sydney, though. I don't think there's any doubt about that now.
The 2 gullies back for Warner on 98. Jamal round the wicket to him. And Warner, short ball down towards deep third, gets himself a boundary. David Warner leaps with glee. And what a brilliant way to start his final lap around the country. All the theatrics we're conditioned to.
You saw what it was. A nice little quiet shush. Anyone who wants to write stories about me and, you know, trying to use headlines, get headlines, that stuff doesn't bother me. It's just the fact that I have to go out there, do what I have to do, and I'm allowed to celebrate how I want.
Given the opportunity to retire from Test cricket on his terms, David Warner set about making the very most of it. We'll have his long-term teammate Steve Smith with us before play. Bowling to Khawaja. Khawaja, top edge on the pull. Doesn't carry over slip. Running back with the flight, and it's dropped.
The bowl to Warner. He's going to be out here. He's not out. It's gone straight through the fingers and out to the rope for 4. Bowl to Warner, who, he's not been stumped. And now they'll get an overthrow.
2 slips. Smith is edging, and he's taken. There it is, his first Test wicket, Shazad. And it's a beauty.
Bowling to Travis Head, who cuts the first ball of a new spell straight to third man, and he is out.
A couple of chances being dropped. If we could have grabbed them, we could have been on the top of the game, but we are still, I believe, we are still in the game.
For half of the opening day, Pakistan looked every bit a team that hasn't won a Test in Australia for nearly 3 decades. But with late wickets, their inexperienced attack did enough to stop it turning into a complete disaster.
There has to be someone that says yes or no to whether Usman Khawaja can put his personal views on his cricket attire while representing Australia.
What I've written on my shoes isn't political. I'm not taking sides. If me saying all lives are equal has resulted in people being offended to the point where they're calling me up and telling me off, well, isn't that the bigger problem?
After 48 hours of headlines dominated by the debate surrounding Usman Khawaja's Middle East plea, we have Cricket Australia boss Nick Hockley joining us ahead of the first ball. This is SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket, live from Perth Stadium for Host Plus and for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Day 1, win the toss, bat first, bat big. It's always been the Australian game plan at home and probably always will be. For a decent slab of yesterday, it felt like they were on track for a 2 for 400 type of day. 3 wickets in the final session made that 5 for 346 by the close, but that's more than enough of a base to put Pakistan under real pressure today. That's unless the visitors can really make the most of their second new ball, make early inroads, then finish the job well inside a session. David Warner missed the chance for a double ton when holing out for 164, but it was he who enjoyed the best of the opening exchanges in this series. It's now over to hometown boy Mitchell Marsh and wicketkeeper Alex Carey, who could do with a score to start his international summer to make the most of the foundation that's been laid. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our coverage on day 2, our experts for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, Simon Katich and Damien Fleming. Kat, Dan Brettig's piece in The Age today started by saying that's why they didn't drop him, and I think that kind of sums up a lot of the coverage around the country. We saw from David Warner yesterday why he's been a mainstay of this side for more than a decade. Hello.
Good morning, Colo, Flem, and all our listeners, I should say. In terms of David Warner yesterday, I mean, I think the Australian selectors knew they made this decision a long time ago, earlier in 2023. And I think they made a decision based on the fact that his record in Australia is so strong, averaged over 58 in his career. And I think that's the thing with David Warner. He knows these conditions inside out. And the sign for me yesterday came in the first session where he got down, back knee collapsed, but he cover drove Shazad beautifully from around the wicket. And he held his pose for about 5 seconds. And that was the sort of sign that he was in a dominant sort of mood and still at the top of his game, given what he did in the World Cup. He made a lot of runs for Australia in the World Cup in what was a fantastic victory. And that set the tone for what was... He was at his belligerent best yesterday. And some of those shots yesterday were absolutely audacious. Obviously, the one off of Freedy that went down fine leg for 6, and then the one late in the day where he was getting bumped by Jamal. Yes, he got out a couple of balls later, but he's basically scooped it straight over the keeper for 6. And to get 164 when you're under that sort of pressure and scrutiny speaks volumes for his character and his ability to just be able to distance himself from all of the chaos that's going on around him.
So, Flem, as I welcome you for the first time today, there was the conventional and then there was the unorthodox. It was almost typified by that ramp, wasn't it? That Warner, who started his Test career with all the white ball credentials going, and no one really knew whether it would work and translate through. Well, it's like he's come full circle now, isn't it? That he's playing his white ball shots on his final Test tour for Australia.
Yeah, I mean, he's been dominant in all 3 formats, and he brings it all into Test match cricket, which is such a bonus. But yeah, the innings that identified that Warner was going to make it opening was actually in his second Test match. He got 100 in a green seamer down at Hobart, which I think we'd lost. And, you know, a T20 slogging opener could not have made that 100. He showed that he had a good technique. He read the game situation really well. He read the pitch. And I think overall, in Dan's article, you know, comparing him to Sehwag, and he didn't compare him to Chris Gale, but I do. They're the type of batsmen that just demoralise the opposition, demoralise them in the first session of day one, like tens of times, hasn't it? All these hundreds. Within a session, the opposition are going, we're in trouble here. And what he also does is he raises the morale of his teammates, knowing that we've got a guy that's just going to set up the game in the first session, and they're a dime a dozen. And to have it as an opener is very, very unique. You know, Gilly did it at number 7. Bazball's trying to do it all the way through. We're seeing Travis Head do it at 5. But, Gale, Sehwag and Warner have changed the way that we view openers. Like now we want an opener one opener at least, that can play that role, strike rate of 75-80.
Yeah, it did feel appropriate yesterday that Warner, in terms of Test runs, overtook both Sehwag and Viv Richards. I mean, he's got a better Test strike rate than Viv Richards. He's got more, what is it now? He's got the highest strike rate for anyone who's made as many Test runs as him, which
and we sort of compared him to Matthew Hayden. It was funny to see Haydos' strike rate was only 60. Yeah, because Haydos at his best was the same. He demoralised the opposition, didn't he? But at 20 runs per hour slower. Also, that was a fantastic 100 because most of the other Aussies struggled. No one went on to get a big score. So it wasn't like he got a soft 150 where Australia were 2 for 400 and the other batsmen cash in. They didn't. So at times I was really... I was really proud of the Pakistan team, actually. At lunch, I just thought this is just going to fall apart so quickly. But at post-lunch, they had a crack. The guys when they got the ball in the right areas, they looked like they could get wickets. So, Warner was tested after lunch and he didn't throw it away.
Do you think this is the time where Australia are fully appreciating David Warner? I know that there's his long gestation period, right? He announced in June this would be it for him, but doing as he did yesterday, on Australian run-making charts, he overtook Hayden, the aforementioned, and Michael Clark yesterday. He's now into 5th spot behind Ponting, Border, Steve Waugh, Steve Smith, and then Warner now slots in at 5. I mean, they are greats of Australian cricket, Cat, and his place in history is secure, isn't it?
Oh, no doubt. I think the hard part with all of this in this discussion, I think this is why there has been so much conjecture, is because of his checkered past. And that's where that comes into it, and it comes into the debate. And I think that's came into the debate with Mitchell Johnson's comments, and it's come into the debate in the past with what happened in Cape Town, and even prior to that with Joe Root in the past in Birmingham. So that's the tricky part in all of this. But in terms of what he has done on the field, you can't fault that. Across all 3 formats, he's been a king of all 3 formats. The question with his Test numbers is probably, is he a great? Because he hasn't been able to get a Test 100 in India and in England, and that's probably always going to be the question mark on his Test career. But in all 3, when you package them all up together, I think he has to be considered probably our greatest all-format opener across all 3, because the greats of the past, Ponting and Hayden and these guys that have sat above him, and he's obviously gone past Hayden yesterday in terms of Test runs, they didn't play the volume of T20 cricket. No doubt they would have been, because the greats adapt to all formats, but he's probably that first player for Australia that's dominated all three in that tough opening role.
Yeah, and runs in the One Day World Cup that was secured recently. He's indicated that he wants to keep playing white ball cricket for Australia. And look, given the way he's innovating at the moment, that might be a sign to selectors that he's not done. He's got another reinvention left in him. Who's to know? And even the crowd yesterday, 12 months ago, when we spoke about Perth and coming here, and there was all the negative energy around Pat Cummins' team. Every run that Warner made yesterday, I felt, was being cheered on by 16,500 people. It didn't feel like all the controversy that built up to the first Test match bled into the crowd at all.
No, it didn't. But, yeah, it's interesting just rating. It's hard to rate, isn't it? Like, I always rate players where they're very strong all around the world. You know, often players just dominate at home and they're okay away. I think Alan Border was very good everywhere. Glenn McGrath was very good everywhere. But some of the greats I played, Shane Warne, Ricky Ponting, Adam Gilchrist, they had at least one country where they battled. But with Warner, you'd know more than me, Cato, but you talk to the modern-day player, it's the mental adjustment to the formats that's really tough. So if your output is still very high in all three, I rate you so high.
The other part of yesterday, of course, was always going to be his celebration upon reaching 100. Mitch put it into our
I missed it. What did he get up to?
His words were, as he said in the press conference, you saw what it was. It was a nice, quiet little shush, and like that's prompted any number of headlines. I think the Sydney Telegraph Mitch slap was what they had on their back page, which and a big photo of Mitchell Johnson. Look, Warner has always been the kind of person that says what he reckons, and it's to be expected that he would use that platform last night. But you touched on it before, Kat. I don't think he cares about the popularity contest anymore. That might have been the case earlier in his career, but he is at peace with the fact that a lot of Australians will never really cop him.
Yeah, and look, that's the thing. He can't take back what's happened, but he's had to move forward from it, and he's done that. And one thing he has done is he's kept his mouth shut and he's got on with the job.
Yep.
And basically, he's let his bat do the talking, and that's all you can ask, and he did that yesterday. He's basically cemented when he finishes in Sydney on the back of yesterday now, and he's done it with skill yesterday. Yes, it was an inexperienced attack, but you've still got to go out there and make the runs. And the way he went about it yesterday, we can talk about where the Pakistani bowlers bowled, and they didn't hit good lengths all the time, but there were times yesterday where he was just one step ahead of them with his footwork and sussing out when they were going fuller, when they were going shorter, and he'd be one step ahead of the play and ready for a cut shot or ready for a drive. And that's the art of great batting, is being ahead of the game. And that's what Adam Gilchrist, we saw it firsthand, Flem. Oh. That's why he was so good in his career. It was like he knew where the bowler was going to bowl before it was bowled. And that's what I saw yesterday in David Warner's innings.
I think an underrated athlete as well. I wouldn't say he's the best or the greatest, but he's up there. No one's ran harder between the wickets throughout his whole career. No one chases the ball harder to the outfield than him. And just even that semi-final World Cup recently, him and Marnus at cover and mid-off just changed the momentum or set a tone that for the poor South African batsman, you're going to have to hit it 2 metres either way to get past us. And you don't know how confidence building that is as a bowler. That if I just bowl, the right lines and get my length right, they're going to have to take such a big risk because our fielders are on. And he's part of that.
It's a great point. It's when, you're meant to be declining physically at age 37, but you're right, in the World Cup he was as good.
And his last 200s are big.
Yeah.
Maybe your eyes and your techniques start to go a bit in your mid-30s, but and you make more scores under 10. But what I've loved is, when he has got going, we got the 200 last year and now 160. That's a good attribute to have.
Yeah, it's the pressure he applies to an opposing side in all facets of the game, and his strike rate's always been part of that conversation. We touched on it yesterday, but I wonder how yesterday's performance will inform the selectors' decision they have coming for the Brisbane and Adelaide Test matches later this summer. I mean, we might get a good example coming up this morning. Mitchell Marsh, who has been floated as a potential replacement or a rejigged batting order where Marsh might open. He certainly has done a good job opening in the white ball formats for Australia over the last couple of years, Kat. But against the second new ball, and Pakistan, to be fair, bowled quite well with it last night. If they can keep that up this morning, Marsh against that's not for nothing.
Yeah, and that's the challenge this morning, and it will be a good challenge for Mitch Marsh. I think, there's been a number of different messaging coming out from the players themselves. Obviously, Labuschagne sort of, or I think Usman spoke on behalf of him, saying that, he's a number 3, he doesn't really want to open. And then Smith's obviously done so well at 4, and Head wants to stay at 5 because they've been so good in that engine room. And even Mitch came out the other day saying, no, he's in this team to bat at 6. So whether he would prefer to stay there, it sounds like that. But then you hear Andrew McDonald's comments, and he said, well, in the past, the Australian team has picked the best 6 batsmen, and a few guys have shuffled into positions that, they haven't done necessarily in their first class career. And, I mean, having spoken, I can speak on that from experience, having opened for Australia when I never did it at first class level. It can be done. And really...
So what was the adjustment, Kato?
It's just a mindset adjustment. And I actually found it suited because I'd batted so much at 3 for WA or New South Wales back in the day that getting out there straight away was better for me at that stage of my career because you don't waste nervous energy sitting to wait around batting at 5 or 6 or wherever you're batting. And that's where I think someone like Cameron Green will be best suited to bat higher in the order. Yes, his best cricket for WA has been at 4 in first-class cricket. He's got a strong average there. I think he's a better player than the other 3 openers that they're talking about, technically, and also with if you compare their first-class records and even their test records. Plus, he adds the bonus of he's a gun in the gully or a gun catcher. Plus, he can bowl 140 k's an hour. So I think, and if you want a soft landing, the West Indies is a soft landing because they're obviously struggling in test cricket at the moment. And that's the chance to be able to put someone at the top of the order to allow them to find their feet to then build for the tougher challenges down the track.
So just to be clear, you'd opt for the sort of Andrew McDonald, pick your best 6 batsmen, including Green, and maybe have Marsh shuffle up to the top.
I agree, because your best batsmen, they adjust. The game dictates the role you play anyway. I know opening is different to batting down the order, but, Marnus batting at 3, one day might be in the second over, one day might be in the 30th over. So you have to adjust your batting according to the game situation, and I think Cameron Green can do that, opening the batting.
Adam Gilchrist put a scenario. What happens if Green gets runs opening and Marsh fails constantly? What do you do?
Well, this is the whole conundrum when you do have someone get injured. And I think, look, to be fair to Cameron Green, I think his Ashes preparation suffered because of him going to the IPL. And Definitely. I think that's a great learning for the hierarchy and himself for his long-term development to realise that, you can't just walk into English conditions and pick up from where you left off when you haven't played red ball cricket for months and you've been bashing a white ball in India in totally different conditions. So it's a great learning for all of them. And as a result, because he had a great series in India, let's not forget he got 100 there in a tough series.
Yep.
And he looks a test player to me. So
I think he's technically very good.
Yeah. And
Cam Green, sometimes he's not sure of his off stump, but we were talking off air. It's tough in Australia because Australia tend to dominate if it's not India, England and... dominate England, South Africa to a degree. So often the number 6 and 7, Carey's been hurt by it. They're coming in and you've got to throw your bat. So it hurts your average. Pressure gets on because of your scores, but it doesn't. It's not hurting the team because the top order's in such a dominant position. And it's interesting. What would it be like? And you can prepare for it. Just walking out, knowing that you're going to bat and you're going to open. I think he's definitely in the top 6 bats in Australia. It's going to be intriguing, Colo, because the other 3, Bancroft, Harris and Renshaw are not going to get any games besides Big Bash for 2 of them to prove themselves. And surely it won't come down to that.
Well, the other part of this in the discussion is, Mitch Marsh is now in the team. He's batted well in the back end of the Ashes. But he hasn't been able to prove his durability over a long period of time in stringing lots of test series together. And that's a byproduct of the size of him. You don't get nicknamed the Bison for no reason. But they want to be able to protect the 3 big quicks because they're obviously been so crucial to this team having success. And that's where the all-rounder role has been able to allow that to happen. And Cameron Green,
He's going to bowl more overs.
Yeah, and he's still only young. He's only developing. He's only 24, so he's still got big upside. So that's the way I see it with him.
Yeah, so if Marsh can get through the new ball this morning and make the most of it, that'll be fun, and he can show he can bat at that higher tempo to partner with Khawaja. And we know Khawaja's going to be there, right? There's no scenario where he retires any time soon. The other man out there this morning, and I note, looking at a photo of the pitch, and I know you guys have been out there this morning, that it should play, I'd imagine, Kat, as it did yesterday. No major shift from what you've seen?
It might have lightened up fractionally in colour after a day in the sun yesterday, but it wasn't overly hot.
Right.
What'll be interesting is just the pace of it today, because generally a day 2 wicket, it quickens up. If there was any sort of moisture in it yesterday, that normally has been baked out of it. It'll have had another roll. And generally day 2, you see wickets speed up a bit. And then as the test goes on, it'll start to slow down a bit. So it'd be interesting to see. We saw some good bounce yesterday at times. You saw a little bit of seam movement. What'll be interesting is is there any extra sort of pace this morning with that second new ball?
Our ground and weather conditions for rainbird leaders in irrigation for over 90 years. It's 25 degrees right now. Perfect day for batting. Barely a cloud in the sky. Every day, Kat, in your hometown or your former hometown, is a perfect day for batting. And that's how Alex Carey will want it to be as well. That's 4 years ago, Australia only lost about 8 wickets for the whole series against Pakistan, and they didn't need their lower middle order. And at one point yesterday, I must admit, I did ponder, will Carey bat at all in this series? But he is required today. They do need to put in a bit of a shift against the second newie, and this could present a great opportunity for Carey to get himself into the summer, Flem.
Oh, definitely. Significant innings here. The Aussies want to get well over 450. They'd like 500. So there's no declaration pressure on Mitch or Alex Carey today. And I said last night, when he is going at test level, he looks a class player. Technically really good. And he's got those long levers. Since the Bairstow incident, his numbers are down. And the only way you start to dispel the rumours is just with pure runs. And there's no reason today in hot conditions, a pitch that's going to come on even more. That avenue of apprehension is still going to be quite small for these Pakistan bowlers, particularly the smaller ones. They'll get rewarded if they hit it, but if they don't, the batsmen are going to be able to cash in, quick outfield. So great conditions, but I'm also, on the other hand, interested to see how Pakistan come out. They were really good after lunch yesterday. Afridi will be a real threat. He got better with each spell. This first half an hour, it should be on, and we'll know how much Pakistan's on with their intensity.
And Kuram Shazad, before the close of play last night, Flem, as we build towards our first break, he was spot on in those last couple of overs.
I just thought he was actually their best bowler.
Yeah.
Afridi bowled some good overs. But I thought the youngster on debut, even though he only got 1 wicket, he had 3 or 4 LB shouts. He had more play and misses. And I thought he just pushed the ball into the righties. He's got an outie. He's got an innie to the lefty. So, I liked it. Good on him.
There's something there. Thank you, Flem. Thank you, Kat, our experts for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. We'll head to our first break. In our pre-game, we have coming up soon enough. I'm not quite sure if he's down there as yet, but it'll be Stephen Smith, the vice-captain, and then chatting with me and Adam White, the boss of Cricket Australia, Nick Hockley, a little bit later before the first ball at 10:20 local time. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Back in a couple of minutes.
Berwick GWN's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And if you wanted a fresh take on this fan fave, then say hello to McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset.
Got big delays on the Western Freeway heading through Melton to Rockbank due to an earlier crash. Also heavy is the Ring Road Altona bound around Ballarat Road and the Deer Park bypass due to works. Heavy city end of the West Gate from top of the West Gate Bridge crawling all the way through into the Burnley Tunnel. Have you heard? 50 Days of Deals is back at Liquorland. Grab a carton of 24 by 375ml bottles of Cooper's Original Pale Ale for $58. End Sunday. Choose to drink wise. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want free donuts? Head to Donut King and enjoy 6 free cinnies when you buy any 6 donuts. Yes, absolutely free. Only at Donut King. Conditions apply. See website for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Werribee Kia, you'll find a wide array of late models with low kilometres from the Kia range. And with new stock arriving, Werribee Kia have great finance packages for ABN and private buyers, so you can put your order in today. Looking for a trade-in? Werribee Kia offer top dollar with 300 plus late model used cars in stock. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing. See what stock's coming in at werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
Say hey to fast withdrawals from Dabble.
Hey, how fast do you reckon it really is, mate?
It's pretty fast, mate. I reckon if you withdraw your funds now, they'd be in your bank account by the end of this ad break.
Jeez, that's fast. Well, go on then. Give it a go. Mate, it's a great way to keep the night going.
Download now and have a dabble.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
I'm joined by Dylan Chaplin-Birch from Aitken Partners, lawyers who understand you. Dylan, what topic are you covering today?
Well, Dwayne, I'm going to be talking about business issues today. There's so many business requirements that impact business owners that our expert team are ready to help you with.
So many of our listeners are starting businesses, sometimes just as sole traders. What are some of the issues they need to consider?
Well, initially they need to look at the structure of their business, Dwayne, whether they are a sole trader, a partnership, a trust or a company. And once you've decided the structure of your business, it's so important to make sure it's documented and documented properly. It's really important as well at those initial stages to make sure they get all their contracts right. This includes employment, contractor agreements and leases. It can be really difficult once people have established a business if they haven't got all their ducks in a row initially, including shareholder agreements.
Okay, thanks Dylan. To talk with the team at Aitken Partners, call 8-600-6000. Aitken Partners, lawyers that understand you. That's 8-600-6000. Aiken.com.au.
There's nothing like Razorback 4x4. They make Australia's best four-wheel drive seat covers, which offer protection like no other. So you can get out and about knowing that the interior is protected from spills, mud, sand, dogs, even messy family members. Razorback 4x4 have the strongest, most comfy seat covers this side of the black stump, and they're customisable with free shipping Australia-wide. Head to razorback4x4.com.au and grab some for your four-wheel drive today. That's razorback4x4.com.au.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Steve Smith will be joining us in just a moment, but first, let's check in with another Smith of the Ian variety, SEN commentator, thanks to Fox Sports as well. We were just before the break with Kat and Flem talking about Alex Carey, the Australian wicketkeeper. He'll resume on 15 not out. You were there last year at the MCG when he made a magnificent Test 100 against Nortje and Rabada. This is not that, this attack, with the exception of Shaheen Shah Afridi. Just how important is it for a wicketkeeper who's coming in at 7, making runs at the start of a series?
Well, since then, quite a lot has happened in the cricketing life of Alex Carey, as we well know. It's been documented. He lost his place in the World Cup side, which is a real confidence denter. And even if you feel like you're an established in a side, in the Test side in particular, you've still got to convince yourself that you deserve to be there. So today is one of those days. Yeah. Start a series on a good note. So, he carries on from his overnight score and he gets to Australia to a position of real security with Mitch Marsh or whoever he can bat through the tail. That's one of his roles. And if he can bat through to lunch or after lunch, that will feed into his main role in the side after that, which of course is getting dismissals and making sure that Australia are a good, efficient unit in the field. That will start his summer really, really nicely. And I've spoken to Alex Carey, the World Cup. He was disappointed that he wasn't getting more game time. He lost his spot in the side. But he was so looking forward to this summer at home and the test match side of it. So he's been, I think, mentally preparing, for a good positive start to the series. And today, I think he could emphasise it.
The other side of the ledger, his opposing number, Sarfaraz Ahmed, missed a chance yesterday. Veteran, 38 years of age now with the gloves for Pakistan. I caught a training session out the back last night with Mohammad Rizwan, the man who could be doing the job, the much younger man who played against Australia here 4 years ago. That feels like a decision that is confusing to outsiders externally. How can Rizwan not be in this side?
Confuses me. I think he is a world-class cricketer. I think he's a really effective glove man, and more time in the middle in the test environment will confirm that. But I just can't believe that his batting can't put him in the top 5 or 6 of the side. I mean, I could be proven wrong, but Mohammad Rizwan, for me, is a truly world-class cricketer. And this Pakistan side cannot afford to do without those.
All right, Ian Smith, looking forward to hearing from you throughout the course of the day. I believe we're ready to head to groundside where Bharat, Sunderasen and Adam White are with Stephen Smith, thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Yes, thank you, Colo. We are down here at ground level. Another perfect day in Perth as Steve Smith joins us. Steve, we look up at the scoreboard. It's a very healthy-looking scoreboard from our perspective. How do you see it after day one?
Yeah, I think we're in a reasonable position. Would have been nice to probably be 1 or 2 wickets less down, but I think we're in a nice position going into day 2.
Now, upstairs, we spent yesterday talking about the pitch and what we thought it was doing out there. You were out there. What did you think?
I think if you put the ball in the right areas, there's definitely enough there. I think Marnus and I went and looked at our wickets, and I think they both had like 1.3 mil of seam or whatever it is or thereabouts, so that's pretty significant when you look at it. I think if you get the ball in the right areas, it's going to offer enough, and hopefully we can take our chances when we get the opportunity.
So I'm interested, I'm sure our listeners are, when you are dismissed, how long do you spend looking at your dismissal and thinking of what you could have done differently and assessing it, or are you someone who've played so much cricket that you kind of know what you did and you can move on quite quickly?
I didn't take long yesterday. For me, it was just a shoulder arms would have been the ideal scenario, and with that delivery, but wasn't to be. Left a few out there, but I think all in all, I think it was a good day for us.
In that context, Steve, about the pitch, where it looked like the ball did enough throughout the day, does that really put the David Warner innings in context? That's what he's done throughout his career, hasn't he? But he's taken the pitch out of the equation for you guys. I
thought he played really well, yeah. I thought early on he left well and just put away the loose balls, really. It was an incredible innings. He played beautifully and put the pressure on the bowlers consistently and just put any loose ball away, and that's what you want. I thought they perhaps bowled a little bit too full or too short at stages and probably didn't get the ball in the right areas enough, and as I said, there was plenty there when they did.
I remember overhearing a chat between you and Davey very early on when he had walked out, where I think you said something and he said, I told you. So about the pitch, I think, were there parts of the pitch where the ball was just jumping on you, or?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but there's certainly...
I more things.
I'm sure there was, some balls sort of zinged through a little bit more and others sort of just held in the grass potentially and just stopped a bit. I think this morning it'll probably be a little bit quicker, a little bit harder, so I guess we'll wait and see.
Just on that, again, is it the kind of pitch where you feel like your bowlers with the height, the pace and the experience of bowling here will end up exploiting more of this than what we saw from the Pakistanis?
I won't necessarily say that. I think it's just the areas you hit, and like I said, I thought they were probably a little bit too full or a little bit short at stages yesterday, and hopefully our bowlers have been watching and can learn from that, and if we're hitting that 5.5, 6.5 metre length consistently, then there's plenty there that we can exploit the batters with.
You don't always gauge your batting in terms of numbers, Steve. Were you happy with the way you looked? I mean, the cover drive and the pull shots and all that? Yeah,
I thought I was batting nicely, moving quite well through the ball, and felt pretty good out there. Left a few out there, obviously, which is a bit of a shame, but we're in a good position today. Hopefully one more partnership here, get it at least a 4 in front of the score, and keep moving forward.
And just finally from me, beginnings for Alex Carey. The selectors have said he's the number 1 Test wicketkeeper, but just the last 6 months that he's had, beginnings from you, pretty close to him as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's obviously been a challenging last couple of months for him, but, he's been up and about the whole time. He's worked on his game and, I thought he looked in pretty good order last night batting. So he's hitting the ball well. He's been keeping beautifully and, hopefully we can see him churn a few out here and for the rest of the summer as well.
And Steve, one final one, just as you get ready for your warm-up, just with Dave Warner, with all that had been said about him in the build-up to the test, when he comes off the field, is he relieved with what he was able to do? Was it a bit of a I told you so, or was it just that's just him and onto the next innings?
Who knows? It's hard to get a word in. He went to dinner with a few of the lads last night, and Dan Vittori said he couldn't get a word in. So no, he's always up and about and enjoying it. So that innings yesterday was special. He played beautifully. Obviously, a lot of talk around and things like that. It just doesn't seem to ever bother him. He just goes out and does his thing and played beautifully.
Really appreciate your time and good luck for the rest of the match.
Thank you. Cheers.
And Steve Smith there with Bharat, Sunderasen and Adam White. Thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer. I love that last answer there. David Warner can't get a word in, sums it up perfectly. I think he's played so much cricket with Warner across the years. Acknowledging that he left a few out there himself yesterday. A ball he should have left alone, but I guess that's all part of the game on day one. And acknowledging there's still plenty in the pitch and looking forward to seeing the Australian bowlers go at the work whenever it is at some stage later today. Okay, this is SEN Test Cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. We've got the Cricket Australia Chief Executive, Nick Hockley, coming up, joining us after the break.
Berwick GWN's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Experience the embodiment of sporting luxury. Test drive the Range Rover Sport today at Doncaster Land Rover. Your dream vehicle awaits. Visit Doncaster Land Rover today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The Hyundai 2023 SUV sale event is on now. Enjoy a brilliant $2,000 factory bonus on selected Santa Fe and Palisade. Plus a great $1,500 factory bonus on the Tucson SUV. Experience our most innovative SUVs, packed with smart sense safety, advanced technology and intuitive design. Hurry, limited time only. Offer on select stock and not applicable on every model. T's and C's apply. Visit your local showroom today. Imagine that. Hyundai.
When they're galloping to the gates, there's only one place to bet. Top Sport, the home of horse racing. Whether you're a sprinter or a stayer or just a fashion-conscious player, go the distance with bigger bet limits and top odds on every race, every time. Download the app for a faster, easier betting experience. Top Sport. Feel the excitement. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call 1-800-858-858 or visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Notice anything different?
Cheeky new chainsaw. Nice. Toolkit Depot?
Nah, I got it from Toolkit Depot.
Along with matching safety gear and workwear?
They've got safety gear and workwear too.
Toolkit Depot, your trade pro partner.
Mum, Jasmine, it's that time of year.
Christmas gift time.
So here's some top picks from us at Bingley.
Skull Candy headphones or JBL party box.
Love it, Nana.
A Breville Fizz Fusion Super Sparkler.
Say that again.
Fizz up any drinks from juices to cocktails.
A NutriBullet portable blender, a Sunbeam Ice Plus hot coffee machine.
A Dyson Airwrap.
Yes, please.
Or a Smeg Retro Style kettle in pink.
That's a surprise, Lionel.
Want to surprise someone with a brilliantly different Christmas gift idea?
You'll find it at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
This festive season, find a gift that really fits with Blunston's Holiday Soulmates gift guide. You'll find the perfect soulmate for your mates or your family. Even treat yourself. Everyday boots, boots for the office, even heeled boots. There's a pair of boots for everyone on your list. Check out Blunston's Holiday Soulmates gift guide, where you could win $20, $40 or even up to $60 off your next pair of boots. Find out more at blunstonholiday.com. T's and C's apply.
Summer of fun at Graceland is upon us. Foodies of Melbourne, get out and about with your friends and family and tantalise your taste buds this summer at Graceland. Go online and buy a Christmas gift voucher for family and friends now. Graceland, a foodies playground. Check out graceland.melbourne for all the info.
Saddle up for Geelong Racing Club's first ever Metro Grade Race Day, Saturday, January 6. It'll be a fun family day with a free kids zone, including carnival rides, petting zoo, water park, pony rides, Kelly sports activities, and so much more. Celebrate the day in style with umbrella, dining and marquee packages available. Enjoy live entertainment, browse Piccadilly Makers Market and hit the beach volleyball court for a day of summer fun in Geelong. Visit grc.com.au for all you need to book a great day.
The Grab Summer Sale is on now at Frankston Jeep. Start your summer with savings across the entire Jeep range. Grab more with great drive-away pricing on all Night Eagle models. Or grab a free upgrade across select Grand Cherokee or Gladiator models, giving you more features, more tech and more summer. Stock is available for immediate delivery. So speak to Frankston Jeep today and grab summer the Jeep way. Visit frankstonjeep.com.au. T's and C's apply. LMCT 9315.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show.
It's SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. I'm very pleased to say I have sat next to me Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. Thanks for joining us on SEN.
Thanks for having me, Adam.
What a year it's been for this men's team since they left these shores, winning everything really, the World Test Championship final, retaining the Ashes, winning the World Cup in spectacular circumstances in Ahmedabad. You must be very proud.
Yeah, I think they've made us all very proud. The result of a huge amount of work, I think over really many years, and everyone across Australian cricket, but particularly the last couple of years, and to hold all of those trophies, and really I think is quite unprecedented in world cricket, and we're obviously not too far away from a T20 World Cup in the US and the West Indies. So to the whole system really across the states and territories, high performance systems, the selectors, the coaches, all the support staff, and obviously the leadership within the team. It's just been fantastic to see them get the rewards for all the hard work.
So the first part of the homecoming party, if you like, is here at Perth Stadium, the West Test. It was a pretty rough build-up here 12 months ago with a lot of animosity towards Pat Cummins and the Australian team, but that seems to have dissipated almost entirely. Is that your impression as well?
Well, I think, as we've just discussed, they've done the talking on the pitch. They've played in great spirit. The World Cup win just shows how much they wanted it, and I think it has been tough over here in the West. We couldn't play international cricket here for a couple of years, so we've really worked together with WA Cricket, with the tourism board, with all our partners. You can see I'm looking out over the NRMA Insurance hill, recreating the Wacker ground. So we've thrown absolutely everything behind it, and to see yesterday over 16,000, which is the highest attendance for a day of Test cricket against Pakistan in Western Australian history, shows that we're on the right trajectory. And then we've also got a fantastic programme coming up with India here for 5 tests next year, and then into the return Ashes at home.
I was going to ask you, Nick, about that figure yesterday, 16,000, a work day, a school day. Were you happy with that number?
Oh, you always want more. But as I said, I think we're on the right trajectory. And, I'm looking out magnificent weather. I think the way that Australia, we've really taken the game on at pace, and just encourage everyone here in Perth to come down later on today, and then we're looking forward to a cracking weekend as well. So hopefully we just build on that number.
So obviously the Wacker is being redeveloped. So say in 7 or 8 years' time when Pakistan comes again, would that game be played at the Wacker as opposed to here? Because, 16,000 is quite a lot of people. If it was at the Wacker, the crowd would have looked quite big, whereas here, because it's such a vast stadium, 16,000 can get quite lost.
Well, I think, this is a magnificent stadium. Yeah. It is, the facilities for the patrons, just the view of the pitch is so close to the pitch. Our ambition is for Test cricket against the major playing nations to be played here at a really full Optus Stadium, and that's absolutely our ambition. I think initiatives like recreating the hill, working together on promotion, we expect it to go from strength to strength.
It's never really been a ground yet in Test history here where you've had big numbers through the gates, but that should change next year with India and the year after with England. Just thinking ahead to schedules and so on, is it probable that we'll revert to Brisbane being the start of the summer, then off to Adelaide, then here before Christmas, which has typically been the rhythm in a 5 Test match series?
So, more than ever, we've got a great view of the next really 6 or 7 years ahead, and we're working with venues, with cricket boards, with tourism boards around the country to try and give everybody a bit more certainty about what the future programme looks like, so that we're not having this continual debate, and actually we can plan and make the events a really big celebration, as big as they can possibly be. So that's all being worked through as we speak. And hopefully we'll have more to say on that towards the end of the season.
But the expectation would be, from a cricketing perspective, the players will want to start at the Gabba. From an administrative perspective, is that where your head's at as well?
Not necessarily. I think what we want to do is we want the right timing to make brilliant event propositions in each of the different markets. We're conscious there's lots of history, lots of traditions, but as I said, those are discussions, and mainly we want to keep Test cricket strong. We want to build brilliant events and give everyone a bit of consistency and certainty so that we can plan forward.
Moving to the big off-field story over the last 2 days, Usman Khawaja. There's quite a lot of interest in the nuts and bolts of this one, as I'm sure you can appreciate. What was your first knowledge that this was a thing? Was it when Pete Lalor published his article, or did you have a bit of a heads up on what was happening?
Yeah, no, I came over to Perth late on Tuesday night, woke up Wednesday morning, and phone was going. So that was the first I had heard of it. And look, I think a lot's been said, but I think the position's pretty clear. Look, we support our players to express their own opinions in their own way and over their own channels. But when it comes to kind of teams representing their country in international cricket, the ICC have clear guidelines about uniforms and what they look like, and not being able to put kind of personal kind of slogans or things forward, and they're there for, I think, good reason, so the ICC make their position very, very clear, and we expect our players to support that.
But those guidelines are rubbery, and there has been discretion shown in the past. I mean, did you see an opportunity there to advocate on behalf of Usman to the ICC? Did those conversations take place where you said CA actually would like him to be able to proceed?
I think there's an application process and a strong lead time. So there are instances, as an example, the West Indies team, supporting Black Lives Matter. That was a very significant long consultation period. So I think the main thing is there are processes available, but they need to be done in the right way and with due lead time. So I think everyone's now really focused on the cricket, and it's something that we'll sit down next week and talk through.
I know you spoke to Usman Khawaja personally around this and acknowledging he wouldn't be able to wear them this week, but are we to take from that there's a process that might be undertaken between now and Boxing Day for him?
I think, as I said, everyone's focused on the cricket. I think hopefully we'll have the opportunity to sit down and talk it all through. And I do think that the ICC guidelines are very clear, and I do think there's a clear process of application. So that's best done, outside of a test match when everyone's really focused on the cricket.
There are lots of different competing opinions on this. Federal government ministers, senior ministers have come out stridently supporting Usman Khawaja, saying that there shouldn't have been any drama with this through the course of the Perth Test match. Is that your personal view as well, that had Khawaja worn those shoes, that it would have been fine?
Look, again, I refer back to the guidelines. I think they're there for really, really good reason. Absolutely, we want to support all our players, who feel strongly about certain things to express themselves. But when you're playing cricket for your country, when you're out there representing the country, I think those guidelines and those regulations are in place for good reason.
He wore a black armband yesterday instead of the shoes. Do you expect he'll get sanctioned for that on the basis that, per the statement CA put out yesterday, that was around the same topic that he was discussing the day before? I'm
not sure. I mean, again, I think not clear on the reasons why Aussie is choosing to wear the black armband. The black armband yesterday. That's again something for the ICC and the match referees.
It sort of taps into a wider conversation around professional athletes, this cricket team, but athletes more widely. They're self-publishers, right? They have these big megaphones and they want to use them, and their captain, Pat Cummins, in this instance, is encouraging his players to do that. It might mean this isn't the last time you're up in a situation like this administratively.
And look, again, I really feel that we want to support our players to express themselves. We've got incredible characters. They're extremely passionate about a whole range of causes. And, we support them to do that. But when it comes to kind of representing the team on the park, there are clear guidelines in place for very, very, very good reason. Can
you say what the reasons are? Like, what are in terms of the statement he was making, what are if you step back a little bit, why would that be seen as something that could contravene what the ICC is trying to achieve here?
I think it's about precedence and about having some level of control. Actually, people are representing their countries in cricket matches. If it just opened up, then it would be very, very difficult. And if you did get into a situation, a situation where people are putting forward things that are inappropriate, then you don't have the control. So
right.
It's purely. I think it's a good process. There's an application process. The regulations are there for a reason, but we do absolutely support our players to have a voice more broadly.
Moving on to another character in the team, David Warner. He got his big 100 yesterday. As a CEO, what's it like having David Warner to look after?
Well, look, first, what a magnificent career he's had. 37 years old. He's, played beautifully. Yesterday, I thought the way that he fielded, just the energy in the field in the World Cup was really instrumental to the overall campaign and particularly at the pointy end of the tournament. And so, I think to have a true great 109 tests, I think he's played, to be so dominant in all three formats, I think he'll go down as a great of the game. And from a personal perspective, we live around the corner, catch up with him fairly regularly. He's extremely knowledgeable and got a great interest in the game in all formats. I think he's got a huge amount to offer, even after his retirement.
And based with what he did yesterday, it now looks almost certain. In fact, I think it is certain now that he'll have that farewell in Sydney, which kind of is something for us to all look forward to at home, for him to have that send-off that he wanted.
Yeah, we certainly did the talking on the pitch yesterday, and it's just great to see him in such great form, and what a treat for the fans here in Perth, but also Boxing Day and then Sydney to see a true great, rare air over 8,000 test runs, to see on home soil. I think that'll be the farewell that he deserves.
You mentioned before that you're trying to give some certainty around the domestic schedule in the summers to come, but it's an ongoing drama for any administrator around the world, isn't it? That Future Tours program, it's an impossible beast, increasingly so.
Yeah, look, I take scheduling is really, really complicated, really complicated, and we're unique in that sense with the three formats of the game. I take the view that there are more opportunities, there's more investment coming into the game than ever before. What we are focused on is making sure that playing for Australia remains the absolute pinnacle and that international cricket's the priority, and then also making our domestic competitions, the WBBL, the BBL, the best they can possibly be.
There are compromises around the global game at the moment around that, though, the proliferation of domestic T20 leagues, which are broadly speaking owned by the IPL, and the riches that come with that. We've seen 2 more leagues pop up over the last 18 months. South Africa won't be able to field even a third 11 side in New Zealand in a couple of test matches in January. It felt like a bit of a tipping point from the outside looking in, and they may not be the identical challenges that you face into the future, but challenges of that variety will probably end up on your desk.
I think it's something, maintaining the strength of Test cricket is something that we're actively talking about at an ICC level. Here in Australia, we're seeing over 1 million people tune in for every session, and a great amount of popularity. We've, as I said, just locked in 5 tests home and away for the Benaud Qadir Trophy. But I think around the world there are competing pressures. There are also amazing opportunities for our players. As we head into a T20 World Cup in the US, the West Indies, we would like to see as many of our players picking up high-value IPL contracts. And then you see the growth of the women's game, and you also you see countries like the Netherlands emerging and playing in fantastically in a 10-team World Cup. So overall, I think the global growth of the game, we're in the Los Angeles 28 Olympic Games, can only be a good thing. It's attracting investment, there's more opportunities, and ultimately more competition, and we're working really, really hard to make sure we stay out in front.
But it's fair to conclude that there'll be added complexity in your role and those performing similar roles around the world in relation to the draw to very, very high-paying domestic T20 tournaments as it relates to what you're able to offer as national contracts.
Absolutely, there's complexity, but there's huge opportunity. I mean, we've just inked a 7-year deal with Disney in India. There's huge global opportunities, and in our latest player deal, again, we put more into our national contracts, more into our BBL contracts, more into our female playing contracts, and so we are actually we have to respond and compete with those pressures. But the overall game globally, as Warney said famously, second biggest sport in the world, and it's growing at a great rate, and we've got to be a driver of that.
Nick, the BBL started just over a week ago now. What does success look like for you with the BBL for the new season? Obviously, a slightly shortened season, and you've made a couple of little adjustments. Then the complexity of this test now, so there's a bit of a break. What do you see success look like?
So I see great competition, and it's great that some of our test stars could play in the early rounds. Families coming out and having an absolute ball at the amazing cricket stadiums right around Australia. Coming out in their shirts, supporting their teams, and then picking up a bat and ball. And, I think there's a really strong link between what we're seeing out there, our incredible male players, and kids picking up a ball. We're 30% up year on year for World Wars Cricket Blast, as compared to this time last year. So we just want everyone to come out, really enjoy the summer, really enjoy the game. And the BBL is the way that families can do that.
Do you think the crowds will get back to those halcyon days from 5 or 6 years ago? Is that still an aim, or do we find that we will reach a point where it is what it is sort of thing when it comes to the crowds to the BBL?
I think absolutely that's what we're keen to do. So we have now got, each team has 5 home games as opposed to 7. And we're really putting everything we possibly can. You saw Rocket Man at the Gabba, so it's a great entertainment night out as well as top cricket. So, and we've kept the ticket pricing flat for 8 years. So we just encourage all the families to come down, and absolutely, we want to see, after a couple of very difficult years when we couldn't get out and about, we want to see everyone coming out for the Big Bash Leagues.
And Nick, in closing, the Shane Warne Foundation announcement during the week, that should be a significant part of the Boxing Day test experience, not only this year but in years to come as well. Yeah, and it's I think we were all in Pakistan when we heard about Shane, and also Rod Marsh. Since I must have received 20 or 30 letters saying, we've got to do something about this. And so, to the Warne family, to work to promote heart health and really make a difference, not only here in Australia but all around the world, is just absolutely incredible. It's something I'm very passionate about. I lost my dad 14 years ago to heart attack. It remains the #1 cause of death in Australia. So I just think the kids are just incredible, and we're hoping that it'll be a great way to celebrate and remember Warney, but then also we're actually helping save lives. Yeah, absolutely. Nick Hockley, Cricket Australia Chief Executive, thanks so much for joining us in what's been a very busy week for you. We're going to take a break on SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. On the other side of it, we're going to have Pete Lalor and Bharat Sunderasen when not far away from the resumption. When we get there, Australia will be at 5 for 346.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Say hello to a new home this summer with a 10K deposit. Townhomes from just $439,000 at Atherstone in Strathtullo by Lend-Lease. Visit atherstone.com.au.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to own yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Red's Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
When they're galloping to the gates, there's only one place to bet. Top Sport, the home of horse racing. Whether you're a sprinter or a stayer or just a fashion-conscious player, go the distance with bigger bet limits and top odds on every race, every time. Download the app for a faster, easier betting experience. Top Sport. Feel the excitement. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call 1-800-858-858 or visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
This is our racing, country racing.
And it's your summer family fun at Hanging Rock Racing Club's New Year's Day at the Rock, Jan 1. There's free Kelly Sports Kids fun, free merch packs and ninja course, plus live entertainment and great racing action our way. Adult GA $25. Mini marquee packages up to 10 people from $450. The Hanging Rock Racing Club's New Year's Day at the Rock, Jan 1. Book now at country.racing.com/Kyneton. What's your country racing?
Mate!
Yeah, mate.
Did you hear?
Did you hear what?
Mate now has double data on select mobile plans.
Double data?
Yeah, mate. That's what I said. Double data.
Well, how do I get it, mate?
Easy. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online.
Search Mate online?
Yes, mate. letsbemates.com.au.
Terms and conditions apply.
There's a bit of off-road in all of us. From the high country to the outback, an Opus camper trailer can take you there. With unparalleled off-road capabilities and endorsed by four-wheel drivers across Australia, you'll tackle Australia's rugged terrain in style and comfort. Visit opuscamper.com.au for your nearest dealer.
OMF. Make your Christmas 100% comfy with the OMF Christmas sale. Buy any base bed frame or bedding and get up to 55% off selected mattresses, like our Australian-made Byron mattress, 5-zone pocket springs with latex for under $1,400. Plus, during the 12 days before Christmas, discover a daily new special. Plus, get up to 45% off selected bedroom furniture. OMF's Christmas sale ends soon. The home of mattress, bedroom and bedding.
Huge delays coming into Melbourne on the Western Freeway at the moment from before Ferris Road, Melbourne through to Rockbank due to an earlier collision. Big delays too for the Hume Freeway, Craigieburn Bypass, solid from before Cooper Street down to the Ring Road. One of the two lanes is closed for works. Delays also for Sydney Road, Campbellfield. Harris Scarf's 4-day Friends sale is on now. Save 60% off all kettles and toasters by Smith & Noble. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf, great brands, great prices. And that's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
It is bright and sunny here in Perth for day 2 of the first test between Australia and Pakistan. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Peter Lalor and Bharat Sunderasen are part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, and Bharat Sunderasen is with me right now. Peter Lalor isn't too far away. Bharat, you were at the press conference last night with David Warner after his 164. What did he have to say that tickled your interest?
Oh, he was as punchy as ever, David Warner. Punchy on the field, punchy off it, and especially in press conferences. And obviously, no time was wasted before he was asked about his celebration. Malcolm Corn, the veteran cricket writer, went straight in with it. And he said, yeah, I was just, it was the shush, it's a little quite shush. And he was asked, anything else? No, it was just the shush. So who he was shushing in particular, we are not sure of. I mean, I don't personally think it was just one man, and we know who we're talking about. But a bunch of guys who, in his opinion, have written him off. But that's David Warner, right? That is the narrative around him. And I asked him about whether that narrative actually does fuel him. I mean, it's something that we've discussed. And
we talked about it yesterday, petrol in his car.
Exactly, for over a decade. And under his breath, like he always does, he said, for me, it clearly didn't today. But that's just David Warner being his sarcastic self, isn't he, Peter Lalor?
Isn't there that footage? Is it Ray Masters, rugby league coach, slapping his players' faces before they go out to play? I reckon David Warner probably likes to get his face slapped before he gets out there. You know, like, he gets him up and angry and at it.
Well, that's what I sort of feel. I feel like that David Warner owes Mitch Johnson a nice dinner, because he got him going.
Look, David can get angry over a fly speck on the pulpit. He will always find a way. And he's had plenty of ammunition, because we've been writing, you know, or most of us have been writing him off for 3 years now. And this is, and his line is always, geez, you're going to miss me when I'm gone, because you'll have nothing to write about. And it's a really good point.
It is a good point.
Australian cricket's going to lose so much when David goes out. It's going to lose a guy who's been at the top of the order for, 12 years now, test average of 45, strike rate of 70. There's no like-for-like replacement for him. And we are going to miss a guy who just gives us headlines wherever he goes.
Yeah, and just on the cricket side of it as well, Whitey, I think yesterday's innings summed up David Warner and why he's so special. I mean, that was not an easy pitch to bat on. Steve Smith told us this in our interview this morning. And on a pitch like that, he puts his team first. He's like, I'm going to be the one taking risks. I'm not going to play like a lot of other openers would, like leave the ball, see myself in. Instead, I'm going to put the pressure on the bowler so that they don't get on top of us on this kind of pitch. And that's what he did. He took risks and it paid off. But it's paid off 26 times now in his career. And that's why he is irreplaceable, as Peter Lalor said.
And it allows Usman Khawaja to bat in his dressing gown and slippers. There's no rush, Uzi. You know, when you wake up after lunch, if you want to keep going. But it also, when it works, you know, it takes the pressure off the people who come in. The traditional cricket structure, you know, with the sort of a classic Australian team, is your aggressive batter at 3. It's the Ricky Ponting, isn't it? Or, you know, the Viv Richards. It's going to be fascinating. And, you know, there's an old song by Iggy Pop about it when his girlfriend's leaving him, and he says, before you go, do me a favour, can you find a girl just like you? And Australian cricket would love to find an opening batter just like David Warner, but it can't.
You know, I think what David Warner has done to opening the batting in Test cricket was is exactly what Adam Gilchrist did for Test wicketkeepers around the world, right? Suddenly everybody was like, oh, but if you want to be a successful wicketkeeper, you have to be like Adam Gilchrist. And that's going to happen. It's already happening. That's why the names, the likes of Mitchell Marsh, are being discussed as Test openers.
I feel sorry, Pete, for the next opener, whoever it is it's going to be, because he's going to be compared to David Warner in the way that he plays. And
exactly,
to your point,
the great point about Gilchrist, fantastic.
That's right,
point.
and
also Shane Warne.
Yeah. So to your point, Pete, before about Warner, because I can hear it now, I can see it now. There are people listening to us that are driving along in their cars, yelling at the radio, saying, oh, flat track bullies, got runs against Pakistan, couldn't get them in the Ashes, couldn't get them in India. But
are we provoking road rage, are we?
I could hear the people saying it now, yelling at their radios. But this is the thing about David Warner, that forever he has played for Australia, he has made people emotional about cricket. And emotional about him. That's not a bad thing, because when he goes, who are we going to get emotional about?
Exactly. But hey, yeah, we're pretty quick to forget. We're like goldfish, aren't we? All eyes were on Usman Khawaja yesterday morning when he walked out, weren't they? But yeah, you're right. He does bring so much emotion and passion to the game, good and bad. Yes. When he's good, he's very, very good, and when he's bad. He's awful. I was just saying before down on the boundary line, Aussie's mum loves him because he was always the naughty little kid, the little 5-6-year-old when they became mates. And she has a word for, I think it'd be an Urdu word, is
Shaitan.
Shaitan, which Aussie says means the devil. But I think if you listen closely, it may have a more direct.
No. I mean, Shaitan directly translates to devil. But when you call a kid Shaitan, it's like the naughty kid, the mischievous cheeky kid. Not even cheeky, someone who's constantly pulling pranks or just being naughty.
Yeah, he's like cricket's version of Toby Green.
Yeah, that's right. Our apparel partner across the summer is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. So moving forward to today, at some point Pakistani's going to have to bat. Before that, we've still got an opportunity for Alex Carey and for Mitch Marsh. Mitch Marsh has only just got back into the team. We've got to remember that. We know what he did in the Ashes, but that's, he's not certain to be a long-term prospect at number 6. And Alex Carey, I think this is an interesting story with Alex, having lost his spot in the World Cup, the troubles he had post-Lords. It's an important couple of hours for him potentially today, just to put the knockers at bay and just keep the pressure off him a little bit? Or am I being a bit unfair?
Well, yeah. The selectors were very clear that there was never... the thought never crossed their mind to replace him in the Test side. The thing that's at the back of all of our minds is how much weight does Alex Carey carry from that incident at Lords and that abuse? Now, sports people are far more psychologically thick-skinned than us. They're tougher, they're emotionally tougher, they have to be. Alex, however, there's an air of fragility about him. I mean, he's a nice guy. And that's what we worry about. Did that have some sort of impact on him? And I heard Todd Greenberg, the Players Union boss, say that we've gathered round him a bit. My ears pricked up at that. I thought I worry about that a little bit. But look, they're not going to rush to get rid of Alex Carey. He is a very good batter and he's a very good wicket keeper. And you don't stop being a good batter or a good wicket keeper just because some English have given you a little bit of a raspberry.
No, but so Bharat, just the observation of Alex Carey is since he went from footy to cricket, let's just that sort of timeline, he hasn't had a setback at any point through his career. His improvement, his rise has been... There hasn't been any bumps on the road. This is the first time that he's been tested a little bit as an athlete and questioned as an athlete, and that's part of the challenge, I guess, of him as a Test cricketer, to deal with that sort of scrutiny that he hasn't really had.
I remember throughout the Ashes, I kept calling him the nicest villain out there, because you're right. Not only has his career trajectory looked up, he's always been. He's never been booed in his life.
Worst thing he ever did was walk into a pool.
That's correct. And I did see him in India during the World Cup. We used to go to the team hotel quite often for these press conferences. Always made sure there was someone between him and the pool and he was walking past one.
There's that famous incident. That was in
Karachi.
Karachi. He fell into the hotel swimming pool. Which I had no sympathy for him because the players in every hotel, the pool was for their exclusive use.
You could see the 45 not used.
Anyway,
it,
All right, we've got to go to a break. But as we do, I want this nearest to pin. When will Pakistan be batting? All right, Sunderasen, you go first.
Just after lunch. I think in half an hour after lunch.
Pete?
Tea. Round tea. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
They'll dig in here and they'll grind them into the
Really?
dirt.
I reckon Pakistan will be batting half an hour before lunch.
I tell you what, it's better for the game if the Aussies move it on quickly.
For the summer as well, yeah.
Correct. 100% agree. Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Bharat. We'll hear from both of you right throughout the course of the day. This is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins will be back after the break.
Berwick GWN's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
McCafe. It's the place where rich iced lattes and cool iced mochas go to chill out. Drive through for a barista-made ice-cold coffee at McCafe today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
G'day, Stipper here to tell you about Northern Jeep Bundura's never-to-be-repeated end-of-year stock clearance sale. The team has updated pricing across the entire Jeep range to clear the whole lot for 2024. These prices are never to be repeated and will save you thousands. Plus, refer a family member or friend, tell them the Dipper sent you and receive $250 referral bonus if they buy a Northern Jeep. Hurry, must end December 30. Visit Northern Jeep Bundura today, MFCT 6595.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It's time for the family to get their racing gear on because it's Kids Night Out at Cranbourne Turf Club, December 29. Come and support a great community day complete with thoroughbred and harness racing, market stalls, plus free kids entry and activities. GA only $20 and tiered dining packages available. Kids Night Out at Cranbourne Turf Club, December 29. Book via cranbourneturfclub.com.au or call 5996 1300.
Mum, Jasmine, it's that time of year.
Christmas gift time.
So here's some top picks from us at Bingley.
Skull Candy headphones or JBL party box.
Love it, Nano.
A Breville Fizz Fusion Super Sparkler.
Say that again.
Fizz up any drinks from juices to cocktails.
A NutriBullet portable blender, a Sunbeam Ice Plus hot coffee machine.
A Dyson Airwrap.
Yes, please.
Or a Smeg Retro Style kettle in pink.
That's a surprise, Lionel.
Want to surprise someone with a brilliantly different Christmas gift idea?
You'll find it at Bingley.
Bingley, better leaving every day.
Imagine you've just burnt your toast. Yep, there's the fire alarm. It's woken the baby, the dog's barking, you're waving the hand towel, but it just won't stop. With Red Smoke Alarms, you can silence alarms fast with just a single touch on the Red Smoke Alarm controller. It's perfect for homeowners, landlords and property owners with no wiring required and a 10-year guarantee. Don't upgrade your alarms without a Red Smoke Alarm controller. Visit redsmokealarms.com.au or contact your local electrician or electrical wholesaler.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to own yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT.
We're not far away now from the first ball in SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Wherever you are around Australia during the Christmas summer holidays, you can take SEN Cricket with you and listen with the touch of a button. Just download the SEN app. How good is cricket on the radio? And our weather update for Rainbird, leaders in irrigation for over 90 years. It's 27 degrees at the moment. A forecast high of 32. Not a cloud in the sky. There seldom is here at Perth. I'm Adam Collins, and to begin our coverage or to begin our commentary on day two with Australia at 5 for 346, Carey 14, Marsh on 15 is Simon, Katich and Damien, Fleming. Hello again, lads.
Good morning, Colin.
Hello, Caddo listeners.
All our listeners.
Well,
there's a couple of viewers on that. Smile for him, Simo.
Yeah, there's a few videos up there, isn't there?
I'm excited. You know, we've built this up. You know, just with Marsh and Carey walking out there, can they go big? Can they score and score quite quickly? With this second new ball for Pakistan, we're all just hearing that it wasn't an absolute belter. Warner's innings was actually better than we expected. The other Australians struggled. Can Pakistan come out and knock Australia over in this first session?
Second new ball's only 3 and a bit overs old. We saw Karim Shazad got it really hooping, beat Marsh 3 times in the final over before the close of play last night. So that'll be the test for Marsh. We've already set that up in our pre-game, whether he might use this as a bit of an audition for a potential rise up the order, even if he doesn't want it, in order to reconfigure the side in the post-Warner world. So that's part of this. Alex Carey getting into the series, having had a lean trot since Lords back in June. Looks like Shaheen Sharafridi's going to bowl the first over from our members' end. Bowled 19 overs yesterday, 5 maidens, 1 for 75. He got the first wicket of the day. That was after lunch. Usman Khawaja caught behind for 41, but he's always a handful with the new Kookaburra in his hand. And then, yes, if they can go bang, bang off the top, it could feel like a different test match. We're focused on, well, where might Australia pull out and so on, and I understand that, given we are in Australia, and it tends to be that way. But if Pakistan can remove one or both of these players, look, if they get them all out under 400, it's not a foregone conclusion, this test match, not at all.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they've got some talent in their batting lineup. It's just whether that batting lineup can handle the pressure and the sustained questions that this attack present, particularly the line and length that they just, particularly Hazelwood and someone like Cummins, that will nag away on and around that top of off stump here. We've seen it in previous test matches. Yes, Lyon and Stark have taken wickets, but facing someone like Hazelwood and Cummins on this track with the pace and bounce, ooh.
It often looks like a different pitch, doesn't it? Once Hazelwood and Cummins bowl here at Optus Stadium.
So umpire Illingworth calls them to attention. Our first session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts in our coverage for Host Plus and Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. Shaheen Sharafridi at the top of his mark and setting off here away from us. Towards Alex Carey. Bowls here, 3 slips of Gully, squeezing out a full delivery out to Gully. It won't be a single. So the score 5 for 346 as we resume on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
And I like how Pakistan didn't throw the towel in yesterday. They hung in there. The 2 youngsters got their first test wickets, which was great to see. And I agree. I thought Shazad was the pick of their bowlers yesterday. He was impressive. Didn't always get his length right, but I'll tell you what, when he does hit the right length, which is around that sort of 6 metre mark, around that sort of Labuschagne dismissal length that Fahim Ashraf got him out, that's when he's looked dangerous.
Yep.
Freddie in, conventional 6-3 field, bowls to Carey, over the wicket. Carey hit on the pad, shout for leg before, and it's turned down. It was full. But was it full enough? We're seeing Shaheen Afridi go up to Sarfraz, the keeper, man, and the captain, Shan Masood. The question is, even though it was on the full side, was it still bouncing too much? A decision for the captain, and they will not send it upstairs. Just the way that Carey fell over there.
Great start. The first ball was a ripper. The second one, even better.
Ooh. Yeah,
the tough thing is we see straight down the pitch. This is where you really need your cover and your gully, you know, really focusing and going there. Kato, they don't seem to have... Masood's a new test captain. There doesn't seem as much structure to their DRS reviewing within the group. There's a lot of just shaking their heads and hands up.
He went straight to the former captain, Sarfraz, didn't he, Shaheen, there for his endorsement. Going again, Shaheen bowls. Third ball of the day, left alone and out, swing out outside the line of the off stump. Our leg before shouts, by the way. But how's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Just seeing the ball tracking on this, and it's just going over. So good decision in the end by Pakistan.
Here at the Gabba, I think.
Yeah.
All other Australian pitches, that's hitting the stumps. But he's got one of the best wrist releases in the world, Afridi. You just look at that stable seam coming down.
Nice snap too, isn't it?
Great art. Wider grip on the ball, able to get a stable seam down there. Excellent length so far.
Carey waiting for Shaheen. Bowls here, full block hole, dug out. Collects it in his follow through athletically away to his left. He's got a great record of taking wickets in the first over, certainly in white ball cricket, with the new ball too, Afridi. So he knows how to get it right.
Oh, there's a bit
away.
of Mitchell Stark about it, isn't there?
Yeah.
The other thing I like about what they've done today is they've obviously gone away, done their homework with the field, because by having the mid-wicket in there, short, relatively close catching, they've been able to push mid-on back and a bit straighter, so he can actually pitch up and attack those stumps without fear of getting picked off.
Afridi up. Bowls here to Alex Carey, who works it off his hip in front of square leg. There'll be a couple on offer there, the first runs of the day. They might consider a third. Mitch Marsh makes the call but slips over at the non-striker's end. So they take the conservative option of staying put. 5 for 348. Carey up to 16 with the first runs of day 2.
Yeah, they were certainly looking for the third then. Mitch Marsh was turning with intent to come back and take on the fine leg fielder who'd run around to deep backward square leg, but the big fella had a little bit of a slip, and
there he goes, watching the replay back.
I still rather him full than short.
So to complete the first over of the day, Afridi in, Carey forward, opening the face of the blade, down to Gully. Good diving stop. It's Barbara's arm in there, ends the over, a couple runs from it. 5 for 348 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Marsh 15, yet to face a ball this morning. Carey adding a couple, he's up to 16. That chat with Nick Hockley before play, the bit that I found most interesting was that we know there's 5 test matches next year against India, which is great. First time since 1991-92 where there'll be a 5 test match series between Australia and India, but not clear as to whether it'll start at the Gabba or elsewhere. I mean, we've had the first test in Perth the last couple of years, Simon, and this is a thing they're trying to build, the West Test and all the rest of it. But I know after the India series in 2021, when they lost at the Gabba in the 4th test match, so much of the commentary was around, well, they should have started at the Gabba, play the card that's worked for so many years, so many decades. But yeah, leaving some wriggle room there to start either in Brisbane or maybe over here again.
Before we answer that, that's one of the worst losses I've seen by an Australian team.
The Brisbane loss in 21.
Loss.
Yeah.
What's Washington Sundar doing right now? Like right now?
I think he's probably playing for Tamil Nadu.
Karim Shahzad
right now
bowled well before stumps last night. Starts here from the Langer end, back of a length to Marsh. His first ball punched out to cover, no run.
Well, he was in the T20 squad at recent series, the 5-game series for India, but he didn't get picked because they kept winning and they kept playing the same team. But
it was
he's
just
probably gone back to domestic cricket.
Team they put out there, wasn't it? That draw in Sydney, and we got whopped, and that was almost heartbreaking, wasn't it?
Yeah, Natraj and Tucker, Washington Sundar, all playing a role on
swung the ball around.
Shahzad up, bowling to Marsh. He's 15 overnight and beaten here by a ball that doesn't actually carry through to the wicketkeeper Sarfraz. Shahzad, beat Marsh a few times last night.
I just wonder whether that's hit a crack, because that
kept low.
Certainly died on the way through.
Well, Marsh has gone straight up to disregard them on that basis.
Yeah, I don't know about, the fixturing, and what's preferable and what's not. It doesn't bother me too much. I mean, are you saying, the Aussies want the Gabba because, it has been the Gabatoir and we haven't lost first test of the series, so that wasn't. Is it still since 88, 89?
Yeah, that was the last time they lost a first test there.
West Indies.
Bowling again here, Shahzad leaving alone Marsh. Do you think the psychology means anything, Kat, about the Gabba and how successful, what a happy hunting ground it's been, and thus India and England, the 2 high-profile series back-to-back, wanting to start in Brisbane, or is that not really a thing anymore?
Oh, no, I think it is, because I think there's a sense of familiarity as a team when you know that's the sort of routine you get into when you start the summer there. I guess the biggest question is, with 5 tests, what are the dates? Because as we see this summer, the dates are different. Tests are going into late January, whereas next year, will they be earlier again?
Marsh facing Shahzad, bowls here, shuffles forward, then leaves alone a ball back of a length. We kind of know that already through the Future Tours program. If I'm reading it correctly, it's sometimes a bit hard to put the pieces together. It'll be sort of a mid to late November start and running through to January being the final test match.
So will Sydney be the last test?
Well, the last test of the series will be the one that's traditionally the New Year's test match, yeah. So Melbourne,
so they're going to play it early, okay. Yeah, so I don't know whether, for the States, would you prefer a later test for crowds? So if Perth got the timings around now as the 3rd test, I think they'd take that.
I think they would too.
Marsh facing Shazad, right arm over on debut. Bowls here, Marsh. Edging 4. Through about third slip, only 2 catches in position. Was along the turf. Did take some weight out of his bottom hand. His first runs of the day via a boundary for Azito.
That's a bit of retro whacker cricket for me. That's a good delivery from the swing bowler and the Western Australian batsman, Mitchell Marsh, not committing hard, not going, just opening up the face a little bit. And how many 4s down to third man did you used to see at the whacker?
Yep. The applause there for the Australian 350. 5 for 352. Marsh up to 19. Yes, it probably would be around this time of year, Flem. That old 5-test configuration was Brisbane, Adelaide, Perth before Christmas, then Melbourne, Sydney. So it would start about now, give or take, if you want to use, say, the 2017 Ashes as a reference point.
And the other part of it is, will India agree to a pink ball test in Adelaide?
Great call. They didn't last time. They did last time, didn't they? It was the time before they said no. Shazad up to Marsh. 2 slips to the gully. On leg stump. Through mid-wicket it goes. All the way along the turf. Strength and timing from the West Australian. Into the 20s with back-to-back boundaries. Marsh 23. It ends the 86th over. 5 for 356 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection.
Shop your Christmas list with 500 stores in one destination at Chadstone, the fashion capital. Visit until 9 tonight with late night shopping every day until Christmas.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Azito boundaries all day, every day for Mitchell Marsh. And we see on screen, there's his family. Sean and Jeff Marsh, 2 former Australian cricketers. In Jeff Marsh's case, a former World Cup winner as well, back in 1987.
Not 2 of the big conversationalists of all time in the Australian team.
Shaheen Afridi away from us.
The younger one makes up for it.
3 slips to carry on 16. Has a lash at a wider delivery. Doesn't get much of it. Spits out to mid-off. No run. I was going to say that there's a contrast there, isn't there? Because Mitch loves the chat.
Yep. Sean, Jeff, doesn't flow quite as much, does it, the conversation?
Was that the highlight of the Ashes, Flem, when, well, I know the result didn't go Australia's way, but Marsh's 100 and the response at Sean Marsh's 40th birthday party with Sean and his old man celebrating with the selfie camera on and so on. Great moment. Shaheen Shah Afridi bowls to Carey, driving at the middle of the bat, straight back to the bowler though. Marsh diving back into his ground in case there was a deflection back onto the woodwork.
Yeah, Swampy was a great vice captain for Alan Border. You know, very loved playing for Australia. As coach, he wasn't a great strategy coach, but he trained hard, and he loved playing for Australia, coaching for Australia, being around the group. That's what I remember most about Swamp.
Yeah, he was. My first tour was in '99 to Sri Lanka, and Swamp was still coach. And I'll never forget having to do high balls with him, and in those humid conditions, and nearly passing out after about 30 of them.
Shaheen Sakari leaving alone. Is that because he was a hard taskmaster? Was he?
He was old school. It was just he'd learned from Bob Simpson, and that was once you've done your batting and bowling in the nets, you were doing high balls, and there was 20 to 30 coming thick and fast, and they were 50-metre gaps sometimes. So you were burning by the end of it, and particularly in the humidity there, there's not much, you can't take much.
It's hard to describe what it's like playing in Sri Lanka.
Seeing a graphic pop up on screen showing that Pakistan have been a little bit fuller this morning so far.
Very good.
What you're asking for. Shaheen bowls to Carey. Fuller again. Driven though. Square. Out through point. Just in front of it. It's to that long side of the ground where we saw 3 all-run 4s yesterday. They won't quite get one of those here, returning for a third.
How many Pakistan fielders are just running around randomly there? Did you see that?
It might be because
it's
of all
like
the all-run.
I got told, let's back up the throw, but not 8 of you. It was insane.
So he's up to 19. 5 for 359.
I don't know if you did any fielding under Bob Simpson, Cato, but he's the greatest by a mile of making you run 40 and you could get there with fingertips.
Yeah.
And if you pulled out, he knew. And that just meant, you're going to do another 15, 20. I'd never... The step up from state cricket to Australian fielding was insane. He was elite.
And I think Simo was great at, apparently he used to slip concierge at the team hotel 50
he knew.
to find out what time the arrival times were for the boys back in the day if they'd been out for a few beers.
Yep.
And then he'd just get that into training the next day if anyone
we used to
come
do that
in
one,
late.
around the ring.
Yeah.
And he'd like you just had in a ring and you take you around the whole circle. You do it once, do it twice, and then everyone knows, this is the target for the
Shaheen
day.
Tamash for the first time today. Over the wicket, just 2 slips, but wastes it here down the leg side.
And an interesting individual too, isn't it? Like he was an Australian captain and one of the greater, opening batsmen we had in combination with Bill Lawry, but he didn't score 100 for, I'm just guessing 20 tests, and his first was 311. So everywhere he booked in, hotel room number, 311. Thank you, Simo. And then, retired young and comes out to captain again in 77, 78 because of World Series cricket, and then coached in 1986. Remarkable.
Shaheen to finish Tamash. Again on the leg stumpy. Broadly speaking, kicks it away, ends the over. 87 gone, Australia 5 for 359. Carey 19, Marsh 23 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
They say at Christmas, 'tis better to give than to receive. At Sexyland, we think you can't go wrong either way. So this Christmas, you'll find Australia's largest range of gifts and toys for adults, as well as couples games, lingerie, costumes, plus loads more. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong open till midnight 7 days a week, or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au. Something real sexy for everyone.
Session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. I do like that when players use their highest score as their number for all their social media. An example of that, of course, is Jason Gillespie.
Yeah, the big D's.
Or their cap numbers, another one.
I believe they're looking into whether that was actually a Test 201 with Bangladesh's recent performances. It may be a List A game. Someone might be pushing for that.
Be nice. Shazad bowls to Carey. Off the hip, not quite. Doesn't go anywhere. Carey picks up the ball and throws it back to the bowler in his follow. They did beat New Zealand in the Test 2 weeks ago.
They did.
I'm back on Bangladesh.
Yeah. They're really good.
Did that mean that you tried to check in at room 71, not out?
I couldn't even get to the first level. 71 doesn't... I'm ground level. Cato, what was your high score?
First class cricket or Test?
Real cricket.
Test cricket.
Jeez.
157, I think.
Couldn't get a big one.
Shazad to Carey over the wicket. Tucks him this time.
Always
around
queries
the corner,
about your
gets
fitness on.
I was about 35 at the time. I was getting a bit long in the tooth.
But you're right. And just the signatures, from the boys and putting their test caps. I mean, that's pretty recent as well, their baggy green numbers.
Used to be a footy thing, wasn't it? You'd see the football player put their number in a circle at the end.
Yeah.
I can already see on the back of my jumper, Jason Dunstall 19 as a kid.
Fantastic.
Just going back to Swampy. So I came into the WA squad as an 18-year-old, and he was still captain at the time and just about to retire. And he probably gave me the best piece of advice about batting that I'd probably received.
Shazad up. Bowls to Marsh, 2 slips there behind him, but he leaves alone wide of the off stump.
And it was around something had come up about maybe a dismissal and contentious, whether it was an LB or something like that. And he said, youngster, don't complain about umpires' decisions. Take it out of their control. It's your mistake, not his. So it's so true. As soon as you start having that mindset and blaming yourself rather than blaming it on someone else, it's amazing what happens with the runs. Because you start taking ownership for everything you do out there. And it was a great piece of advice.
I hope that still happens. I can still vividly remember, older players saying stuff and...
Shazad to Marsh here, defending.
And back then you just didn't question it. You just go, oh, okay, well, that's what we'll do. We'll just commit to that sort of stuff. And I think it's so important, isn't it? And not just at Test level, all the way through, isn't it? You'd think even at local cricket, there's always a couple of veterans there and... happy to share their knowledge. It's one of the great things about cricket, I think. A lot of time to talk in the dressing rooms.
Sort of the circle of life, isn't it? What you're talking about there, the connection you had to Jeff Marsh being your coach, him being the vice captain, you had Bob Simpson. These generational lessons that are passed down in Australian cricket, aren't they? And the great legacy of Bobby Simpson, isn't it? The fielding, the standard that he made them set in the mid-'80s when he took over. Shazad up to Marsh again, wider on the crease and wider at the other end as well.
I remember one of the first sessions, myself and Michael Bevan made the test squad around the same time, and Bevo was known as obviously a good fielder because he's so fast at the ball. I actually, before shoulder Rico, I had a rocket arm, so he's a good fielder. And then Bob Simpson's just basically said, mate, you've got to have to improve if you're going to get to this level, because Bevo was quick to the ball, but he had a big wind-up. I had a big wind-up even when I was no difference from fine leg to mid-off. You've got to shorten it. Have a look what Alan Border does, like a baseballer. So it took to playing for Australia to get that sort of knowledge.
Shazad closer to the stumps to finish to Marsh. He's short, he's pulled over mid-wicket, out towards the rope, all muscle.
Shot
from the local boy. He's second for in that region this morning so far, up to 27 to complete the over. Australia 5 for 364 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Summer of fun at Graceland is upon us. Foodies of Melbourne, get out and about with your friends and family and tantalise your taste buds this summer at Graceland. Go online and buy a Christmas gift voucher for family and friends now. Graceland, a foodies playground. Check out graceland.melbourne for all the info.
Our coverage here at Perth for Host Plus and Henley Homes, build with confidence. Got a great question coming in on our tyre power line, your trusted local, from Mick on the Gold Coast. And Shaheen starts the fresh over, bowling to Carey on 19. 3 slips now, and Carey squeezing it out with great timing through cover. Full delivery, short backswing, and it will creep to the rope. Alex Carey up to 23, so 2 boundaries in a row for Australia. One from the last ball of the previous set. Takes them to 5 for 368. Now boundaries for Azito all day, every day. Shot.
It was just a bottom-handed jab, and he's punched it beautifully wide mid-off. It's a lovely shot from Alex Carey.
Half volley. You've got to bowl as full as you can, as I said yesterday, without being a half volley. There's a catcher there at cover now.
Great timing.
The one thing he hasn't done, and I think there is room for it every now and then, is bowl a good bouncer to set the batsman back.
Shaheen to Carey again, staying over the wicket, leaving alone. So here's the question for you.
Oh, okay.
Which Australian cricketer played with both Jeff and Shaun Marsh?
Wow, that's a good one. At test level?
Well, there's no context. It could be a WA, couldn't it? Could be a... Because Shaun Marsh made his debut as a 17-year-old in 2000,
I'd say
2001.
Justin Langer straight away.
So Langer would have
test
played
level,
with,
though.
But did Langer play with Jeff Marsh? Yeah, they would have. Of course he would have.
Yeah.
He'd have bridged the two of them.
Yeah.
At test level, though, Shaun makes his debut at 2011. Shaheen Afridi here bowls a delivery that takes off from just on a good length, and Carey was committed to the defensive prod, went past the edge with movement. We'll watch it back here. Flem, that took off. Beauty.
Wow. Wow, what an absolute beauty. That was almost the doorway to departure. And it's interesting, the Fuller bowl, it actually loses less pace when it lands. That seemed to quicken up. Sarfraz has taken that over head height, and Carey's come forward to that ball.
So Shaheen with the 3 slips and the catching cover. Bowls to Carey, good contest. He's forward defending. That's mid-off.
Yeah, that's a tough one without the context. I'm assuming...
Because Langer definitely did.
Justin would have played with them both for WA.
Yeah.
Swampy.
Because I remember playing in that game when Shaun debuted. It was against South Australia at the Wacker. And this young 17-year-old walked out. And Mark Harrity, who was quick, was bowling good pace at the Wacker down breeze. And the youngsters came out and started carving him through point. And I'm thinking, geez, this boy can play.
Different level.
He was amazing.
Yeah.
Shaheen's got 2 left in the over. Up to Carey. Bowls here. Carey leaves alone. Just in that channel. 5th stump line thereabouts.
And yeah, Justin would have played in the late or early 90s in probably Shield final when he got 140 odd against New South Wales. I reckon Swampy was still playing then.
One of the worst underwhelming debuts, Justin Langer, bowled to him for Western Australia. He was laborious. And we were thinking, wow, he's got no chance, this guy. Because the year before, Damien Martin debuted, and you knew straight away, a bit like what you're saying about Sean Marsh. You know, they've got a potential genius here.
Shaheen finishes here into the gloves of Safra as it goes. Just back of a length, a little bit there. So busy over for Australia. Boundary coming in at 5 for 368. On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Carey's 23, Marsh 27.
Steady. The dinosaurs have arrived at Albert Park Mini Golf. See the T-Rex, Raptor and Stegosaurus, as well as the new massive 20-metre-long Brontosaurus. It's a great day of family mini golf fun amongst these prehistoric behemoths. Albert Park Mini Golf. It's safe, fun and located right next to Albert Park Lake. Join the dinosaurs these holidays with school holiday specials at albertparkminigolf.com.au.
Session is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Adam Collins with you, Simon Katich and Damien Fleming. No, Damien Fleming's jumping off. Just Simon Katich with me for the time being. I quite like doing that game of linking in who played with whom across the generations, and you know, there's some absolute beauties. If you go through Salim Malik's career, you can get there in about 9 links to the first Test match played. Weirdly, bowling again here is Shazad. Tamasha shoulders arms, lands in front of the keeper.
Yeah, heard a few Salim Malik stories over the years from the King, great Shane Warne.
I'm sure you did.
Interesting character.
Played here in the last time, well, not the last time, they played a Test in Perth in 1995, across the river at the Wacker. So Justin Langer made his first class debut in 1991-92. And yes, Jeff Marsh finished up a couple of years after that, 93-94. His final Test match was at Adelaide in early 92, and Alan Border found out they dropped Jeff Marsh and refused to take the field. Called Laurie Saul, the chief selector, and said, I'm not taking the field. And Shazad approaches from the Langer end, bowls to Marsh, goes back and defends. So that meant in his final day of Test cricket, Jeff Marsh led Australia for the first half an hour of play because Alan Border was busy on the phone berating Laurie Saul. But didn't change his mind. Jeff Marsh didn't play the 5th Test match here, and that was the end of his Test journey.
Yeah, I think the youngsters now, both the Bison and Sauce, wind Swampy up about how slow he used to bat in the olden days. they'd watch the old one-dayers and say, Dad, what were you doing? Like, get on with it.
A strike rate of...
a bit of banter.
56 in one-day cricket, Jeff Marsh. Shazad bowls to Mitchell Marsh and defends. To be fair, though, he had that magnificent performance in 87, making the 100 in the semi-final to get Australia through, and of course they beat England in the game that mattered most.
Well, it just highlights how different the game was back then. You know, back in the day there were one-day games where 220 was a good score depending on the wicket. You know, maybe it was a turner at the SCG or a low one at the MCG. So all those things get taken into context, and as the old boys will all attest to, the size of the bats were completely different. You get one off the edge back then and the ball would struggle to get to the edge of the circle, whereas now they go 10 rows back.
Shazad to Marsh on 27. Marsh just off his hip, knocks it to where short leg isn't. They get 1. Marsh 28, 5 for 369 the score. Jeff Marsh's one-day record's pretty good, you know, averaged 40 with 900s, and you know, the aforementioned World Cup win, and played 50 Test matches, averaged 33 with 4 centuries. But yeah, the contribution, the more wider contribution he made as Alan Border's vice captain through that period of transition when they were on the way to becoming the best side in the world.
Well, and the other thing too is when he went back to play for WA, he was revered here because he was captain, state captain. It was a dominant period in WA cricket, winning a lot of Sheffield Shields and a lot of one-day titles. I think back in the day it was, what was it, McDonald's Cup or something like that, Flem, back in the day? FAI Insurance, it kept changing from,
before they landed on the beautiful Mercantile Mutual.
Yeah, that's right.
Shazad now round the wicket to Carey and goes past the edge. So Carey, for the second time in 2 overs, is committed to defending, and the ball's made it through to the gloves of Sarfraz. Watching it back on replay, we're behind Carey at this end. That's just a ball that seamed away and stood up off the seam, and watching the new ball here, it was wobble seam as well. It wasn't sort of the conventional movement. It's what we see a lot in modern cricket, where they like to get the ball wobbling down there.
Yeah, it certainly did wobble, and it was a beautiful ball from Shazad. It was pretty unfortunate it didn't catch the outside edge because it was just millimetres away.
Another message in from Stuart saying Simpson and Border are the reason why Australian cricket reached the heights they did. Around the wicket, Shazad to Carey, pushing into the onside, no run. All of our feedback on 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power, your trusted local. And that completes the over. Australia 5 for 369. Carey 23, Marsh 28.
KFC's 6 for $6.95 original tenders are here. Want some? Order online now. Not everywhere and not forever. Only on kfc.com.au and KFC app. Pick up only.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Are you ready to take your golf game to the next level? Look no further than the House of Golf, your one-stop shop for all things golf. They're dedicated to being the champions of your game. Visit them in store or online at thehouseofgolf.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for her Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins and Simon Katich taking you through the first half an hour of play, where Shaheen Sharifri is bowled unchanged from our members' end. 23 runs added in about 27 minutes of play. Shaheen up, bowls here to Marsh, who clips down to fine leg for one, moves to 29 with a single, 5 for 370. The other thing here about the pace that Jeff Marsh batted at, which we were talking of earlier, he's part of the biggest partnership in Shield history, isn't he? The 431 he put on with Valletta.
Yeah.
431. Valletta got only 150 of those. The rest were Marsh.
Yeah.
So he had the ability to turn it on.
And from memory, they were either cover drives or cuts. Because I think it was against South Australia, am I right?
Yep, that's right.
I remember, I think they used to show it on Channel 9 back in the day here in Perth. So I remember watching a bit of it. And, yeah, Swampy was just an absolute mad cutter. He just kept bowling short and wide to him, just carving him behind point for 4.
I've got a niche quiz question about that game. Shaheen bowls here to Carey, drives out to mid-off, no run. Who made their first-class debut for South Australia in that game? And I stress South Australia. It's an odd thing that he played for them.
Was it Dennis Hickey?
Michael Bevan.
Oh, Bevo.
Yeah, Michael Bevan made his first-class debut in the game where Marsh made his 355 not out.
Was he at the academy at that time? Yeah.
Occasionally would slip them into the SA team.
Yeah.
Bowling here. Shaheen to Carey, who pushes out to mid-on, no run. And Flem's from the back row now, not on commentary anymore, asking who was Swampy Marsh's only first-class wicket. That's a beauty. Sounds like he knows. I'm going to put the cans back on Flem. Flem, who was Swampy Marsh?
Well, anyone that faced Swamp in the next, he had the worst bowling action I've ever seen. Like no coordination for a man, Test batsman, great gully fieldsman. Did he play waffle? I believe he might have played a couple of waffle games. So coordinated, could not bowl. There's nothing you could do with that action.
Shaheen's got the 3 slips to Carey, but he's too full here, and he doesn't quite get him past Shah Massoud at mid-off. They still take 1. There'll be overthrows. There might be a couple as well. Lot of space out there. Square of the wicket here at Perth Stadium, so they eventually get 3 for it. That takes Australia up to 5 for 373, and also raises the 50 partnership between this pair.
May have got a 100 on debut against Western Australia then. Second innings, out bowled Jeff Marsh, not offering a shot.
Puts the headphones down. Is it you? No, is that what you... I didn't hear the start of that, sorry.
Michael Bevan, 100 on debut in that game.
Oh, sorry, right.
Second innings, bowled G. Marsh, not offering a shot.
Magnificent. There you go.
Good afternoon, Michael.
Here's Shaheen. Bowls to Marsh, gets a bit of pad on it. It'll go very fine for 4 more. So the runs are coming now. Shaheen just not on target there. Trying to search for something full and straight, but outside the leg stump, clipped the pad down to the rope, 5 for 377. And Pakistan haven't got the early wicket they needed this morning, Simon Katich.
You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get under Mitch Marsh's bat swing because Mitch Marsh has a big backlift. He's looking to hit the ball hard, and he knows he's got that little bit of swing happening here, so he's trying to york him, but on that occasion just erring in line and a little bit too full. Hit him almost on the back of the calf.
Last ball here of the over. Shaheen to Marsh. And Marsh, it's 2-full again, full toss, and doesn't get it beyond the man at mid-on. So end of the over. All of our stats and facts are for Mate Internet and Mobile. There's going to be a change in commentary after the break. Adam White in for me with Australia at 5 for 377. Carey 26, Marsh 29.
This Christmas, B is for brandy.
B is for beer.
B is for backyard cricket.
B is for Bataki.
Insist on Bataki Christmas ham. Available at all good delicatessens.
Christmas just wouldn't be Christmas without Bataki. Simply the best.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
For Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, this is SEN Test Cricket live from Perth at Optus Stadium, Australia, through the first half hour. Getting through not only Simon Katich unscathed, but piling on the runs.
They are. These two always look to try and bat with intent, and so far they've been putting the Pakistani bowlers under some good pressure with their footwork and some nicely timed drives.
So we have got a change from the Justin Langer stand end. Ashraf into the attack. Bowling to Alex Carey with 2 slips and a gully, and Carey leaves the first ball outside off stump. You could tell that Pakistan have tried to bowl fuller, but as a result of that, there's been more sort of drives through in front of the wicket, probably almost as much as we saw at any point yesterday.
Yeah, and look, it's commendable because they've got a new ball. They're better off erring on that slightly fuller side. I guess the problem they've got is that they don't have a huge amount of airspeed in this attack. So the Australians, once they've got settled, have looked good with their footwork because they've got time to move their feet because they're facing sort of 130k bowling.
Ashraf again over the wicket, bowls to Carey, who's in defence, just dropping out his feet on the offside. Even just hear from the Pakistanis in the field, there's plenty of life, there's plenty of enthusiasm. They just can't get that early breakthrough with a new, well, it's still pretty much a new ball, only 11 overs old.
And it's good to see that energy. They obviously had a tough day at times yesterday, but that's the thing about Test cricket. You've got to keep fronting up day in, day out, and what's done is done from yesterday. They can't take that back, but what they can do is start afresh today and try and make early inroads.
Bit of inside edge onto the pad. It bobbled up on the onside, but there's no bat pad. And so no problems there for Carey. We were talking before the game, or before today's play, about Carey needing runs, even though it's been made clear that his spot's safe. Do you feel that he needs runs just for his own peace of mind?
Yeah, I think definitely any player will say the same, that, you know, they always, I guess they're harshest critics of themselves because they want to perform day in, day out, and when that doesn't happen as regularly as you like, you get frustrated.
Ashraf here to Carey, who tries to flick down leg side at thigh pad height, but doesn't make contact as it goes down leg side.
And I think a big part of it too is, you know, when you're playing tests at home, you want to maximise the local knowledge, and having played Shield cricket at these venues and then having played Test cricket at these venues previously, you know, he got a magnificent 100 in Melbourne last year against South Africa, against a very good attack, and looked, you know, at the top of his game. So it just goes to show how difficult it is when you do tour abroad in foreign conditions to have that same level of success.
Taps away at the crease. Ashraf bowls. Carey punches firmly up to mid-off, but can't beat mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, and it's the other part of this is that, you know, he's in a situation where there's only one spot for the keeper. It's always been, you know, a tough challenge because, you know, we've always had a number of very good keepers around the country, and at this point in time there are some good young keepers. We saw, you know, Josh Inglis during the World Cup and recently in the T20 series where he's got his maiden 100 for Australia. You know, he's a good young player, so he'll be keeping pressure on as well.
Ashraf bowls here to Carey. That's wide of the off stump, and he leaves alone. So that is the end of the over on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Australia 5 for 377 with Carey on 26 and Marsh on 29.
There's nothing like the iconic Boxing Day Test. Catch the NRMA Insurance Boxing Day Test, Australia versus Pakistan at the MCG, December 26 till 30. Search cricket tickets today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Celebrate Christmas in style with Gazman. Enjoy 25% off all new season shirts and 25% off all summer shorts for a limited time only. Gazman. Style made real.
Shaheen Shah Afridi is about to bowl a new over. SEN Test cricket for a Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. 2 slips and a gully. Mitch Marsh on strike. Afridi over the wicket bowls. And it's left alone by Marsh outside off stump. I'm lucky enough to watch a lot of Shield cricket, Simon, and one thing that's really noticeable is the quality of the wicket keeping around the country. And it's a very even group. I don't think there's any one that necessarily stands out as a superior gloveman to the rest of them. And then from a batting point of view, the output is quite similar with an Inglis, a Jimmy Pearson, who I think's improved a lot.
Yep.
Sam Harper has done a couple of very special things with the bat, but as a gloveman, he's always, very, very reliable and very good up to the stumps. Freddie bowls here to Marsh, who takes a sort of a hop, skip and a jump forward and then gets a full toss, but hits it straight to mid-off. And then obviously you've got Carey, you mentioned Inglis, and even Gilks at New South Wales is someone that they think very highly of as well. Tasmania have about 5 keepers that they seem to interchange with all the time. Caleb Jewell was keeping not that long ago for Tassie. Add another one to the list over the last 12 months that we kept for Tasmania. So Afridi now going around the wicket to try and jam Marsh. Still 2 slips and a gully in place. And that's very wide. And I'm surprised that wasn't called a wide. It almost pitched off the cut surface.
Yeah, it's interesting this because the previous over, Shaheen Afridi was going really full and straight to Mitch Marsh to try and get him bowled or LBW. But so far this over, he started over the wicket, went really wide, well, not wide, but angled across him on a good length, and Mitch Marsh was patient enough to let it go. Now he's come round the wicket, been driven to mid-off, and then this occasion he's gone wide from around the wicket. So maybe he's just going to try and set him up by bowling across him and get him coming across his crease and maybe playing away from his body before going in for a fuller, straighter one later in the set.
It's noticeable how much that ball did swing away from the right-hander, even though he was around the wicket. He tries again, jamming down on it. Marsh up to mid-off. They can't take a single. Shah Massoud slides around at mid-off to do the fielding.
Yeah, he's just given himself a little bit more protection with his field here. Shaheen Afridi, mid-off and mid-on are noticeably deeper. And that's allowed because they've got the deep square leg, but then they've also got the man at cover. When they've had 3 slips previously, they've been a lot closer to try and stop a single, but that then makes it hard for the bowlers to not get punished back down the ground.
Freddie again bowls to Marsh. Again, noticeable the swing away from the right-hander. Marsh leaves alone. His first session, thanks to MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT. Australia 5 for 377.
Yeah, he's looked sharp, Mitch Marsh, and so has Alex Carey. I think they're finding the tempo of this innings. They're re-establishing, getting a partnership going to try and get momentum going Australia's way, taking the score to 377 this morning. And they know that if they can win this first hour, then the second hour, potentially there'll be more scoring opportunities opening up.
Freddie bowls, hit on the pad, maybe a bit of inside edge as well as it spits out on the onside to mid-wicket. And the umpire says, yep, there was a bit of inside edge on that as well. So that puts Marsh to 30, Carey 26. Australia 5 for 377 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts.
At Werribee Kia, you'll find a wide array of late models with low kilometres from the Kia range. And with new stock arriving, Werribee Kia have great finance packages for ABN and private buyers, so you can put your order in today. Looking for a trade-in? Werribee Kia offer top dollar with 300 plus late model used cars in stock. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing. See what stock's coming in at werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Thanks to Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia 5 for 378. Carey on 26. Marsh on 30. Marsh getting a new set of gloves and a little bit of a drink as well. The Bundaberg drinks break is still 20 minutes away. Getting in a splash of water. Damien, Fleming, welcome back.
We saw it a bit yesterday too, didn't we?
We did.
Actually, we see it every day of every test match. We keep talking about the over rates. 1 minute, I reckon, shot clock. Got to bowl the ball.
Yep.
Within a minute of the previous over.
There's got to be something done because what they're trying is not working.
No.
As in the ICC to try and fix things. Fahim Ashraf again bowls to Marsh, who smashes it over the top of the cordon and down to the rope for 4. Thick outside edge, but in a way it was half intentional because he just opened the blade and just threw everything at it. 2 bounces over the rope. And that moves Marsh to 34, 5 for 382.
He just swung hard, as you said, and he felt like if he got an edge and it went to the fielder, they'd have to take an absolute blinder. But he got it over. You know, he's very aggressive. He's played some really good shots. There's still enough in this pitch, isn't there? But it hasn't gone Pakistan's way so far today.
Marsh up to 34 from 57 balls. Ashraf bowls again and Marsh leaves. So 6 fours in Marsh's 34, so 24 of 34 in boundaries. Those stats for mate, internet and mobile. He does tend to play that way. There's no surprises in that sort of breakdown of figures.
Well, where it all changed around in white ball cricket when Australia committed to him at number 3, he seemed to just play with a lot more freedom, and certainly that career-defining 100 at Headingley, he played that way too.
Ashraf here bowls to Marsh, who goes again hard through the offside, this time on the front foot, out through cover point. There is a man out in the deep patrolling, but he can't stop a second. So Marsh to 36, 5 for 384, out to the Coldplay side of the ground. That's where the new turf is, from where Coldplay played their concerts.
It's a little bit yellow out there. It is, isn't it? A bit
Well,
bare.
there is a patch that's a bit yellower than the other bit.
But it was interesting before, you know, in hindsight, you know, Mitchell Marsh saying that Pat Cummins, the captain, said, you know, you back yourself. If you feel like hitting the first ball for 4 or 6, do it.
Yeah, that's right. Ashraf again bowls to Marsh, who hooks it away this time into the onside. Gone the aerial route through mid-wicket, another boundary. So that's 10 already in this over for Mitch Marsh. He heaved that away through mid-wicket using his great strength to muscle it through the onside and move to 40, 5 for 388.
I think he's getting almost into that don't bowl short unless it's a really good bouncer with the short ball. His pull and hook shot, it looks so natural, doesn't it? As soon as you see it halfway down the pitch, he's going to hit that for 4 or 6.
Yeah, he almost played that off the front foot as well. Like a baseball shot. Ashraf again bowls. This time Marsh leaves. I reckon that took every bit of him to leave that. I was thinking, inside out of the cover, I wouldn't mind having a crack. No,
but often those type of players who are, you know, set up that if you drop short, I'm going to hit you hard through the leg side, their kryptonite is that outswinger and off stump. And where I think he's improved, White, is his ability to know which ones to leave and which ones to defend and which ones to attack. He makes the bowler bowl to him.
Still 2 slips in a gully in play. Ashraf bowls. Marsh drives through the covers. Along the ground and out to the rope for 4 more.
Shot.
3 boundaries in the over for Mitch Marsh. He is scooting along. He's up to 44 at the end of the over. Australia 5 for 392 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Good afternoon. We've got delays through Melton on the Western Freeway coming into town due to earlier accident near Ferris Road. Still plenty of traffic there. Elsewhere, works are packing up on the Ring Road, Altona-bound, near the Deer Park bypass. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Give the gift of adventure this Christmas at Anaconda. Dune Deluxe 3-metre gazebo plus bonus 3-metre wall, only $159. Play more and pay less at Anaconda. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
For Jazz Halal Financial Solutions, Australia 5 for 392. SEN Test Cricket from Optus Stadium in Perth, and that red Kookaburra ball might have a headache at the moment. Mitch Marsh is hitting it so hard. Afridi on the approach again, bowling this time to Carey, who gets a short ball that made him look a bit awkward there, the way he played that one, almost half crouching to get out of the way of it. I thought for a moment it might have hit his shoulder.
They've underutilised the short ball, haven't they? Afridi bowls a good bouncer, and I really haven't seen one good one today. I like how they've been fuller and giving the ball the chance to swing and seam, but you need to mix it up with the odd really good bouncer. Get the batsman's weight back. Tougher to play those fuller deliveries that you're setting them up for.
Carey in defence, back to the bowler this time with Afridi coming over the wicket to the left-hander. It's good to see Damien Fleming in the Ringers Western outfit today, whether it's the Panic or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. He was wearing it last night.
Comfortable.
At the pub and looked resplendent. And comfortable.
It was a good debrief last night, I thought.
Yeah, it was.
Probably should have eaten there.
Freddie again bowls to Carey, a slower ball that he squeezes into the gully along the ground off the front foot. We weren't very patient last night, were we? We saw a cue.
It was a massive cue, but in hindsight, we got it wrong.
But we learnt a lot for next time.
I was surprised to see at the noodle box later on.
Yes. My wife would be very proud of me that I was there and not
That's exactly
a couple of spots down.
What you said to me. You're on the defensive.
To Carey.
You're on the defensive straight away. I'm going, hey, everything's okay.
It took the very best of me to go for the healthy option last night. It was real discipline.
I'd say 80% of the people there didn't take that option.
No. There was an influx next door. 5 for 392. In fairness, what they were probably doing was having the McRib or the McRib Deluxe.
Saw a fair few of those.
Freddie bowls to Carey, who sways out of the way of a short one that under different circumstances he may have tried to play the uppercut over the gully.
The problem for Pakistan here is that they haven't bowled badly, but it's the change bowlers that could really pay for Marsh and Carey being settled now. We could see a run fest in the second hour.
Yes, I'm not suggesting declaration batting, but it wouldn't surprise me the way that Marsh played that last over. That they think, well, we might have a bit of a lash at Pakistan before lunch.
Yep.
Freddie here to Carey, who's backing across, defending up to mid-off. So a good response there from Shaheen Shah Afridi, a maiden over. He has 1 for 89 off 25. Australia at the end of the over on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard on Unbreakable Connection, 5 for 392.
McCafe. It's the place where rich iced lattes and cool iced mochas go to chill out. Drive through for a barista-made ice-cold coffee at McCafe today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If your steering is vibrating or pulling to one side, it's a sign you need a wheel alignment. So for safety's sake, get the experts to check it out. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
So this session so far, which is 50 minutes old, no wickets, 46 runs for Mate Internet and Mobile. So that is pretty much on a run a minute. And if Mitch Marsh spends much more time at the crease, we'll be going better than a run a minute. If that last over is anything to go by. Fahim Ashraf is going to continue. Marsh waits. Marsh hooks. Out into the deep. 4 more. This time through forward square leg. This is an assault.
I don't think he got that right out of the middle, Whitey. And it still rocketed off his bat to go for 4. And he's actually advancing on Shazad now, who goes short. And you're going to have to get it higher. They haven't tried higher bounces. And we know that they're harder to control. I think he's going another no ball.
Yeah, no ball.
Free hit. Can't change the field.
I think Mitch Marsh is treating every ball like a free hit at the moment. This is just...
I think the next one, if he gets in the middle, I mean, that's a big hit, isn't it?
It is.
Over square leg. And Mitch, the Bison, can do it.
He's on 48. Ashraf again, and in defence, Marsh has to cover his stumps and defend to mid-wicket with a straight bat. I just wonder, Flem, at this moment, is Marsh just feeling it, or is he fighting himself to make sure that he doesn't try and hit every ball for 4? I'd love to know his mindset at the moment.
No, I think when I said he'd come back into the team in Headingley and Cummins has just given him a licence, first ball you feel like you hit it. I think he's in that Travis Head mode, really.
Yep.
You just keep going.
Ashraf again to Marsh, who chips onto the onside. He'll take a single to forward square leg. Sort of upsets everybody that he's not on strike now. He's 1 away from a half century. Marsh to 49.
And really,
5 for 398.
Besides that thick edge over third slip, and even then, he's not slogging, is he?
No, he's not.
This is power hitting, and he's still letting balls go. Look, in that previous over, Shazad, where he hit the 3-4s, there was a tempting outswinger outside off stump, but the length was a little bit short.
Yep.
And then the next one was half volley length, and he smashed it through the covers. So that suggests to me to a man that's seeing the ball very well, and he's judging the length very well.
Ashraf now to Carey. He drives through the covers this time. Oh, that's a beautiful cricket shot. That will also get to the rope at cover. It wasn't a half volley. There was width there, but Carey caressed that through the covers. And that brings up the 400 for Australia. 7 minutes before drinks on the second morning. Carey up to 30, with Australia reaching 5 for 402 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts.
Oh, for the purists, they will love that. That's a David Gower-like cover drive. It was majestic. He was quick into position with his bottom half, and then he just delayed his top half coming through, hands, and then lastly the bat, full face of the bat through the covers. Beautiful shot.
Ashraf is having a tough time of it at the moment. He's now around the wicket to Carey, who gets a ball that bounces a little bit more than he expected. Hits high on the bat, just dropping on the onside.
Even then, when he's a bit done off the pitch, he looks a very assured player. He looks like he's got time to spare, doesn't he, Alex Carey?
A lot of time. So the 400 coming up from 587 balls in the 95th over. 48 4s and 4 6s for Mate Internet and Mobile. He comes again. Carey lifts him this time through the covers. And that is another boundary. They are piling on the runs, the Australians. That one was a bit slower from Ashraf, but Carey picked it and went the aerial route through the offside and out to the rope for 4 more. 34 to Carey, 5 for 406.
Well, one majestic cover drive and then a bludgeoned cover drive. He liked the length straight away, didn't he? Knew he could get a lot of width. There was more bottom hand with that cover drive that led to the elevation of the shot.
Ashraf now 1 for 93 in his 17th over. 1 ball left. Around the wicket to Carey, who leaves outside off stump. End of the over. 5 for 406 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection.
millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
For Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions, Australia 5 for 406 here at Optus Stadium in Perth. There is a change in the bowling attack, and Amir Jamal will come back in. So he got 2 wickets yesterday on debut. So just going through those 100 breakdowns again, Flem. The first 100 was from 20 overs when David Warner was going crazy this time yesterday. But all other hundreds have been about 25 overs. So the pace is obviously good, sort of 4 runs and over.
All good. I reckon this next 100 might be the quickest one.
It might be. So Jamal immediately coming over the wicket to bowl to Marsh. Gets close to the stumps. Marsh hooks it away into a gap, out to the rope for 4, and there's 50. "50 runs to Mitch Marsh on his home turf, and don't the fans love it?" The reception when he walked to the crease sent shivers down your spine. You just wanted to be him walking out to bat. You absolutely want to be Mitch Marsh now. 53 and absolutely flying.
Yeah, his dad Jeff's here, brother Sean. They'll be enjoying this, but the hometown hero has not disappointed today. It's been exhilarating batting.
Jamal again bowls, and in defence, Marsh pushes up to mid-on. So thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile, 10 fours in Mitch Marsh's 53.
He has not missed when the Pakistan bowlers have erred on length. If they're bowling short of a length and it's not a bouncer, it is getting pulled for 4. Effortlessly.
We knew that he'd put on a show, but this is almost better than you'd expect, wouldn't it? I mean, it's just so fun to watch. Jamal again bowls. Marsh tries to smash it through the offside, gets a bottom edge. It just dribbles to Afridi in the covers.
I know it's only his first over here. Jamal could do worse than go through that bouncer barrage that he did to Warner. Have 2 out, have another catcher behind square.
So there are 4 out in the deep for Marsh, but they're all behind the wicket. Deep backward square leg, fine leg, third man, and he has a backward point.
Really bowled a legitimate bouncer yet.
3 balls into a spell here. Jamal. In he comes. Past the umpire, bowls to Marsh, who hooks it away again on the bounce to fine leg. He was in the air for a while, but he did roll his wrist, so I don't think there was any doubt that he was going to be okay. Marsh punches his cricket bat as he gets to the non-striker's end. I think he feels like he missed out on that one there.
Yeah, once again, it's a bouncer that just gets to shoulder height. And that's so easy for a big, tall batsman like Mitchell Marsh to keep the ball down. You know, you've got to get it above eye level. And then the batsman, and if it's outside the off stump, you know, it's tough to keep down.
Yep.
And they may hook or pull it for 6, but they also might get caught at backward square leg or fine leg.
5 for 411 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts. A couple of balls left until the drinks break. Taking a while to set the field with Carey now on strike for Jamal. Bowls and Carey defends. It was a quicker ball from Jamal, really quite noticeable. Rushed Carey in defence. Still found the middle of the bat, but he was challenged a little bit there on that delivery.
Once again, there's still been some signs today that the Australian players would be excited, the faster bowlers will be excited by the way the ball's behaved on this pitch. There's certainly been a bit of swing and seam, but there's also been the odd delivery that's really kicked off a good length.
Yes, but I mean, there's been no chance for the Pakistanis to be celebrating another wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. There's been no appeal even, really, let alone a chance to celebrate. Jamal again. Bowls to Carey. He's bowled him! Straight through Alex Carey. And on the last ball of the first hour, Jamal gets his third wicket.
Wow.
Pakistan's first of day 2. And the off bail has gone flying into the air. And Alex Carey is walking off for 34. Australia now 6 for 411.
Oh, that's a peach. Jamal's coming around the wicket, angling the ball in. It's hit the seam and just moved away a fraction and clipped off stump. You might not see a better ball this summer. Jamal picks up his third, a big one, Alex Carey.
We'll take a break. It's a drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Adam Collins will be back after this with our commentary change for Bundaberg Ginger Beer to explain exactly how that went through Alex Carey's defences. 6 for 411.
Australia is a sports haven, and in any sports-mad nation, there's a whole sweep of iconic sports fields, stadiums, ovals and grounds. And our most iconic grounds are watered by Rainbird, like the SCG, Sydney's Jade, Pride and Joy, a field where swans play like wolves in the winter, while in summer it becomes the hunting ground of cricket's biggest names, Cummins, Labuschagne, Stark, Warner and Smith. And its field is watered by Rainbird. Smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
Planning a summer road trip? Make sure to check the fire danger rating daily this fire season and stay informed by downloading the Vic Emergency app.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Bowls. Marsh drives through the covers, along the ground and out to the rope for 4 more. Now to Carey. He drives through the covers this time. Oh, that's a beautiful cricket shot. That will also get to the rope at cover. Over the wicket to bowl to Marsh. Gets close to the stumps. Marsh hooks it away into a gap. Out to the rope for 4 and there's 50. On his home turf, and don't the fans love it. Bowls to Carey. He's bowled him! Straight through Alex Carey. And on the last ball of the first hour, Jamal gets his third wicket.
And what a wicket it was. Castling Alex Carey for 34. Amir Jamal, what a beauty. It's the Bundaberg Ginger Beer Drinks Break. First session of the second day here at Perth Stadium. This session is for MEGT. Adam Collins with you. Got Ian Smith with me. I think Damien Fleming's also up the back as well. 65 runs came in that first hour. Very busy second half an hour of play where they advanced their overnight partnership to 90. Marsh taking full toll. But yes, he's still there on 54, but he won't have Carey for company anymore. That was a fine piece of polling. Hello, Smithy.
Good morning to everyone listening. And yes, it was. As heard Flem say, you might not see a better ball this summer. Well, Alex Carey's probably thinking that right now as he's taking his pads off down in the dressing room below us. But it was a good one because it just came out of nowhere. It looked like Australia were going to completely and utterly own that first hour of cricket, but for one ball they did. And it also looked like Carey and Marsh were going to take any possibility for Pakistan away from them at a great rate of knots.
I just started jumping in, Flem, looking at last year's Test match here and thinking about reference points and so on. And just when I was doing that, thinking this might be the horrible day for Pakistan, something like that happens.
Yeah, it's the subway of seam. It was a beauty.
All right, Salmon it'll be with his off breaks here to Mitchell Marsh lunging forward. He's new colleague is Mitchell Stark, who's up the non-strikers end. 6 for 411. That's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Salmon bowled 22 overs yesterday, none for 70.
He actually bowled quite well. He had David Warner missed down at mid-on. He had David Warner missed as a stumping behind. So he actually bowled pretty well as a part-timer.
Got a slip and a short leg to start. Marsh using his feet, past him, goes straight. There's a long on in position. Diving away, doesn't collect. Had the chance to scoop it up with his left hand for Fahim Ashraf, but couldn't quite. Misfield 4 runs for Australia. 4 more for Mitchell Marsh, who ticks along to 58.
He hit this hard. He really hit it hard. He's got fast hands. For a big man, he has got very fast hands, and they were so fast through the ball there that I just think he misjudged how well it was hit and how quickly it was travelling. Should have done better.
11th 4. Scores heavily in boundaries, Marsh. Firing here. 3 men back. Leg stump line doesn't catch up with it. So men make that 4 men back, sorry. Deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. And a deep backward point probably there as much for the reverse as he is the cut shot.
I reckon he might hit his dad or his brother a catch here. They're in the second tier.
Salmon bowls to Mitchell Marsh. Forward, lunging, defending, in front of short leg. Get a single to mid-wicket. He's 59, 6 for 415. So where they're beneath us, are they, Flem?
Are they beneath us or the other Langer stand?
Oh, Langer stand, right, okay. So if he goes big and long...
That'd be a good effort to hit a 6. Lap a 6 off an off-spinner.
We've had a... yeah, true, quite. We've had a 6 out of the ground here, haven't we? Was there a... I feel like there was I feel like there was one ball that...
What, BBL or...
It's got it in the back of my mind that we had one ball
out of the ground
got out of here, or maybe got on the roof or something like that. Big bash game.
That's a big hit there.
Salmon bowls round the wicket to Stark, who takes it out towards mid-wicket, no run. Well, there was certainly a ball hit on the roof at the ground next door with Mark Waugh years ago, plonking Dan Vittori up there.
Loves it, Junior.
Last ball of the over, Salmon to Stark around the wicket. He stays on naught with a defensive prod to cover. Marsh down the other end on 59. Australia 6 for 416 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
The Volvo XC90 has just been named Wheels Best Luxury Large SUV for 2023. This is award-winning luxury. Book a 48-hour test drive today. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
All golfers miss-hit a putt from time to time, but Odyssey's revolutionary AI1 urethane insert delivers more consistent ball speeds, even from off-centre hits, and leaves putts up to 21% closer to the hole. Sink more putts with AI1 from Odyssey, the #1 putter in golf.
SEN Test Cricket for Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions. Mitchell Marsh, who's up to 59. He's got a test ton at Perth back in 2017 against England. Flem, when he was picked at the right time. They got him in the test team in form. And
did he back it up? He got one in Sydney too, didn't he?
With his brother.
With his bro, yeah.
But they got it right that summer, making the change halfway through in Ashes, and it paid off. And
Mitchell Stark got that 99 early in his career, isn't it? It's been his high score for a long time.
2013 at Mahali, that was. New over here. First ball after his wicket. Jamal bowls inside edge from Marsh. Wasn't far away from ballooning back onto the leg stump, but not quite. But again, bit of movement off the seam, Flem.
Yeah, I think the Australian bowlers will be excited with the way the ball's behaved today. That avenue of apprehension, if it's hit in, you're going to get rewarded.
Josh Hazlewood down there just licking his lips. Line and length, line and length.
Watch out, I did have a little quick chat to Nathan Lyon. If you get your 25, you're raising your bat. He said yes.
Marsh facing Jamal close to the stumps, full on leg stump, pushed out to deep mid-wicket where they might have room for 2. Waited well enough for exactly that. Into the 60s, Marsh. He's 61. 6 for 417.
He may not bat, though, I think, Nathan, Josh. They might not get a hit.
Well, last year it was 598 for 4 declared, but different energy, wasn't there? I mean, the Windies didn't look like taking
different pitch, too.
Yeah.
I think it was sluggish last year. This one's been invigorated. The ball's moving around.
And sped up today's
pace and bounce.
Yeah, a bit quicker.
I think so. And I think it's... and I'm saying that on the basis I think they've been down on speeds and down on energy today.
Mm-hmm. They need to get 2 in a hurry here. They didn't achieve that in the first hour. Jamal's got 1. Bowls here, and Marsh plays and misses. That's a bit of a get-out shot. Didn't move his feet. Wafted at 1 on the 5th stump line. Extra bounce, missed the edge.
Jamal's a bit licorice, all sorts, but actually gives him a bit of a chance of picking up wickets, isn't it? He's not very accurate. He's not super quick, but he's bowled the odd Jaffa. So you're not in a consistent mode against him.
Owing to the way that Marsh has played, they've only got the one slip, so even if he edges that, there's a chance he survives. There's a third man, a deep backward point, a fine leg and a deep square, all protecting the ropes, which Marsh has found on 11 occasions so far. His century at Leeds was a brisk one, for what it's worth. 118 from as many balls when he returned to the Test side in June. Facing Jamal here, the West Australian goes back and pulls and gets it through mid-wicket. That'll be 4 more. Just nailed it, the timing. Marsh has been right on the money. That's his 12th boundary, advancing to 65. Australia 6 for 422. Smithy.
He's played some great shots, but I'm going to say this is probably one of the most impressive because it's just about muscle and strength and fast hands again. It was in almost for some people at an awkward length, and he dealt to it.
He's just so well set up for half trackers, and he doesn't miss out.
Loves the ball coming on, doesn't he? Having grown up in these parts. Facing Jamal here, Marsh leaves alone well wide of the off stump. A tempter through the gloves of Sarfraz.
They've let through some wides today, the umpires. Come on. Come on. There's a couple. There's no way the batsman could reach them.
Yeah, well, Fleming, you'd be looking at the bowling performance, and one way to look at that is the extras. They've been average. The extras are really piling up, including, half a dozen no balls yesterday?
Yeah.
All up there have been 31 sundries, 15 leg byes, 1 bye, 8 wides, 7 no balls. So 1 ball to come. Marsh looking to attack whenever he can. Jamal arrives and delivers, and Marsh shimmies forward, swings and misses. He was trying to pop that on the moon, or at least out to the hill they've set up on the other side of the ground. Missed everything. 6 for 422 at the end of the over. 99 gone. Marsh 65 Stark yet to score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts.
Bataki use only fresh premium Australian pork to produce all of their bone-in Christmas hams. Insist on Bataki at leading supermarkets and delicatessens. Bataki bone-in Christmas ham with fresh premium Australian pork. Simply the best.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Our coverage here at Perth for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Great to have Ian Smith part of it. Salman bowls and Stark comes forward to try and get off the mark with a drive, but it skews out to backward point where Shaheen Shafridi does the fielding. No run. So Stark, who's had better returns with the bat over the last couple of years, had a bit of a mid-career dip, but he's dangerous at number 8 for Australia. Salman bowls to him here. Stark lunges forward, defends out to cover.
And I think Pat Cummins, after a bit of a trot with the bat too. I mean, in the World Cup he showed, I think he's a better player now than he was perhaps 12 months ago too. So,
well, leading into England, you're thinking, poof.
Salman bowls to Stark round the wicket. He doesn't get off the mark here either with a push to short leg. Stark's highest score in Australia was 82 against Pakistan at the MCG in 2016, an innings that included 8 sixes, the most ever in a test innings at that ground.
I think Cummins was averaging under 10 for a couple of years.
Salman bowls to Stark, full, and doesn't get it past extra cover, no run.
And it was interesting, wasn't it? I thought he batted well in the first innings at Edgbaston, but that match-winning knock with Nathan Lyon, I think gave him a lot of confidence as well.
Salman up. Economical approach to Stark. It gets past the keeper, Sarfraz, perhaps off the front pad. We're behind the action here. We'll wait for the signal from umpire Wilson. That was leg by. So 6 for 423 the score. Yeah, the way that Cummins, remember the Cummins, that long rain delay on day 5, Fleming, we were at Edgbaston, and Cummins spent an hour in the indoor nets practicing for what it would be like if he was in with no latitude at the end of the day, and so it proved. He got it absolutely right.
Tail end runs, it's so handy. Stark averaging 21 and a half. I mean, that's a fine average.
Back over the wicket to Marsh, who defends. And that will be the end of the 100th over. Stark yet to score. Marsh 65. 6 for 423 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
The Isuzu D-Max is in stock now. Whether it's for work or play, the Isuzu D-Max is ready for anything. Discover the range at your local Isuzu Ute dealer today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hey guys, Sam Harper here. Don't miss the biggest game of the season between the Melbourne Stars and Renegades. January 2nd at the MCG, presented by RMIT. Secure your tickets now at melbournestars.com.au. See you at the G.
Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. You're spot on about tail-end runs and how important they've been to Australia through this stretch of 2023. You go back to the Edgbaston Test, a 55-run unbeaten stand between Cummins and Lyon to win that Test match. A couple of times in the World Cup, famously Afghanistan with Cummins and Smithy. You had the best seat in the house for that one, batting with Maxey. Then again in the semi-final, when they still had 30 to get when Cummins walked out, batting with Stark.
Oh, Zamps threw the bat a bit too.
Against England, 28. In a hurry to make sure of that. Here's Jamal, round the wicket, 2 slips bowling to the new man Stark, leaving alone on length.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Bob Simpson early on. I mean, it seemed when he took over as coach, that was a real one of his ethos as coach, that let's maximise the runs out of our tail. And that jump up again, Simo really was the first time I got some feedback about my fielding. Your batting, you just batted more in the nets instead of just having a bit of a slog and a bit of a laugh. And you look at the careers of a lot of those bowlers of that era, their batting averages were very handy.
Jamal up to Stark. 8 balls yet to score. Doesn't hear either. Balloons off the front pad out to mid-wicket. For a second, Marsh wants one, but there's not one there, and he scampers back. I suppose when you were playing, Smithy, the difference was that the fast bowlers walking out weren't under threat of being bombarded with short stuff, because the code was there between fast bowlers not to do that.
Theoretically.
Of course. I mean, there's one horrible example from your era with you and Chatfield, I suppose. But
those guys very seldom batted in the nets, to be perfectly honest. The genuine Taylor and Charlies
didn't bother.
So
you had Sir Richard Hadley, who's all-rounder. Besides that, was that where you're getting most of your runs? So your spinners, Brace well on that, batted well?
Brace was good play.
On the wicket here, Jamal bowls, driving, squeezing through mid-wicket. Stark gets off the mark with a single from his 10th delivery. 6 for 424 Australia.
John Brace was a very good player. Gutsy, Brace well, so got their DNA. They just don't fight like hell.
Got 100 against Australia?
Got 100 against England. I think he got 83 not out, or very close to that, at the SCG in 1985, when he wasn't picked in the original touring squad.
Wow.
And we played in New South Wales in a warm-up game, and we got done by Bob Holland trying to sweep him. We're going to sweep the heck out of Bob Holland. And it backfired, and 2 or 3 or 4 guys got out sweeping. So Glenn Turner, who was the coach of the day, banned us from sweeping in the Test match.
Marsh back on strike, facing Jamal for the first time in a while. Hits him on the thigh pad, out towards gully. The ball goes, no run.
The only problem was that John Brace was such a late replacement into the side, he missed the team talk. And he swept the heck out of Bob Holland, got 83 not out. The rest of us didn't get many, and we lost the Test match.
Oh, wow, that is funny.
Yeah. He banned it. Bracewell didn't.
It didn't, and smashed 83.
When it works, everyone loves to sweep. When it doesn't, as Alex Carey
got another little story about that. No, just similar.
Jamal bowls to Marsh, who cuts out to deep point. There'll be a single there. He's 66, 6 for 425. Take it away, Fleming.
Yeah, I heard Bob Simpson taking over as coach. He banned drinking the night before the Test match, so that went over horribly. And I think it was Tim May and Steve Waugh were just walking the street. They might have seen a movie or something, and they're walking past a pub, and they hear this distinctive voice. And they walk in, and there's Peter asleep just halfway through a stubby. And they can't sound, what are you doing? We've got a drinking man. And he sort of turned and goes, he wasn't serious, was he? Sounder. That slow voice.
Jamal to Stark to finish. 2 slips the gully. Bowls here. Stark goes back and rides the bounce in defence into the 101st over. 6 for 425 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts, Marsh 66, Stark 1.
Looking for the perfect new utes? Here's your chance because Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Plus, you'll get a complimentary tow bar when you purchase and take delivery of your new Cannon ute in December. Only while stocks last. Don't miss out on the Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. Visit them at 257 Princess Highway, Hallam or berwickgwm.com.au. LMCT 8760.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. It's going to be Salman. Third over of the day from the Langer end to Marsh, who used his feet out to cover, not quite. Tries to sneak it through and doesn't. So, yeah, when fast bowlers had to walk in with limited protective equipment and they weren't getting bombed, that was one thing. But when the bouncers did slip in, as they did periodically, Salman bowls and Marsh cuts well enough to get one to deep point. 67 for him. 6 for 426. It got dangerous. I mean, obviously, I mentioned Ewan Chatfield's getting hit and that nearly killing him on the field, and coming back to have to play Test cricket again and face fast bowling, that must have been traumatic.
Well, for him it was, because it was a particularly venomous time in fast bowling cricket. Lilly, Thompson for Australia, Willis, both of them back in the day. West Indies, of course, Pakistan.
Around the wicket, Salman bowls to Stark defensively.
So there was a barrage, and he developed the technique to try and occupy. He didn't try to score runs. He just tried to basically leave what he could and defend what was straight. But it wasn't comfortable for him, as you can imagine. Mentally, he rarely battled.
Salman bowls to Stark around the wicket, and Stark drives down to long off for one. He's 2, 6 for 427. SEN's own Jeremy Coney tells the story, and there's highlights on YouTube these days as well. A test you played in where they came together with 30-odd to win for the final wicket, and Chatfield gutsed it out and they got to the finish line.
Yeah, and Chatfield played incredibly well. And he faced a lot more deliveries than perhaps he should have. Did Jeremy mention that?
Salman bowls and defending down to long on Marsh. I say defending. It's right out the middle of the blade and it nearly makes it to the rope. He's up to 68, 6 for 428. That's the distinctive laugh of Bharat Sunderasen, another friend of JV Coney's. Hello, Baz.
Oh, yeah. I was his minder in Sri Lanka last year.
Oh, yeah. We take turns at that, don't we? I hope he's listening. Hello, Jeremy, if you are. Last ball of the over. Stark 2 from 13. Salman to him here, and he defends and opens the blade out to backward point. No single. End of the over. 6 for 428 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection.
Make your Christmas party perfect. X-Golf is the perfect venue for this year's Christmas party. With golf simulators, finger-licking food and a fully licensed bar, X-Golf is the ultimate golfing entertainment experience for everyone from beginners to advanced. X-Golf is the place to eat, drink and play. So make sure you get in early to avoid disappointment and book now. Make your Christmas party the perfect celebration. Northland Shopping Centre, Mornington and Geelong. Visit xgolf.com.au.
Ian Smith and Bharat Sunderasen with me. I'm Adam Collins, our experts of the Bundaberg ginger beer. Yes, that day Chatfield and Coney were up against a young fella called Wazim Akram, who was pretty quick.
On debut.
On debut.
Yeah.
Nasty.
We bowled off the long run then, with boots, not off 8 paces with sand shoes.
Yes, we had Waz with us a few years ago on commentary, and he just got us to dial up all the YouTubes of him hitting blokes. He was commentating his own highlights on YouTube with us on radio. Not sure if it worked, but it was good fun. Here's Jamal bowling to Marsh on 68. Pulling off his hip, over square leg, gives it everything. That is such a long boundary out there. It doesn't bother Mitchell Marsh. The first time he's gone big. In doing so, he enters the 70s. 74 for the West Australian. 6 for 434. He might get to 100 by lunch, Ian Smith.
Well, you almost challenged him to hit one out of the ground. And I'll tell you what, I think he had intent there, because he tried to play that shot the last ball, the previous over, off Amir, and he missed it. And he just waited, thought, I think I've got to play a bit better first ball next over. It was almost premeditated. He nailed it.
And an era of fancy shots. That Mitchell Marsh power is just unique, isn't it? It still stands out.
Jamal has to get it right. He'll go around here to Marsh. Full out and driven. Hit so hard. Does he beat mid off? Not quite. Diving stop there from Shaheen Shah Afridi, who was set well back for the drive. They get through for one. Marsh 3/4 of the way to a ton. He's 75. 6 for 435. So we're up to 12 fours and a 6 for Mitchell Marsh. All our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile.
There's something about fast bowlers and them, or at least of a certain generation, and them enjoying watching themselves hit batters, right? I remember going to Lenny Pascoe's house 10 years ago. It was quite an experience. I thought I was going there for a half an hour chat. 5 hours later, you learned a lot about his life, but just the introduction itself was quite something.
That might have been more you than him, to be fair. Jamal round the wicket to Stark. He's his turn to go down the ground. Lashes an off drive to the ropes. His first ball moves to 6. You could hear the sound through the effects mic. He middled that. 6 for 439 Australia, pushing through the gear, Smithy.
That hurts. That really hurts Pakistan. It just stood and belted it past a wideish mid-off. So back-to-back boundaries in the over. One to Marsh, one to Stark, and a single in between. So it's not going to be easy at all now for Pakistan, their skipper, their field placings to stem the flow, it seems.
A change here with a catching cover coming in. Good luck with that. Bowls here to Stark. There's a gap at mid-wicket. That's the change in field, and Stark picks it perfectly. Out to the right. Great timing for more. Stark off his front pad. Limited back swing. Nails it. 2 fours for him. Already 15 runs from the over. 2 balls to come from Jamal. 6 for 443, and Stark gets into double figures.
How about that timing?
Well, I was just thinking we saw a left-hander score 100 and plenty yesterday, batted all day. Not sure he played many better shots than that, particularly through the onside. That is just glorious off the hip.
Wrist work, and just that timing, the way that ball sped off his bat.
And they moved the player from mid-wicket to cover as well, and yeah, Stark was equal to it. 2 back for the short ball if and when it comes. 2 left in this expensive over. Jamal to Stark, ducks the bouncer. There it is, but he doesn't get sucked in. We haven't had a catch in this session. The Macca's catch of the summer, the McRib and McRib Deluxe, and now at Macca's might be from someone in the crowd the way we're going here.
Yeah, poor Amir Jamal was thrown to the Wolves yesterday. I had to do the press conference because he took 2 wickets. Like most debutants, he said, yeah, our plan is to bowl them out in the first 45 minutes and then bat long.
How many times have we heard that from an opposing bowler at stumps on day 1 in Australia?
You feel bad for
them. If we knock them over by lunch on day 2, then the game could open up for us. And yeah, it really
200 for 2 at stumps.
There's a certain rhythm to Test cricket over here. Jamal bowls to Stark off the back foot. Doesn't get much of that, but still snakes it through between cover and point for 2 more. Up to 12 for him. At the end of the 103rd over, there was 17 taken from that. 6 for 445 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Dennis Walter here. For those dealing with the loss of a loved one, the holidays can be particularly challenging. That's why Tobin Brothers Funerals have put together 12 steps for coping at Christmas.
You just have to accept that you're not the same person. You can't have the same expectations. You can't do the same things that you did last year or the years before. Life has changed. But there are new things that you can do. And so accepting that reality, then things get easier.
Watch the Coping at Christmas video series today at tobinbrothers.com.au.
Just over 8,000 people in at Perth Stadium. I suspect there'll be a few more if Mitch Marsh goes to lunch. 80 or 90 something not out. We are 31 minutes until the break. He's on strike to Salman here, using his feet before defending into the offside. Our lunch break will be for Camplify. List your caravan for rent and start earning with Camplify. We'll have the quiz with you and me, Baz, for that.
Oh, I might have to.
Oh, you're not doing it today. You've got other commitments. Salman bowls to Marsh and pushes out to cover, no run. What was that Paul Keating thing? You can be a queen of the screen or a prince of print. Well, you're moving from the radio waves to the television station at lunch to do your thing.
I'm wearing what I constitute to be pants.
Salmon bowls to Marsh, has enough time to go back and pull. One man to beat, and of course he beats him. The way he's batting today, you've got no chance if you're a sweeper. He's hitting the cover off the ball. His 13th 4 up to 79. Australia 6 for 449. Forget about him being 80 or 90 not out at lunch. Smithy, he'll be 100 or he'll be out.
Why would you have a short leg now? Marsh is 79. I mean, you're going to need that short leg to do a lot of batting for you at some stage. He's in terrible danger there.
Salmon to Marsh, forward and defending. He danced forward to defend there. Every ball was trying to hit a 4.
Well, it's part-time off-spinners. We're not talking Nathan Lyon or the likes here. It's not turning. I mean, why would you have a short leg? He's just really in a precarious situation there.
4 back and the short leg and the slip are up. Marsh is able to lunge forward in defence. Such a big stride he gets in.
Yeah, and it's not like you have Saeed Ajmal bowling or a quality spinner. Yeah, at best a part-time spinner. It's risky.
So the in-outfield, Salmon over the wicket to Marsh on 79, and that's where he stays with a prod out to cover on the front foot. It ends the over. No, it doesn't. Does it? Yes, it does. I think they've gone one ball too early there, or at least TV's late. Changing commentary, nevertheless. Adam White coming in for me at 6 for 449. Stark on 12, Marsh on 79 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
This Christmas, it's a celebration of Audi with 12 exciting offers across a range of models at your Audi dealer until December 24. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Get into Anaconda this Christmas and save on a huge range of camping gear. Igloo 49-litre icebox, only $69.99. Plus, save $130 on Spinifex standard 2 3x3 metre gazebo. Some exclusions apply. Play more and pay less this Christmas with our 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Australia 6 for 449 with Stark on 12 and Marsh on 79. You entertained, Ian Smith?
I'm loving it. I mean, I love good cricket. I'm neutral here in this series. I don't really care who plays it, the good cricket, but I'm loving this first session.
Jamal is ready on the approach to Mitchell Stark with one slip and no gully. He gets a good bouncer. Stark plays it pretty well.
And now they've got a plan, a real plan here that they used very late in the day to David Warner. And that is the same plan. We're going to bounce Mitchell Stark because he's going to bounce us. Let's not forget that. If the needs arise, he'll be bouncing us. A deep square leg who has to be in front of square because there's two other catchers in position like a fine leg and a sort of a guy on a 45-degree angle who's about 25 to 30 metres in from the fence, but definitely as a catcher. There's a deepish mid-wicket and a very, very square mid-on. Has to bowl short.
He does bowl short and Stark gets underneath it. Ducking down. So, Ian, I've got a question for you and for Bharat. With Mitch Marsh batting the way he is at the moment, is there anyone he reminds you of in the past?
Wow.
Someone so big and strong and hits the ball so hard, but they're proper cricket shots. They're not slogs.
Well, there's a fella not far away, actually.
Right next to you, I think.
Right next to me.
Yeah?
A fella by the name of Ian Terence Botham. Lord Botham. Big, strong, all-rounder. Hit the ball hard, pure cricket shots.
Jamal bowls and Stark defends back and across, back down the offside of the pitch.
I'll stick to local. The late, great Andrew Simons. He was big. He was strong. We saw what he could do across formats, a lot like Mitchell Marsh. And I guess Mitchell Marsh in some ways is the second coming of Andrew Simons. Used a lot of power, but his timing when he used to punch balls through the covers and just hit through mid-wicket was all class.
She's currently at 79 off 93 balls, 13 fours and 1 6 for Mate Internet and Mobile. He's not on strike at the moment. Another Mitch is Stark to face Jamal, who is very nearly getting bowled there. Somehow he got a bottom edge on that and it's gone over to slip. Or did it hit the foot?
Well, they're going to talk about this. They've got about 7 seconds as we're counting. They might have a look at this. I think he might have got bat on it. They're going to have a review of this. So he might have got a bit of bat on this.
All right, for IMAR Insurance, we're going upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Check the placement of the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Just the tone of the from the bowler almost made it sound like it's a matter of fact almost that he should be given out. I think the captain was very convinced.
Well, having a look at the replay here, my inclination was it was a bottom edge, which it wasn't.
Okay, can't tell much from there. Can we check the hotspot on the leg side, please?
So it's pad to first slip and there's no batting
Just rock and roll
involved.
there. Okay, can't see anything on hotspot. Can we go to RTS when available, please?
So this is probably a bit closer than we thought.
And just take that back, please, Gavin. Yeah, roll through. Keep rolling through to the pad. Okay, so no bat involved. So ball tracking when available, please.
So the two noises weren't inside edge on
original
pad.
decision
It was pad
is not
to
out.
Pad. It is
Pitching outside off, impact
umpire's
in line.
call,
And
not
look at
out.
this umpire's call, Richard. So stay with your original decision of not out.
Taken a
I'll let
fair
you know when you're on
portion of
screen.
leg stump too.
You're on screen, Richard. Signal now.
So the umpire gets it right. Omar Insurance, tradies trust Omar for insurance. Call 13 Omar.
Now the tradies mate. That's
There you go. You weren't expecting that, were you?
No,
Ian
well,
Smith?
it's interesting. I got it wrong because I thought he hit it just on the effects coming through my headphones. So, but it's interesting you say, and you're quite right in saying it. But are you right in saying it that the umpire get it right because it showed it did hit the stump?
That's exactly right.
So,
that's a very good point.
It's an interesting.
It's a very good point, and put that way, Jamal bowls to Stark, who's fouled. No problems this time for Jamal. You can't take that one off him. And for the second time in this spell, the off stump has been knocked hard, and Mitchell Stark is out. That's a terrific delivery. It might have actually been an edge onto the stump that saw the deviation. But one thing is for certain, Mitchell Stark is out for 12, 7 now for 449.
Wow. Two terrific deliveries, and you've been lucky enough to call them both. Two absolutely dream deliveries to two left-handers, proficient left-handers at that. And now 4 wickets for Amir. And this bowling effort, that reflects quite an outstanding effort. Wide on the crease, and Mitchell Stark will probably think I didn't do a heck of a lot wrong there. I played with a pretty straight bat. Seam-up delivery, which hits the top of off.
Yeah, got the outside edge as well. Yeah, I mean, for someone who's picked in this side because he can contribute 20, 30 crucial runs in the bottom and maybe be the fourth seamer. Yes, he's gone for runs, but he's bowled some beauties, hasn't he, Smithy? He's just, even yesterday, beat the bat, should have got Usman Khwaja out early with a sharp bouncer. Could well have finished with 5 already.
Yeah, he's been the pick in terms of the analysis, there's no doubt about it. Yeah, it definitely did hit the outside edge and just flicked the top of off stump there. So good reward for a guy who's toiled very, very hard and genuine all-round capacity. But that brings to the crease Pat Cummins. We were just talking about Pat Cummins, and he's been in a bit of a lull batting-wise. He's a better player than his numbers have suggested in the last couple of years, but in the last month in the World Cup, boy, did he play some crucial innings. And in the Ashes, he did as well. So they've still got a lot of work to do here, Pakistan, but they've got 7.
Yes, they've got 7, and Jamal, who's putting up his hand for the king bowler of the match, Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning, franchises available. He's got 4 of the 7. He got 2 wickets to short balls late yesterday and 2 absolute peaches today, where on both occasions he's hit the off stump, where the off bail's gone flying and the leg bail has stayed on the wicket. He's got 1 ball here at Pat Cummins.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to stick to the short ball ploy to Pat Cummins as well. So the mirror image feel to what they had for Stark.
And he comes, Jamal, over the wicket to bowl to Cummins, who's playing off his hip to mid-wicket. And no run. That is at the end of the over. Australia on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection, 7 for 449.
It's that time of year again, so come and visit Nunawading Jeep to take advantage and save at their end-of-year clearance sale. Save on all new vehicles in stock and enjoy a 5-year free service campaign on any new vehicle purchased and delivered in December. That's massive savings on all new and demonstrator vehicles, including the Grand Cherokee Night Eagle at $69,888. Drive away includes sunroof. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading, or nunawadingjeep.com.au. LMCT 11598.
7 for 449. Marsh on 79. Someone bowls. Marsh uses his feet, flicks it into open territory wide of mid-on, and will take just a single. Come on, Mitch, we want you on strike. We want to see 4s and 6s. He's up to 87 for 450 is the score as the 450 comes up.
Yeah, I wonder if the Marsh family has been in touch with Mitch. I don't know how long Jeff and Sean want to hang around here. Get the 100 before lunch so that we can be on our way as well.
Imagine they head off home to the pool.
Yeah, and then if he gets close to 200, they can come back.
Selwyn bowls here to Cummins, who lunges forward in defence. Yes. Jamali is intriguing me here. I mean, he's going to be hard to beat for the player of the day for Drinkwise with those 2 deliveries. As good as Mitch Marsh has been, and he's been amazing, just those 2 balls from nowhere that just look too quick for the batsman, too good for the batsman.
And 2 well-set batters as well.
Yes.
Mitchell Stark had just hit a couple of really nice-looking boundaries in the previous over.
I wonder whether it changes his approach. He's on strike here. He'll take a single, jamming that one down, a full ball up to long on. You can see even the way he's holding his bat, Mitch Marsh. He's holding it high up on the handle to get that extra leverage.
Using a mythical long handle.
Yeah, that's right.
I haven't used that in a while. Nobody says it anymore because everybody seems to be using the long handle all the time.
Cummins here lunging forward, pushing him to cover point, not taking a run.
How often did we see Pat Cummins do this in that famous game at the Wankhede?
Yes.
Played a couple of extraordinary innings in that World Cup. Even in Delhi when Maxwell scored the fastest 100 in World Cup history.
It changed to the field and Selman didn't realise that point was going back and Cummins aborted. And then the bowler had to do it as well. Now he bowls to Cummins, who turning to the onside to forward square leg. You could hear him comfortably calling Mitch Marsh through for a single, and that is the end of the over. He gets through them quickly, Selman. 4 from that over, 7 for 453. Cummins 2, Marsh 81 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard.
Good afternoon. There has been a crash in Doncaster on Doncaster Road near Williams Road. The left-hand lane is currently closed there, and there are delays following works on the Hume Freeway, citybound at the Ring Road. There are delays currently back to Cooper Street this afternoon. Have you heard? 50 Days of Deals is back at Liquorland. Grab a carton of 24 by 375ml bottles of Cooper's Original Pale Ale for $58. And Sunday, choose to drink wise. That's latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
So with that single, Mitch Marsh again is stuck at the non-striker's end. We're 17 minutes from lunch. Australia 7 for 453 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Marsh 81, Cummins on 2. Jamal again with 4 wickets to his name. First ball of the new over. He's defended by Cummins away into the onside off the back foot. No run. I thought he'd get there before lunch, Mitch, but with that wicket, and Cummins hogging the strike, Mitch can't get a piece of the action just at the moment.
Yeah, like I said at the World Cup, one thing Pat Cummins is really good at with the bat was getting his partner, which is invariably Glenn Maxwell, to milestones. Yeah, it's just the way his technique is right now. He seems so much more confident with his defensive and aggressive technique, Pat Cummins.
Cummins hit on the pad here. Marsh wants a single. Oh, stuck. He's in trouble. If he hits, he doesn't. And Marsh survives. They ended up going through for the single. The leg by. But Marsh hesitated. Then Cummins hesitated. They were both kind of stuck in the middle. But the throw that came in missed the stumps at the striker's end where Marsh was going. And they got through for a leg by, which is also a no ball. But that still would have been out, run out. It was Afridi that had the chance to take the wicket with the throw. He picked it up from side on. I tell you what, he wasn't far away.
I think Mitch Marsh found himself just short of the crease. Pat Cummins put his hand up immediately. He was the one who hesitated to start with and walked down the pitch to apologize again, but Mitch Marsh just waved him away.
7 for 455. Marsh now back on strike on 81 and the field spreads.
Around the wicket as well, Amir Jamal.
Jamal passing up by bowls. The bouncer, Marsh gets underneath.
Jamal's got a bit of Monica Seles about him, doesn't he? This is a grunt you hear from him literally every ball, and I've been hearing it from the first ball he bowled yesterday.
Is he entitled to do that if he's only bowling 135?
Oh, well, you see that with a lot of tennis players, don't you?
Well, they
not often with the fast servers, actually.
A lot of the tennis players do it because they get rhythm from it, hitting the ball. It's not really an exertion thing.
Jamal
here bowls to Marsh, another bouncer that he lets go through over the top of his helmet. So it's more that thing that they feel that they get into. It's almost like a breathing thing. They get into a feeling that when they sort of get the rhythm of grunting on contact, that they feel that they get into a sort of a rhythm. Now, the opponent will say that that's cheating because they're actually making the noise as the ball's hitting the strings, and players can often respond well to, okay, he's either hit it out of the middle of the strings or it's a slight miss hit, and they can't hear the noise off the racket. There's all sorts of things that go on in that space. Jamal again around the wicket. Bowling to Marsh. Again, it's a grunting delivery, and it's a poor delivery down leg side that Marsh doesn't play. I don't think he's getting his 100 before lunch.
Well,
although he could do it in 3 hits.
Especially if he gets 6 balls of Salman. Just the way he's been shaping up, like you said, in the last over, Adam. You know what he's trying to do. All he wants is for Salman, the off-spinner, to miss his length slightly, and he's targeting deep mid-wicket or deep backward square leg. He's thinking 6s at the moment at the other end. Can he just keep the strike here? 2 balls to go.
And we've seen it when he plays here for the Scorchers, off the spin, hits 6s down the ground for fun. Jamal bowls here, another bouncer, and that's a spectacular take from Sarfraz, like a goalkeeper going up high to his left with one glove to take the ball. And that was very close to a wide. Oof. And that's the thing with Jamal. There are some balls that just seem a lot quicker than the others. That was an example of that.
It gives it his all, bends his back. Pretty much it feels like every delivery. That was pretty quick for a bouncer.
Yeah, it was.
136.8 for someone who's medium fast at best.
It deserved a grunt. That was an effort ball. 1 ball left in the over here.
Marsh is looking for that single. A few options for him.
Driving instead and driving down the ground for 4 through mid-off. The field set for a short ball. He tried to go with a ball that perhaps Marsh wasn't expecting. Didn't matter. Hit it for 4 anyway. End of the over, 7 for 459. Marsh up to 85 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Shop your Christmas list with 500 stores in one destination at Chadstone, the fashion capital. Visit until 9 tonight with late night shopping every day until Christmas.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
There's a bit of off-road in all of us. From the high country to the outback, an Opus camper trailer can take you there. With unparalleled off-road capabilities and endorsed by 4-wheel drivers across Australia, you'll tackle Australia's rugged terrain in style and comfort. Visit opuscamper.com.au for your nearest dealer.
Well, Bharat, Sunderasen, maybe the captain sensed something that you sensed, that Mitch was going to take the spinner downtown because he's out of the attack, Salman. They've gone back to Shaheen Shah Afridi just before lunch. 12 minutes to go. Afridi will bowl from the Langer stand end to Pat Cummins. The player of the day so far, without doubt, thanks to Bingley, has been Mitch Marsh. We kind of hoped that would be the case today when we turned up, because we know the entertainment he brings. And not only is he the Bingley player of the day so far, throw him in for the Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it, leading run scorer as well. For the day, at least. I tell you what, if he beats David Warner's 164, we'll be in for a treat this afternoon. Afridi, 2 slips and a gully to bowl to Cummins. Around the wicket, bowls Cummins up on his toes, drives nicely, through point. Off the front foot, it wasn't a half volley. It won't quite get to the rope, or will it? Oh, it will. There were 3 Pakistani players chasing after it. None of them could beat the red Kookaburra ball to the rope. And what a handy way to bring up your first boundary, Pat Cummins.
It felt like a running race, didn't it? Ball followed by 3 Pakistanis who were, funnily enough, right behind each other. Rarely do you see the ball rolling over the ropes and then 3 fielders back-to-back just crossing the ropes.
A lot of unrewarded running there from at least 2 of them.
Yep. But that's the aspect of Pat Cummins' batting which has come back. Lovely timing when he punches off the back foot. He seemed to have lost it, seemed to have gone into his shell, and spoken a lot about his batting in the last 12 months or so.
Still 2 slips in a gully. All the field up. Afridi bowls. Cummins just absorbs that short ball from Afridi and knocks it into point, no run.
And one thing he has spoken about his batting, Adam, is actually going from one format to the other. I mean, we speak about those things more in the context of specialist batters. He's felt that when he goes and plays white ball cricket, whether it's been in the IPL or even for Australia, he starts thinking just big hits. And then he comes to Test cricket and he continues on that. And by the time he finds his feet here, half the series is done.
Cummins here trying to drive again, but can't beat point.
And he's worked a lot on his batting in the last 12 months or so with Andrew McDonald and Michael Divinito. And I think he's got the rhythm back. He's got the right balance of attack and defense, which seemed to have gone away from his batting. He'd become more a stodgy lower order batter who seemed to have seemingly had lost his hitting prowess, but it's come back.
Freedy again on the runway. Bowls to Cummins. Oh, he found that very awkward to play the short ball that he fended off his grill, but it kind of followed him and he did not look comfortable playing that shot at all. He dropped it to his feet and he's got a single somehow. Looking at this on the replay, he just got himself into an awkward position and took his eye off it. And it took the glove and dropped down at his feet, and Marsh quickly caught him through for a run.
It almost felt like the ball also got stuck in the pitch, right? He went down so early. He lost sight of it. Like he said, Adam, he looked away. Almost caught him somewhere near the armpit.
Yeah, I was going to say glove and then bicep, really. That was a nasty delivery. So Mitch Marsh has 2 here left in the over. He's on 85. Gets a short one, heaves it away. No timing in that shot out into the deep. If they've got one, will they come back on the throw? They won't. Pat Cummins was keen to just keep it to 1 with 1 ball left in the over. 7 for 4, 6-5. Marsh up to 86 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard on Unbreakable Connection.
Yeah, and just getting Australia home like he did famously at Edgbaston. And he played a couple of other crucial knocks as well during the Ashes. Just the confidence that he's carried forward. Still stuck to number 9 though. His Test format was batting 8 in the World Cup.
Cummins 1 ball to negotiate here. Oh, he's going to take a single. Pat, what are you doing? They get it comfortably, but it means Mitch Marsh is going to be up the non-striker's end again. Ridiculous batting. 7 for 466. Cummins 8. Marsh 86.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Ready to go again. Jamal is going to continue this marathon spell. He bowls a wide one down leg side, and that's crashed into the sight screen. That is 4 wides. That was wild. Safraz dived full stretch down to the left, and he couldn't stop it. It's gone into the net. That's 7 for 4, 7-1.
Not what you want as a 36-year-old wicketkeeper when you just pulled off a remarkable stop in the previous over. It's a great gather, but not this time. It was just too wide and wild.
That's right, the 2 W's. Wide and wild. Jamal again. Closer to the stumps, bowls. Cummins drives, just opening the blade off the front foot out to the sweeper at backward point for a single in the deep. So Mitch Marsh back on strike. Now you've got a big period coming up. We've got the quiz and all sorts of things coming up in the Camplify lunch break. But you're making your television debut.
Indeed, yeah.
On the 7 Network.
I am indeed.
This is a big. Are you nervous?
Not really. Oh, no. Stalking, Adam. It's about looking like myself. I mean, I was told specifically, like I was saying earlier, to wear pants. So,
Yes.
well, these
You are wearing pants.
covering my legs, so they count as pants in my book.
Jamal around the wicket to bowl to Mitch Marsh here. He bowls. It's a short ball. Marsh ducks underneath. So Mitch Marsh already has a century this year. We know famously all about that with the century at Headingley. He's also got a century in Perth in an Ashes test, but that was at the Wacker. And we've seen him for a number of years now just assault bowlers here at the Perth Stadium in the BBL. And he's done it this morning here in a test match on 86 from 102 balls. Something distracting him. He's now ready. So is Jamal. He bowls. It's a short one. Again, way down leg side. And the umpire actually went to put his arms out and then put them back and said, no, I'll let you get away with that one. I think the umpire's getting hungry and wants to get to lunch.
Yeah, or just warmed up to Jamal's grunting, I guess. You're right, Richard Illingwood's hands kind of left his side. But didn't go wide enough. Not as wide enough as the delivery anyway. Stuck to around the wicket. Full marks for an effort. It's not been as hot as it was yesterday, but still he's steamed in. Unlike the other debutant, Khurram Shehzad, different kind of bowler who's lost steam as the game's gone on. This guy's just kept at it.
Jamal again around the wicket. Another bouncer down leg side, and Marsh is just not bothered about it. So it's going to prevent any chance of a century before lunch, and the crowd, I guess they're happy he's still there, but the entertainment that we had in that little period up until the drinks break was such exhilarating cricket.
Yeah, but just in the midst of the rise and rise and rise of Mitch Marsh, aren't we?
We are. You were talking before about second comings. It's a second coming of Mitch Marsh.
Oh, absolutely.
Jamal again around the wicket bowls, and guess what? Another bouncer. And guess what? Mitch Marsh ducks underneath. So one left in the over because of the wide to start things off, and then there'll be one more before lunch. So just a reminder, in the lunch break for Camplify, share your van. We'll get Damien Fleming in for a chat to talk about what he's seen in this first session, and then we do have a quiz again with a showcase playoff. I know that Colo spent the last half hour just sort of massaging the questions. And
Who's the expert on the board?
I'm not sure. Jamal bowls to Marsh. Full ball. Guess what? 4 runs. This time through mid-on. Nothing more than a block. But just like the last over, there were a barrage of short pitch balls, and then the last one, a full one, and Marsh said, you know what? I know it's coming. And he's hit it for 4. And he moves to 90. 7 for 476.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered comprehensive, tailored cleaning services for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
1 over to go until the lunch break. Shaheen Sharafredi will bowl it. Cummins on strike on 9. Marsh on 90. Australia 476 for 7. Losing the wickets of Carey and Stark this morning. I should know this. What were they when we turned up today? 5 wickets. 3, 4, 6.
This is what you get for not writing match report.
Yeah, that's right. I've written it down somewhere, but I can't find the sheet. Afridi to bowl to Cummins. The last over before lunch. Cummins wants a single, dabbing it to point, but Bummer's arm coming around from gully to prevent any chance of a single, to prevent a chance for Mitch Marsh to be on strike.
And Richard Illingworth just moving from square leg to backward point. Just mainly to keep an eye on the two fielders on the leg side, making sure that they don't have more than two in square.
I'm hearing that Adam Collins is going to be the expert to go against in the quiz.
Oh, oof.
Shaheen Afridi bowls to Cummins, a bouncer about chest high. He sways out of the way. That's going to be very difficult for the caller today to take on and beat Adam Collins.
Good luck, yeah. I mean, I've seen Simon Katich be ultra competitive. He just he won 5-0 last year in one of the quizzes, but Adam Collins will be right up there.
Yeah, I'd like to see Adam Collins against Simon
Imagine
Katich.
Adam Collins with a real buzzer.
He destroyed the buzzer. He did it that hard. Afridi again bowls to Cummins, tries to cut and misses. You can hear the crowd. They've sort of just gone a bit, we're not here to see you, Bat.
Shaheen Afridi just looked a little desperate, didn't he, with the second new ball today. Thought he bowled a bit too full. Bowled a couple of outstanding deliveries to Alex Carey. But again, the story of this Pakistan bowling performance over the last 4 sessions has not been consistent enough.
No. Afridi again, one slip in play, and Cummins flays at that one and misses outside off stump, off the back foot, trying to play or force that through cover because there is no cover. There's a short cover point, but there is a big gap, and Cummins knows that through the offside.
I think it's just a case of Cummins expecting the short ball to come.
Yep.
The field that is set, so his weight is completely on the back foot. And then he's just flashing at these deliveries outside off stump. Just saw him shadow practice a leave. Might be a good idea, but I think it's more to do with the positions he's getting into.
Yep. Weight on the back foot, waiting for it to be short. 2 balls to go before lunch. Cummins leaves the next one, which is a bit fuller from Afridi. He was definitely going for the off stump on that ball, but just a little wide, and Cummins comfortable enough to leave. So that means that Mitch Marsh will be 90 not out at lunch, with the one remaining ball left in the session.
It also means that the Marsh family have to postpone whatever plans they had for the afternoon. Adam?
Yes, perhaps one less beverage during the lunch break.
Maybe 3 extra ones.
And Cummins leaves the last ball outside off stump from Afridi. A bit full, but also a bit wide. And you can hear from the umpire, that is lunch on day 2 of this first test, the West Test in Perth at Optus Stadium. Australia having won the toss and elected to bat yesterday morning at lunch on day 2, 7 for 476, with Marsh on 90, Cummins on 9. And of course, yesterday in the innings of 476, David Warner making 164. Just a couple of comments from you, Bharat, before you head off for your commitments, and we bring Damien Fleming in.
Well, this is the West Test, so we saw David Warner put on a show yesterday. All focus was on Mitchell Marsh to do the same today, and he has not disappointed so far. Classic Mitchell Marsh innings, powerful blows, down the ground, square of the wicket as well. But credit to Amir Jamal as well. On debut, gave his heart every time he ran into bowl. 2 beauties to get rid of Alex Carey and Mitchell Starc, but Australia, as expected, well in front.
So 130 runs in the session. Australia 7 for 476. Marsh was 15 not out overnight. He's got to 90 with Cummins on 9. The men out in that session, Alex Carey and Mitchell Starc. It is the lunch break coming up for Camplify. Share your van. Damien Fleming will join me next.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event on now. Over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Hello again, Sebastian Cant here. You know, I suffer from neck pain and the Spinal Ease pillow has done wonders for me. Try it for yourself. The best Christmas gift, Spinal EZE.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Summer of fun at Graceland is upon us. Foodies of Melbourne, get out and about with your friends and family and tantalise your taste buds this summer at Graceland. Go online and buy a Christmas gift voucher for family and friends now. Graceland, a foodies playground. Check out graceland.melbourne for all the info.
Mum, Jasmine, it's that time of year.
Christmas gift time.
So here's some top picks from us at Bingley.
Skull Candy headphones or JBL party box.
Love it, Nana.
A Breville Fizz Fusion Super Sparkler.
Say that again.
Fizz up any drinks from juices to cocktails.
A NutriBullet portable blender, a Sunbeam Ice Plus hot coffee machine.
A Dyson Airwrap.
Yes, please.
Or a Smeg Retro Style kettle in pink.
That's a surprise, Lionel.
Want to surprise someone with a brilliantly different Christmas gift idea?
You'll find it at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Are you ready to take your golf game to the next level? Look no further than the House of Golf, your one-stop shop for all things golf. They're dedicated to being the champions of your game. Visit them in store or online at thehouseofgolf.com.au.
Experience game-changing sound this festive season with Sonos. Explore speakers for multi-room listening, wireless home theatre, portables and more. Connect quickly and easily over Wi-Fi to get started within minutes and control it all like magic with the Sonos app. Powerful sound for every inch of your home and perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Make it a holiday like no other with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. Sonos.com.
Summer is in full swing at Snap Fitness, so kickstart your fitness goals ready for 2024. Whether you're taking your first steps or looking for a fresh start, join Snap Fitness now and train for free until 2024.
Their amazing gyms and supportive community has made all the difference.
The staff at Snap Fitness have really helped me smash my fitness goals.
Your summer adventure starts today and train for free until 2024. Terms and conditions apply. Snap Fitness for the feeling.
Looking for the perfect new utes? Here's your chance because Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Plus, you'll get a complimentary tow bar when you purchase and take delivery of your new Cannon ute in December. Only while stocks last. Don't miss out on the Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. Visit them at 257 Princess Highway, Hallam or berwickgwm.com.au. LMCT 8760.
Good afternoon. There are delays following works this evening on the Hume Freeway citybound at the Ring Road. There are delays currently back to Cooper Street, and it's also quite heavy northbound coming off the Ring Road this afternoon. Over to the Western Freeway, it is looking slow outbound before Hopkins Road. Dan Murphy's don't match, they beat prices like Shivers Regal 12-year-old blended Scotch whiskey 700ml, just $51 for My Dan's members. Ends Sunday. Choose to drink wise. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Goals. Marsh drives through the covers, along the ground and out to the rope for 4 more. Now to Carey. He drives through the covers this time. Oh, that's a beautiful cricket shot. That will also get to the rope at cover. Over the wicket to bowl to Marsh. Gets close to the stumps. Marsh hooks it away into a gap. Out to the rope for 4, and there's 50. On his home turf, and don't the fans love it? Mr. Carey bowled him! Straight through Alex Carey. And on the last ball of the first hour, Jamal gets his 3rd wicket.
The Lunch Break. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now.
Yes, it is the lunch break for Camplify. Share your van. Plenty of action in that first session on day 2 of this
Perth Test at Optus Stadium. 130 runs and 2 wickets. Mitch Marsh, 90 not out. Pat Cummins, 9 not out. The men out in that first session. Carey for 34 and Stark for 12. Both bowled by Amir Jamal. Damien Fleming is our Red Energy expert. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. redenergy.com.au. Flem, how would you not be entertained by that?
It can't but not be. It was a marshalless session.
As opposed to a marshalless. Marshalless. Yes, you're right.
Marshalless.
Marshalless. I don't mind.
Just a bit of an ode to Rich.
Yes.
And an ode to Mitch. Did you like that?
Yep.
Rich and Mitch in one comment there. We were there. SEN were covering the Headingley or the Ashes 2023, and it was an exhilarating knock for Mitchell Marsh back into the team. He talked about where Cummins said, "Play with freedom. First ball, if you feel like for 4 or 6, do it." He left his first ball. England were up. Wood was bowling fast, and I'd never seen him so serene at the batting crease. And that's increased on, and he looks serene when he's facing up, but there's a brutality when he hits the ball. No one's hitting the ball harder in world cricket at the moment. And the thing is, the most important thing is, I think his footwork's very assured. He seems to get into position really quick and hitting the ball really late. But his judgment of his off-stump is where he's really improved, and his ability to leave balls close to off-stump, or it's the length where, I don't want to hit on the up there. And then if he gets a half volley, he murders it. A half tracker, he smashes through pulling the hook shot. So that was an outstanding session for Australia. Mitchell Marsh, thought Alex Carey batted well. He looks a classy player when he's at his best. So he's ticked off that what hopefully is a big profitable summer for him with the bat. But, can't wait for the next session to watch Mitch hopefully bat deep.
Yeah, so the player of the day contender for Bingley is certainly going to be Mitch Marsh. 90 not out from 106 balls with 15 fours and a 6. You mentioned Alex Carey, 34 of 73 balls with 4 fours. It felt like he'd gone quicker than that. He was in total control, really, and almost playing a support act for Mitch Marsh through that period. So don't underestimate how good that little innings was there from Alex Carey. From a bowling point of view, Flem, we talked a lot on day one about Pakistan's length that they were bowling. It was noticeable that they tried to pitch it up a lot more in that first session, but then they tended to fall away again. They couldn't keep that consistent relentlessness that we're used to seeing from the Australian attack.
Yeah, good word, relentless. I thought they were better first session today than yesterday. I thought they did bowl full. They bowled the odd Jaffa early, but they just couldn't get a wicket in that first hour. Actually, surprisingly enough, I thought particularly Shaheen Afridi, I don't think he bowled enough bounces. I know we haven't done get fuller for 80% of your balls, but you've got to be able to bowl a bouncer to, well, if they take it on, they're being brought forward, well, that's a bit of a tough shot, or you're pushing them back a little bit for that fuller delivery. And then really Jamal on debut, licorice all sorts. He's bowling wides, he's bowling bounces, he's bowling down leg side, and then bowls 2 of the best deliveries you could ever hope to see to knock over Carey and Stark from around the wicket, angling in, hitting the seam and straightening and hitting off stump. Like amazing. So he's picked up a few wickets by not being consistent and just bowling the odd Jaffa. But I can't help think the way that it's behaved even today, the Australian attack are going to enjoy, because I think their stock standard length, I know Stark bowls a little bit fuller, he'll get some swing, but Hazelwood and Cummins, their stock length, the ball's moving and it's bouncing and it's coming through very fast.
So can I safely say that Jamal is the king bowler of the day for Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning where franchises are available? Is he the king?
He didn't say that confidently.
Well, throwing it up as a question, because as you say, there was licorice all sorts bowled by him.
2 Jaffas, yes. Jaffa Jamal, they're actually calling him. That's what they're calling him here at Optus Stadium. Jaffa Jamal.
Is there a Jaffa licorice in the all sorts?
They may. If he keeps bowling deliveries like this, he may well and truly get himself a little sponsorship deal.
Yes, absolutely. 7 for 476 here At lunch, Mitch Marsh 90, Cummins 9. So let's fast forward to this second session. How long do they bat, Australia? And so that's the first question.
I'd like just 550.
Right.
I'd just like 550.
Okay.
I think that's enough. And I want to see our bowlers bowl.
So my next question was, if Mitch Marsh had got out for 84, would have Cummins been tempted to declare and bowl at Pakistan before lunch?
I'd love them to think that way. Yeah, maybe those conversations would have been had. I mean, generally this team that bats a long time, even though they always like to bat a second time.
Yes.
In the era that I was a part of, we generally tried to get 550 and not bat again.
Yes.
And just be in the field for 2.5, 3 days. But that certainly changed. So, if you put a number on it, it'd be obviously Mitch Marsh getting 100. But, I wouldn't like to see us bat. And then you bat very aggressively. If you got bowled out playing your shots for under 550, it wouldn't bother me. But if we're flying, and we'll be, what is that, another 74 runs, I'd imagine we'll be there in at least, around an hour in. I'll be getting out and give yourself half a day to bowl them out.
So I'm trying to think back to this pitch last year against the West Indies.
It was sluggish.
It was. So I'm just wondering what we're going to see. Don't worry about the pitch now. Say a day 3, day 4. Do Australia want as much time as they can while there's something in it before it really flattens out and it's hard?
I'd be thinking that way.
Yeah.
Because I think it might be at its best for batting tomorrow.
Yeah.
But if they're 5 or 6 down,
that's right. That's my point.
You'll be batting again.
Yes.
That's what they do, and then they might declare late day 3.
Yes.
If they bowl them out very cheaply, so they might be 600-700 runs ahead.
So
and that's without Babar Azam could play 100. Masood's there as well.
Yep.
So we're just assuming that will happen. But the one thing is, even when it flattens out tomorrow, day 4, it's still going to have pace and carry. So there's going to be incentive. And then I keep pumping up the quicks, but Nathan Lyon, I think, has got 22 wickets in 3 tests here. So he enjoys the bounce here just as much as the faster bowlers.
That's what I was going to say. Selman's bowling these darts, so it's hard to tell. But a couple of times where he has given it a little bit of a chance to spin, it's spun.
Well, often here at Optus Oval, you know what Nathan Lyon does? He beats them on the outside of the bat.
Yeah, yep.
So many times they edge, they play for the spin, and he bowls a lot of over-spinners.
You were talking before about Australia, the tactics of the past where they would bat big and then not bat again. Is this like a phys ed high-performance type of approach now where, we've got to give the bowlers time off legs? And
I think that happened years ago.
Sydney.
I think that happened years ago.
So as a bowler, are you happy with that, or do you want to get in and get it out
depends
and go?
The way that you the culture that you come into. If that's the culture you come into, well yes.
Mm.
So I'm assuming they're all comfortable with it.
Mm.
And to be fair, now the amount of wickets that Cummins, Hazelwood and Stark are getting, the amount of tests played. I remember playing golf with Ryan Harris, wonderful swing bowler for Australia, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and he might have played 25, 30 tests and myself 20. And I looked up, not many fast bowlers in Australia played over 50 tests. And if you haven't played 70, it was like freakish, and then Glenn McGrath 100.
Mm.
I mean, they're getting into those 60, 70, 80 test marks. Who's to say they won't all play 100 tests?
Yeah.
So you've got to give a credit to a bit of sports science there. As for, workloads and upskilling for younger bowlers, that we'll have a conversation when things get a little bit flat over the summer. But no, I think the way they've gone about it in the last few years, that they've been a dominant team. The fast bowlers have shown a resilience which has never been seen before. So you have to give them a big tick for that.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. The question I asked Ian Smith and also Bharat Sunderasen during the Mitch Marsh onslaught is, who is the player that he most reminds them of from the past? Now, Ian Smith came up with Ian Botham and Bharat came up with Andrew Simons. Is there anyone that you can think of?
He's always reminded me of Simon O'Donnell.
Yeah,
because I played a lot of shield cricket with Scoob, and Scoob only played a few tests and did well. He top score of 48. 23 runs less than me, Scoob. If you're listening, he often does, Scooby boy. But just that front foot power, still could play the pull and hook shot. He's always reminded me a lot of Simon O'Donnell, who's a bit underrated batting-wise at first-class level. Average 40 over a long period of time. So that's, for me, off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's a good example, I think. I think Simon, he's probably the first player that was almost pigeonholed as a white ball player and that you forgot how good his first-class record was.
What about Simon Davis?
Oh, gee, you're going a bit further back, though, aren't you?
No, you're correct. I think, my memory might be wrong, and because I was really young, but I reckon there was one summer where Stephen Waugh struggled with the bat, and Scoob had an ultra consistent year with Victoria. And the only thing Scoob didn't do, I think, was get hundreds.
Yep.
He was scoring there. That there was chat that he might get back into the test, mainly batting a batter who could bowl a little bit. So certainly he was at that level. Like if you look up, he's a bit like Glenn Maxwell. If you look up their records, just pure batting, there's a lot of full-time batters whose batting averages are below theirs.
Spot on. That's an interesting discussion, actually, for another time, because we've got to get to a break around that whole thing of... Because back in the day, one-day cricket, it was the test team that would just play in coloured clothes against a white ball.
Yep.
Whereas Simon O'Donnell was just the first one that was almost that specialist. Simon Davis.
Well, he won International Cricketer of the Year by playing one-dayers.
Yeah.
That's how dominant a white ball player. And then you think about Simon O'Donnell if he was around for T20 cricket now. What Cameron Green went for in the IPL, Simon O'Donnell's comfortably going for that amount.
That's a good point. It is the lunch break for Camplify. Share your van. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Up next, it's the lunch break quiz. 1300 736 736. We need one caller to go head-to-head with Adam Collins.
Yeah, I like this.
And the theme is Marsh Mania. We probably need Jared from home to be... the person to take on, not Adam Collins for this one, but unfortunately Jared is not
why
available.
can't Jared be the caller in?
Well, that's a good point as
Why
well.
not?
That's a very good point. Jared, the number, 1300 736 736. We'll do that after the break. It's SEN Test Cricket.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Looking for a multivitamin to support your skin, energy and immunity? Try Centrum Advanced Multis. Always follow directions for use. Available at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger. And a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
Step up to the next generation of professional power tools with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Right now, get your hands on some amazing bonuses when you purchase selected Makita XGT kits and combos. It's power, performance and value like you've never seen before. Limited time only, offer via online redemption. See makita.com.au for details. Makita XGT, it's power without limits.
I want my Makita back. The Grab Summer event is on now at City Jeep. We're running out the Jeep Compass. Grab the wheel of our compact SUV packed with all the tech and Jeep's legendary capability. Start your summer adventure in the Compass Night Eagle from $39,950. Make this summer one to remember and visit City Jeep today. But hurry, this is only while stocks last. 228 Normanby Road, South Bank or cityjeep.com.au. T's and C's apply. Licence 10929.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Unleash the flavour in Melbourne. Firewood and Charcoal, Lorimer Street Docklands for hot deals on 4 kilo barbecue briquette charcoal. Buy 3 bags, get 1 free. Or grab 2 8 kilo bags of lumpwood charcoal and get a 3rd bag free. Best prices in town. Hot deals, barbecue briquette charcoal and lumpwood charcoal. We also have fire bowls for hire. Firewood and Charcoal, Lorimer Street Docklands, next to Subaru. Don't miss out.
Good afternoon. There has been a crash in Mount Waverley on Stephenson's Road, which is currently blocked northbound before High Street Road this afternoon. Police are there diverting traffic. Take Waverley Road and Huntingdale Road or Blackburn Road instead if you can. Sheen Panel Service are keeping you on the road this summer, offering up to $600 excess reduction plus a replacement vehicle at no cost to you. T's and C's at sheengroup.com.au. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency, and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
This is the lunch break for Camplify. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now. That is the famous quiz music of Sale of the Century. And Adam Collins from Endeavour Hills is our carryover champ. How are you, Adam Collins?
Long time since I've been described as Adam from Endeavour Hills, but I'm happy to go with it. That is certainly my hometown and my cricket club and all the rest of it. And usually I'm in your chair, but scarce resources. I'm the quiz archer, and you've gone and become Tony Barber on me.
I have become Tony Barber, and I'm loving the control. It's awesome. Our caller, our contestant to take on Colo is Tom from Thomastown. G'day, Tom.
How you going, guys?
Well, you've got to be a bit more enthusiastic than that, Tom. Come on, there's big prizes on offer here. You've got to be up and about.
Look, I'm very much up and about, just a little bit nervous. Obviously, you've been talking about Adam over the last sort of half an hour with his trivia skills. So, we'll see how we go, eh?
All right. If you win, Tom, from Thomastown, you will get a $50 House of Golf voucher, a round of golf for 2 with carts at Club Mandalay, and a family pass to the Albert Park mini golf course. So plenty up for grabs here. Now, as it was the case yesterday, your buzzers are your names. So it obviously is Tom, and it is, are you going to go with Colo or
Colo.
Adam? Okay. All right.
Is that a good test?
Yep.
It's like when I did my vows earlier this year. I boomed them out. Couldn't help myself.
All right. Don't be too enthusiastic here, Colo.
We'll get a chance to.
All right. Question number 1 for you two. Jeff, it's all about the marshes, this quiz, considering how well Mitch is going at the moment. And just to be clear, for integrity reasons, we have gone through our government supervisors. Mitchell Scott has written this quiz, so not Adam Collins. He hasn't seen any of the questions.
Like Brownlow votes.
Question number 1. Jeff Swampy Marsh played 5 games of Australian rules football for which WAFL side? Anyone?
Yeah, first crack here.
Tom.
Go, Tom.
I'll say South Fremantle.
Very good.
Bang. Jeff
Great
Marsh
start, Tom.
and Mark Williams, Hawthorn Premiership player, South Fremantle. There you go.
Well, it's all right to put the context in there. You didn't get the question right.
I was going to go East Perth.
Well done, Tom. You won up. Question number 2. Sean Marsh made his debut for Australia in a T20 against the West Indies alongside which fellow Western Australian?
Tom.
Go, Tom. Yep.
Adam Gilchrist.
Not Adam Gilchrist, which gives a free go at it here for Colo.
Oh, gosh. I'm going to take a punt. Luke Pommersbatch.
Oh. Luke Ronke. Bad
Dual
luck.
international.
Bad luck. 1-0 to Tom. Question number 3. There are 5 questions today. Mitch Marsh has won 5-wicket haul to his name in Test cricket. Against who and
Colo.
where? Yes?
It was against England at the Oval in 2019.
Correct. 1-1. 2 to play. Good luck, Tom. And Colo. Swampy Marsh. So we're going back to Jeff Marsh here. Coached Australia and which 2 other international sides? Come on, Tom. Jump in here.
Tom.
Yep.
We'll go with England and Sri Lanka.
No, one of those is correct. Colo, in you go.
Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka.
Correct. So
Yeah,
we're
do
going to
we get
go
half
with
a point
1.5
here?
each. 1.5 each.
So that means we're all the
So we
play
go to the
forward.
tiebreaker.
Okay,
All
go-
to play for here. The showcase playoff up for grabs here. Which country, last question, did Sean Marsh score the most of his test runs?
Colo.
Oh, Colo's gone in fast here.
Should I have?
Probably not, but anyway, you have.
Come this far.
You don't want to get beaten.
Is it Sri Lanka?
Incorrect. Tom, a free go at the prizes here. Which country did Sean Marsh score the most of his test runs? 605 of them.
Well, I don't know. We're playing against Pakistan, so would it be Pakistan?
No, it's not.
Did we go second round? How are we going to resolve this, Whitey?
It's you know what it is? It's going to be a tie, and Tom gets the prizes.
That works.
Because I believe that you should have won that.
Who was it? 2 tons against Sri Lanka.
It's India.
India.
So 605 runs against India from 15 tests. His average was only 22 against India.
He had a series where he made like 7 runs in 5 hits against them.
He couldn't play the spin.
Yeah.
But he had an average against Sri Lanka of 78. So that's where you probably come
100
up
on
with Sri Lanka.
debut and 100 when he was recalled in 2016. But
I'm sensing you're going to contest this with Mitch.
with the stewards. Okay, that's fine. I'm
So
not
you
here for
didn't
the
win?
prizes.
No, he's not happy about this, Tom. So, Tom, with a tie, you've got the prizes, which is a $50 House of Golf voucher, round of golf for 2 with cards at Club Mandalay and a family pass to Albert Park. How about that?
Oh, that's great, guys. And look, with how much you're talking up Colo, I think maybe you need to start talking up Tommy from Thomastown. So, Colo, if you want to come out and play me on the golf course, by all means, mate.
Terrific, Tom.
Well done, Tom. That's great.
Congratulations there. But, yeah, I can tell you, Tom, Colo's not happy. He's been beaten. Well, you haven't been beaten. You just didn't win.
It's okay. Next time I'll take the Simon Katich approach, which is to buzz in before anyone gets a chance down the line to hear the question.
We've got a couple of minutes here before a break. Just, I've asked everybody else, so I'll ask you.
Why don't you ask Tom from Thomastown?
Don't get angry.
Next up, Peter from Peterborough.
Ivan from Ivanhoe.
There you go.
Mitch Marsh, with what he's doing at the moment, can you think of anyone else that plays the way that he plays over the years?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because it's the straight-legged pull shots. It's the sort of stuff that you're not meant to be able to get away with conventionally. Right. But he makes it look easy. And I think this is where there's been this mystique around him for over a decade. When he was an under-19s player, captaining that side to World Cup victory, it wasn't long between then and he was making his Test debut in the UAE in 2014. He made a couple of really big, long hundreds for Australia A, but it's not that kind of way he's playing now. He was, in the early part of his career, known for having all the shots but kind of not playing them and being more conservative unless he was going out for declaration runs. And we all know that statistically he was the least productive number 6 in Test history for a time there, and that generated so many headlines and the usual kind of scrutiny that you get when you're not performing for Australia at Test level. But I feel like they picked Marsh in 2017 at the perfect time. They sensed that Hanscom was on a bit of a decline. I feel sorry for Hanscom with what happened to him on a personal level, but they get 200s in three test matches out of Marsh in that series, and then they've picked him for the Leeds Test this year when he was in great nick for Australia in the white ball formats, and gets his chance with a rejig of the side after the win at Lords, and makes 100 from as many balls there, and made 250 runs in 3 Test matches to complete that series. He had to play here. It would have been an injustice had they brought Cam Green back for him. And I'm not saying that Green may not have a role to play alongside Marsh in the 11 in the fullness of time, but Marsh has earned this opportunity.
See, I would argue, and I agree with a lot of that, I would argue that Mitch Marsh is now batting like a number 6, not trying to bat like a number 4.
Yeah, there you go. Very good.
Whereas I think Cameron Green is a number 4 who can't bat like a number 6.
Yeah, very, very occasionally we've seen Green take the long handle, twice at the SCG for a couple of half centuries. But yeah, he is a slow starter. He's a more traditional
a top-order batsman.
Yeah, that's right. He's more a traditional build, grind, the way we're conditioned to say with Marnus Labuschagne. But a lot of the time he's coming in at 4 for plenty in Australia, and that's not what you're meant to be doing.
Correct. Make sure you download the SEN app so you can take SEN Cricket with you everywhere all summer long and listen whenever and wherever. If you're watching on the TV, turn down the sound and flick on the SEN app. How good it is cricket on the radio. This has been the lunch break for Camplify. Share your van. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. A break, come back. It's the second session, not too far away. Colo will lead it off as Mitch Marsh gets close to 100.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Experience a luxury BMW electric vehicle without the luxury car tax. Own your dream BMW electric vehicle today. Conditions apply. Search BMW Electric to learn more.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Wheat growers, there's no need to compromise on yield when growing a Clearfield wheat variety anymore. AGT are proud to bring you Tomahawk CL+, the Septa-type Clearfield. NVT and AGT data has shown Tomahawk CL+ to out-yield Septa, making it the highest yielding Clearfield wheat variety available, while also boasting excellent grain size and test weight, good sprouting tolerance, mid-season maturity and APW quality. Get your seed of Tomahawk CL+ for the 2024 season through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers. So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMAR covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George?
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you're planning a family getaway, a lazy weekend away, or some romantic time away, there could be a long drive ahead. So make sure you check your tyre tread. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power and get the power of a free tyre safety check. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The Jeep Grab Summer event is now on at City Jeep. With complimentary model upgrades and drive-away pricing across the Jeep range, there's plenty of savings up for grabs. Like the Jeep Compass from $39,950 drive away. Or step up into the luxurious Grand Cherokee with over $16,000 of value on offer. Now is the time to book a test drive at City Jeep. Grab the wheel and grab some of the Jeep way at City Jeep. Visit James, Daniel and the team, 228 Normanby Road, South Bank. Licence 1099.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts.
The players are back out in the middle. Australia had to begin the 5th session of their first innings with the score 7 for 476. Mitchell Marsh 10 runs away from a century there with the captain Cummins on 9. They added 130 runs in the first session of day 2, losing 2 wickets along the way. Carey bowled by Jamal for 34, a beauty. Same goes for Stark, another left-hander knocked over by the man on debut, 34 and 12 respectively. The partnership now between Marsh and Cummins is worth 26. And they're in a position here, as I welcome Pete Lalor into the expert chair, to do as they please for as long as they please. Get bowled out, declare. It doesn't really matter from here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Adam Collins. Do you think having a bowling captain makes any difference around a declaration? I say this because if you're a batting captain, you'd want 2 bites of the cherry out there. Yep. You wouldn't want these bowlers hanging around. You want to go and boost your averages. But,
it's a fair point. I mean, I think they might be gearing this around how can they get the day off. They like banking a day off early in the series, don't they?
The golf factor. Never forget.
That's worth talking about. Dan Cherney, our colleague next door, wrote a piece about the Australians' obsession with golf during the week, didn't he? About how
Smith's caved in.
Sorry. Yeah. So you go continue.
Sorry? Smith's caved in and joined them as well.
Yes. Yeah. It was a big talking point over in England before the Ashes when both the Australian side and the England side forewent practice matches in favour of playing golf. But anyway, it's...
There's a long tradition of golfing in Australian cricket, but I've never seen a team that's so obsessed by it.
A plays called by umpire Illingworth. It's 31 degrees here. The weather update for Rainbird, leaders in irrigation for over 90 years as the middle session starts. Bowling here, Jamal knocks him over first ball. Shazad, brilliant. What an anticlimax. Mitchell Marsh, first ball of the session, has had his middle stump bent back. Karim Shazad into the attack, into the book for a second time, 8 for 476. And when all of the expectation heading into the middle stanza was Mitchell Marsh receiving all the celebration that you'd expect for a test ton on his home ground, well, he's not going to be doing that. Middle stump bent back. Pete Lalor.
Well, there's only one thing better than top of off, and that's top of middle. Didn't go flying because it's probably pinned in there by all those electronic devices. Lovely delivery. I think Pat Cummins would have loved Mitch Marsh to have got 100, but Pat Cummins' eyes will light up at the look of this pitch. And frankly, I'm a little bit nervous about how Pakistan are going to fare against Australia's bowlers, who will hit that line and length way more often at greater speed and with greater skill.
Just on Marsh, I mean, he really did monster Pakistan until the point of his demise. Just as he did against England at Leeds when he returned to the Test team. We were there for that test on SEN Test cricket earlier this year. And he would have thought that there was every chance he'd never see his baggy green again in a playing context anyway, with Cameron Green's emergence over the last few years. But to get this opportunity over there, to grasp it the way that he has, to show all the power you could ever want from a number 6 batsman, his best cricket's being played now.
It is. It doesn't surprise me because he's in a very similar position, I think, to Usman Khawaja, who we thought, Usman thought his career was over. You get another chance, you're kind of free. You're not batting for your career anymore. It's just that second chance. There aren't any real consequences when you get that that last chance at Test cricket. You think, well, I'm just going to, what have I got to lose? I'm going to pin the ears back. And Pat Cummins gave him a little pat on the back before he played in England and said, mate, hit the first ball for 6 if you want it. Just be free, express yourself.
So the third time the stumps have been rattled today. Shazad, first ball of the session, now gets a look at Lyon. His first ball to him, in behind it, forward defensive, 8 for 476. Our middle session's brought to you by Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts.
And is that specifically because we've got Nathan Lyon at the crease that we're being sponsored by Gazman?
Good point. I didn't think of that, but no. We'll stick with that while he's out there.
And welcome back to Test cricket, Nathan Lyon.
Yes.
Yeah. Didn't go so well when you left the team after you limped off in the Ashes. They didn't win another match, did they?
Time-old question, is it out of sight, out of mind, or does distance make the heart grow fonder? In Lyon's case, very much the latter. How they missed him over in England. Here's Shazad up to Lyon. His second ball on middle stump, prodded out to mid-off in the middle of the blade. No run. But yeah, I think with the Lyon story, I do ponder whether this will just extend his career. Not to say for a moment he's ever even hinted at retiring soon. But
hasn't he indicated he's going to play another 5 years or something? He's going to get back to England for the Ashes and then God knows what. And why not?
Well, that's it. He said he wants to win in England. He's been part of 2 sides that have retained the Ashes over there in 19 and in 23. Instrumental in the win at Edgbaston. But yeah, now he's saying, well, I'm going to have to go back to England again. We've got to win the thing for the first time since 2001. And by win, I mean actually win the series itself. Shazad up to Lyon, defends, rides the bounce out to mid-on, no run. So fair enough, that's his prerogative. I mean, I know we're all heavily invested in the Todd Murphy story. And Murphy will play in Sri Lanka in early 25, I'm certain, as the spin twin. But Lyon's earned the right to, go as long as he wants, I suppose.
As long as he wants, and the kid from up on the Murray River can wait his turn. He'll get his chance when he's ready and when the team's ready. One thing I wonder about Nathan Lyon getting to this, he's on Media Street already. I think he's already preening himself for a career post-cricket up in one of the boxes alongside us, earning the big bucks.
Here's Shazad again, close to the stumps line. Competent in defence so far for his first 4 balls after Mitchell Marsh lost his middle stump from the first delivery of the session. Yes, he's calling it the GOAT cast, isn't he? He's got himself a podcast, as players as they tend to do. But Gary Lyon,
last week podcast,
Gary, like we can talk. But no, he was always a player who I wouldn't say shunned the limelight, but he spoke a lot in cliches to us, didn't he? I mean, he once spoke to us about wanting to win Test matches for Cricket Australia, famously.
Yes.
He didn't like talking about himself. Well, that has to change if he's going to move to the commentary box eventually. Shazad to finish, and Lyon gets off the mark with a whip through square leg, gets it fine to the man at long leg. They'll get a couple. They should have time to get back for 3 as well. Misfield on the rope from Fahim that makes sure of that. So Lyon retains the strike. He's 3. A successful over for Pakistan, though. 8 for 479. That's on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener.
You get a bit cynical in your old age when you watch these cricketers who never been that fond of doing press or being in the media, or some in the past have actively hated the media, and then you suddenly turn around and you go, oh, you're working in the media now, mate. What happened? Fallen on hard times, have you? Never thought life would go this bad for you.
And the other thing Nathan Lyon's done, sort of under the radar a little bit, but Australia played 2 Test matches in March in New Zealand. They don't play Test cricket for the rest of the year until the home summer starts against India. So Lyon being, he'd ideally be a 3-format player, but he's a 1-format player for Australia right now. He signed a contract for the whole season with Lancashire, not just for the 4-day stuff and not just for a window of 5 or 6 games. He's playing the entire season for Lancashire. That's 14 first-class fixtures, a bunch of one-days, a bunch of T20s. That's a very, very busy winter.
I think he really took that break from cricket hard, didn't he? That really hurt him not to play cricket, so he's going to go and play it wherever he would. Such a romantic notion to go to England in the Australian winter and play county cricket or club cricket or whatever it is. So many Australians do it.
He'll love it. Jamal's got forfer on debut, bowling here, Lyon on the back foot. Out to cover where there won't be a run. They've got a close-ish gully here, so a slipper gully, a short leg, 2 out for the short ball, and then a conventional point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. The line, Willie Won't He with England's been dragging out for a few years over there. There've been a number of overtures made to him. Played a little bit for Worcestershire in 2017. But
yes, that's right.
But the full season at Lancs, where a number of Australians have played across the journey. Glenn Maxwell a few years ago was up at Lancs.
You'll be keeping an eye on him.
He was at Warwickshire last year, Maxwell. But they tend to move around once they're in the system. Jamal in, delivers here to Lyon. Inside edge, past the leg stump, down to fine leg, gets 1. He's 4. 8 for 480 Australia in the 112th over. But there's a good opportunity for Scott Boland. Signalled his intent to play in England next year. I think it's with Durham, if memory serves me correctly. Marcus Harris has played as the senior pro at Gloucestershire the last 2 years.
I should know this. Has Scott played in England before?
Not as a county player, not as a sort of full-timer. And you might have done a stint or two for a game or two, but never as the big overseas marquee signing.
Yeah.
Pete Hanscom's been with Leicestershire for the majority of last season. Did well there. Had a good season in Division 2.
You commentate over there, don't you?
Yeah, I do a lot of the county stuff. It's fun. Lots of it. Cummins facing for the first time in the session on leg stump. Gets forward, defends to mid-wicket where there won't be a run.
I imagine you commentating while watching Hawthorn football matches on your...
It's not without precedent for me to be doing that, having an eye on
tablet.
the footy and watching the cricket out the window. It has happened from time to time. But nice time zone lining up when you're in the middle of the summer over there with the 9-hour time difference. But I think Lyon next year will love that experience at Old Trafford. Test ground, knows it well. Took wickets there in 2013.
Tell you another thing I think he'll love. Bowling out here. Yeah.
Took 6 for here last year, Lyon.
Oh, he loves it here. He loves it. Yeah.
Halfway through, Jamal. Searching for a fifer. Bowls to Cummins. Short ball. Wafts at it. Tries to play a little uppercut over the cordon. A similar shot to what Warner played to bring up 3 figures around this time yesterday, but no contact through to the gloves of Sarfraz.
Nathan Lyon has 22 wickets at 18.45 at the Perth Stadium, which is considerably better than his overall average. Yeah, he's really cashed in here.
He took umbrage when Bharat put to him yesterday before play on the ground with our interview that Pakistan are a bogey side for him. Numerically, they are. He averages 47 in these contests. I think it works out to be, and I think maybe 41 at home against them, something like that. But he's like, it's not my bogey team at all. I'm happy playing them. Good attitude. Jamal bowls and Cummins ducks the second short ball of the over. Signal to wide. There should be more of that. There should be way more. It was way over the top of Cummins' head, even accounting for the duck that he got himself into.
And Cummins was a very tall man too. If they had a roof on the stadium, it might have grazed it. That was a dead set wide. Yeah, I'm glad to see that called. I agree with you. But it'd be ridiculous not to call it. You couldn't reach that if you had a step ladder.
2 balls left in the over. As we had Nick Hockley on before play, Pete, which is always interesting for you guys next door.
Chief Executive Officer of Cricket Australia.
He had a couple of things that jumped out sitting next to him through that interview.
Did he? Tell me.
I will. As Jamal gets to the crease and bowls and Cummins edges, taken at first slip. Jamal gets himself a fifer on test debut, and boy, oh boy, what a celebration. Gives it big, then kisses the turf, and so he should. He's bowled beautifully today. Taking stumps out of the ground twice in the first session, now nicking off the Australian captain for 9. Australia lose their second wicket in a couple of overs after lunch. There'll be no declaration. They're 9 for 481. They'll get bowled out here, and they may not make it to 500 after all. Cummins caught at first slip by Abdullah Shafiq, and yes, well earned 5 wickets
for Jamal, who's done a lot right and shown plenty of promise.
Yeah, fantastic. And what you could hear his celebration from right up here in the box. He was very excited to get that fifer and then down on the knees into the traditional sort of Muslim celebration, and thanked God for blessing him with these 5 wickets. What a great thing to come from Pakistan and get 5 wickets in Australia. You must really like bowling here too, because there's a bit for you, isn't there? A bit more than you get on a traditional Pakistan deck.
A lot more here than there was when we were in Rawalpindi last year. Macca's catches, the Macca's catch of the summer. The McRib Deluxe are now at Macca's. That may well be well, that was fairly straightforward. I declared it was Shafiq, didn't I? That was Salman. Shafiq's been slipped the whole 2 days and hasn't had a single chance to go to him. Salman moves in there, gets one straight away. That's the way this game works sometimes.
Keep him there.
Jamal 5 for 110 in his 20th over. So he's gone around an economy rate in the mid-5s, but along the way, 2 wickets to the short ball yesterday. Head and Warner. 2 bowled, Carey and Stark, and now 1 caught in the cord, and a nice all-round 5-wicket bag for Amir Jamal as he finds his feet in Test cricket straight away.
He's got 1 delivery left in the over. Can he get a 6-fer?
Yeah.
On debut.
There won't be many who've taken a 5-fer for Pakistan in their first Test in Australia, I don't expect. Might look it up when I'm off air.
And he's probably only playing because of injuries.
Yep. If they had all their players available, he wouldn't be in the team, but here he is making the most of it. Last ball here, it's Josh Hazlewood, his first ball on the hip, and he plays it down into the onside. End of the over, 9 for 481 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Hazlewood yet to score, Lion on 4.
There has been a crash in Mount Waverley on Stephenson's Road, which is currently blocked northbound before High Street Road. Police are diverting traffic in the area. Take Waverley Road and Huntingdale Road or Blackburn Road instead if you can. There has also been reports of an incident on the Deer Park bypass this afternoon. Get $15 off at Coles when you spend $170 or $25 off when you spend $250 or more online and use code FESTIVE. Ends December 26. T's and C's apply. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
Middle session is brought to you by Gazman, as Pete Lawler astutely pointed out a moment ago. The Gazman is on strike here in Nathan Lyon. He's on 4. Facing Karim Shazad, picked up a wicket first ball of the session. Mitch Marsh bowled for 90. Delivers here 2 slips. Line beaten outside the off stump. Nice little away swinger. Past the edge. Across the shoulder of the bat. I neglected to mention earlier, Pete, when we briefly talked of Australia's schedule next year, that SEN will be calling those 2 Test matches between New Zealand and Australia. I think the first one's on the 29th of February, an unusual date in the calendar, and the second one starts on the 8th of March. So can't wait to get over to Wellington and Christchurch early in the new year.
You know, you don't get to New Zealand often enough for us when you're covering Australian cricket. It's always a great tour.
Loves going there in 2016. Had a lot of fun. Shazad to Lyon, bowls, and Lyon defends, but there's no one at point where he's normally fielding. Gets a single. He's 5, 9 for 482. Yeah, the Hockley newsy bits, I thought anyway, were that there's clearly no decision made on where the first Test will be played next year against India. 5 Test series. I just took it as assumed we'd be back at the Gabba for first Test, and kind of asked him directly, are we going back to the Gabba? You know, that traditional rhythm of Brisbane, Adelaide, Perth, then Melbourne and Sydney, and he was non-committal on that. So my understanding is that Perth are very keen and to have it here next year, the first Test against India. So I'm not sure where that'll play out exactly, but that's one to note on the way through. I know scheduling for the summer to come is always something that the news hounds are after. So take that back and make some phone calls.
Well, I hope that they do open in Perth. I think we want to make this a destination Test.
Shazad round the wicket to Hazlewood, bowls for the first time, swing and a miss. That was just try and get bat on ball stuff from the number 11. Didn't do so.
But I did hear Nick say that, you know, these are promising signs on the first day.
Yeah.
Yesterday, when they had 16,000 in, which was much better than last year against the West Indies. And we spoke yesterday about making it a destination Test, making it the sort of place where people from the East Coast want to come over for the Perth Test. It's a tricky time of year, though, isn't it? You've got your Christmas shopping and the kids are finishing school. And
well, next year the first Test will be in November, not December. That's worth noting too. Shazad bowls to Hazlewood, who defends into the offside. It'll be about roughly the 4th week of November by my calculations, looking at the Future Tours program. So it will bring it forward 3 weeks from where we are here.
I do my Christmas shopping way out.
But yeah, I think the other side of this is that Brisbane has always seen itself as the traditional start of a Test summer.
Yes.
And has been for a long time. A very successful ground for Australia as well.
And I remember some Australian ex-players getting very annoyed when India didn't start in Brisbane because they like to rough teams up in Brisbane, but why not rough them up in Perth?
True, you can do it here. Pitch is lively. Well, Shazad. Hazelwood off the back foot, lavish. Out through point, great timing. Towards the rope it runs. We saw a couple of all-run fours yesterday in that direction, but this one will trickle into the rope. Hazelwood off the mark with a boundary for Azito all day, every day. 9 for 486 Australia.
Lovely shot that by Hazelwood. Out to that square boundary, out where Coldplay performed 2 weeks ago. Just ended up behind the stage for a 4.
Is
you a Coldplay fan?
Not really my go. Not really my go.
Smiths. You like the Smiths, don't you?
I do, yeah.
The Steve Smiths.
Yeah, there's a nice T-shirt made up with the Smiths, the Steve Smiths, a number of years ago when he first emerged.
Gideon and I did a top 10 Smith songs about Steve Smith.
Shazad bowls and Hazelwood pops us out towards cover where there won't be a single and the over is complete. We'll come back to Nick Hockley chat in a sec. 9 for 486, Hazelwood 4, Lion on 5 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Experience a luxury BMW electric vehicle without the luxury car tax. Own your dream BMW electric vehicle today. Conditions apply. Search BMW Electric to learn more.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today. Book your AC service this month at Chadstone Toyota. Small passenger vehicles only $295 including GST. And SUV 4x4 and commercial vehicles $349 including GST. T's and C's apply. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. So just to go back on that, I think Brisbane have seen it as their almost birthright to have the first test. So you can imagine they'll be duking it out, acknowledging that the Gabba will be redeveloped after the 25-26 Ashes test, I think it'll be. Jamal starts a new over. He's got 5 wickets. Bowls to line. Short, doesn't get up. Hits him on the thigh pad. Spills out to leg gully. No run. So that's still to play out. Also still to play out. Front foot, no ball. Signalled retrospectively here by Joel Wilson. Upstairs, Michael Goff must have seen that. Front foot one. I assume it's a front foot, no ball. Just based on the body language. That's all good. The process for Usman Khawaja to wear the messages on his boots later in the series sounds like that they are considering going through the formal process, or Usman Khawaja is, between now and Boxing Day. So that story might have still some way to run. That was the impression I got. Bowling here, Jamal to line, who slaps across the line, ends up at mid-on. There won't be a single.
Just in that change of over then, I heard Hazelwood saying we're going to need to hammer up here to fix up this bowling crease, so it must be a bit slippery up there.
Before he has to bowl on it?
Yeah, before he has to bowl on it. But they have bowled a lot of no balls from that end. The shoes, that's not going to go away. That's been eclipsed by Dave. We all thought that would be the biggest story of the first day, but of course that was eclipsed by David Warner. But Usman Khawaja is a very stubborn individual. He taped over the shoes, but he put on the black tape around the armband and the black armband, sorry. So he won't let this go.
Jamal to line, he's 5. Bowls here, line, edged and taken as well. Amir Jamal has a 6-wicket bag on test debut, and he's finished Australia off in a hurry here. They're all out for 487. So they only added 11 runs after lunch, losing Marsh, then Cummins, then Lyon. Caught by Salman for 5. Hazelwood, the not-out man, on 4. And Amir Jamal, as I welcome Damien Fleming, our change of commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, and Pakistan celebrate another wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. He can be very proud of his work today. A couple of wickets before lunch, a couple of wickets after.
Yeah, I think I picked this in the pre-match. I said this Jamal bowls Jaffers. Put him down for 6. I wasn't, after his first spell, I wasn't predicting 6 for him, but he stuck at it. It was probably that bounce-a-thon to Warner that really got him back into the game. But it's an interesting bowler. He bowls a bit of licorice all sorts, but his best deliveries, that one that knocked over Carey, that might be the ball of the summer when we're reflecting on it after the West Indies tests at the SCG.
Beautiful delivery, wasn't it? pitch, middle.
But it angled and it seemed away. No, some promising signs. I thought at lunch when Australia were none for 100 odd, it was just going to be a possession of runs. They were going to be 400 odd at the end of the day. I thought they fought back pretty hard after lunch yesterday. And it deserves 6 for Shazad. I thought on debut was probably the pick of the bowlers, and he picked up a couple. And Afridi will get going. So good signs from the fast-medium side of Pakistan. But now we're going to get to see, boys, the Australians bowl on this pitch. And I think their natural lengths is going to be very ugly for the Pakistan bowling because it's fast, bouncy, and it's moving off the seam.
Pete, one further thought from you, then we'll take a break, clear some ads and get back for Australia's chance with the ball.
Well, I thought, predictably, the Pakistan bowlers started a little bit stiff and heavy in the legs this morning. That first day of a test, very hot, very hard surface out there. It's wearing. And if you're a couple of bowlers on debut, there's going to be nerves involved as well. That's draining. But they got their act together. What they really need now is a long break, and they need their batters to dig in. And there's a couple of guys in this Pakistan lineup who can dig in. But let's wait and see how they go against the Australian attack, which is the best bowling attack in the world.
Yep, that's a very fair call. So 6 for 111, the final figures for Amir Jamal. Other wickets for Kuram Shazad, 2 for 83. Shaheen Shah Afridi, 1 for 96. Fahim Ashraf, 1 for 93. Aga Salman bowled 27 wicketless overs, none for 86. After lunch, Mitchell Marsh was bowled for 90. First ball of the session by Shazad. That was a lovely delivery that took out his middle stump. So fell 10 runs short of what would have been a very popular 100. Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon were both caught that first slip by Salman from the bowling of Jamal for 9 and 5 respectively. Hazelwood, the not-out man on 4. Australia all out in the 114th over for 487. That's all on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. We'll take a break. On the other side of it, Adam White will pick up commentary. It'll be Pakistan in the firing line against the Australian Quicks. Our coverage is for Host Plus and for Henley Homes, built with confidence. And this second session is for Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts.
There has been a crash on the Hume Freeway inbound at O'Hearns Road. Exit as soon as you can and take the Hume Highway instead if you can. There are delays currently back to Craigieburn. There has also been an incident in South Melbourne on Kingsway inbound at Albert Road. Harris Gar's 4-day Friends sale is on now. Save 60% off all cutlery sets and dinner sets. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf, great brands, great prices. That's the latest traffic on SE at your home of cricket this summer.
Celebrate Christmas in style with Gazman. Enjoy 25% off all new season shirts and 25% off all summer shorts. For a limited time only. Gazman, style made real.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Summer is in full swing at Snap Fitness, so kickstart your fitness goals ready for 2024. Whether you're taking your first steps or looking for a fresh start, join Snap Fitness now and train for free until 2024.
Their amazing gyms and supportive community has made all the difference.
The staff at Snap Fitness have really helped me smash my fitness goals.
Your summer adventure starts today and train for free until 2024. Terms and conditions apply. Snap Fitness for the feeling.
IGA's Christmas countdown is on now. Head in store for 3-day specials like Zoosh Dips, 185-gram selected varieties, 2 for $4. End Saturday only at IGA.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Bataki, Bataki, Bataki. A special dining occasion isn't truly special without a Bataki leg ham.
Insist on a famous Bataki leg ham.
Available at leading supermarkets and delicatessens.
Bataki, simply the best.
Get $15 off at Coles when you spend $170 or $25 off when you spend $250 or more online and use code FESTIVE. Ends December 26. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Get the selling advantage in 2024 with O'Brien Real Estate. Launch your property on Boxing Day and sell via private sale or at our Super Saturday auction event on Feb 3, 2024. Boxing Day is a wonderful time to launch your property for sale. Reach more buyers, beat the competition to market and take advantage of advertising discounts. To find out more, visit obre.com.au or call your favourite O'Brien sales agent.
O'BrienRealEstate.com.au. The difference is our people and local knowledge.
Whether it's the school, delivery or weekend adventure runs, Volkswagen's multivan is the perfect people mover for any task. Visit your local Volkswagen dealer today for great finance offers.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's. And they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
The middle session starts. Bowling here, Jamal knocks him over first ball. Shazad, brilliant. What an anticlimax. Mitchell Marsh, first ball of the session, has had his middle stump bent back. Jamal gets to the crease and rolls. And edges, taken at first slip. Jamal gets himself a fifer on test debut, and boy, oh boy, what a celebration. Bowls here, line edged and taken as well. Amir Jamal has a 6-wicket bag on test debut, and he's finished Australia off in a hurry here. They're all out for 487.
Yes, it all happened very quickly. Australia all out for 487. 164 to Warner, 90 to Marsh, 41 to Khawaja, 40 to Head, and Amir Jamal 6 for 111 on debut. If you don't mind. Australia about to take the field. The Pakistanis not far behind them. It'll be interesting to see how Australia go on this pitch, which we're not really 100% sure of. Flem, we don't know until they bowl on it against the Australians.
Yeah, certainly so. But I think when the majority of the balls have been in that avenue of apprehension, they have behaved, they have moved, they're seen. There's been the odd one that's really gone through the top a bit. So with the Australians being taller fast bowlers, I think that bounce is going to be more pronounced. I think they could afford to even be a metre fuller. So we'll see what this Pakistan top order's made of. I think because the Australians obviously is good a fast bowling attack going around. We talked about earlier, Nathan Lyon, 22 wickets in only 3 test matches here. So he loves bowling here. There won't be too much respite, but they do have some class in the batting lineup, headed up by Babar Azam. He'll be hoping he doesn't have to go out there for a fair while. And Pete, I think you overheard Josh Hazlewood saying that they might need the hammer out there to fix the landing mark that's got obviously been worn down, even though we're only just a day and 1 session into this test match.
We might, Pete, not have... we might have 2 dismissals. Pakistan batsmen, both of them haven't come out yet. Everyone else is ready.
Timed out. When was the last
double
play out?
time out?
It's been timed out.
That would never happen in professional cricket.
I believe it did.
No.
At some stage.
No, never. Never. They're about to come out, the opening batsman.
Come out wherever you are.
Yep. Through the Pakistani flag and then out onto the ground. Pete Lalor, what are you expecting from Australia, particularly in the first half hour?
I'm just expecting them to land it on a testing line and length relentlessly, because as I said before the break, it is the best bowling attack in the world. You rarely ever see these Australians put in a bad session of bowling, and you'd remember it when they do, which was, I think, the World Test Championship, didn't he? Pat started quite badly over there. This is going to be a really testing spell for the Pakistan openers, who, don't forget, have been out there in that sun for a day and a half. They're going to have heavy legs. It's hard to get up on your toes, and we've got the bridegroom coming out to open. Is that? He's just recently married, isn't he?
Abdullah Shafiq will face the first ball. Is he the one you're talking about, or the one at the other end?
Yeah, the one at the other end.
Imam al-Haq.
Yeah, Imam al-Haq had a big Pakistan wedding
right
a few weeks ago. It's a lot of social pictures.
Do they do
there.
little ones, or are they generally pretty big over in Pakistan?
Everything's bigger in Pakistan.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like Texas, Pakistan.
Okay.
We're almost ready to go. Mitchell Starc has the brand new Kookaburra ball in his hand. 3 slips and a gully. Shafiq to face the first ball from Starc from the Langer stand end. Starc bowls and Shafiq leaves outside off stump.
Oh, all of a sudden there's no bounce in the pitch.
Carey, he took that about ankle high, didn't he?
This is right. This would be right.
Yeah.
So Mitch is actually playing around in his takeoff area, not where he's landing. So fast bowlers having problems everywhere.
It's just where they're where they're setting up, isn't it? At that end seems to be more of a problem than this end.
3 slips a gully.
It can be off-putting, when you go to jump and you get pushed off balance. It's, how am I going to land here?
Starc again on the approach. Past the umpire bowls to Shafiq, who's beaten outside off stump. Fending at that one from the crease, and that one about waist high through to Carey behind the stumps.
I suppose when we talk about relentless line and length, we're particularly referring to Cummins and Hazelwood. Starc brings a little bit of chaos as well around the wicket. That's a lovely delivery.
Well, that hinted at shaping in and hit the seam and went away. Ideally, I think another metre fuller.
Starc again on the approach. Bat pad in play as well. Starc bowls and Shafiq plays nicely in behind the line of the ball, just short of the length, defending down the offside of the pitch.
Shafiq averaging 50 in Test cricket, so really good start to his career. I mean, I think every innings is in the subcontinent.
14 tests as well, so it's not like it's 4 or 5. He's been out there for a while now playing Test cricket.
My worry, they're all in the subcontinent, this will be a really big test, as we say to all, particularly subcontinent players coming over. We know the Indian players, it's not such a big issue these days. They've learned to score mountain runs in Australian conditions.
Starc again past the umpire bowls to Shafiq, who leaves, and it's a tight leave. Coming forward and then deciding late to let it go by. And that ball swinging back in, as Starc often does. Wasn't far away from the off stump.
All the slips cordons put their hands to their heads there. They thought that might have...
Would have hit it at 4th stump.
Yes, 4th stump.
The very top of it.
Back there.
Yeah, it's a gutsy leave. He does actually show the bowler a lot of his stumps. It looks like he's set up on leg stump. And as you move across the crease, it can blur your line on where my off stump is.
Starc again to Shafiq. That one a bit wider, a much more comfortable leave. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia out a short time ago for 487. Mitch Marsh making 90. He was 90 at lunch. He was out for 90.
Already a detectable change in pace there. That one's ripping through the batsman. We saw the Pakistan batsman... we saw the Australian batsman counter that nibble that the mediums were getting by walking at the ball.
That's right.
A little bit more difficult to walk at the ball when Mitchell Starc is bowling.
That's exactly right. Starc again, last ball of the first over. He bowls to Shafiq, who drives nicely, just punching it through cover point. It won't be 4. It'll just be a couple of runs, but he got onto the front foot there confidently, pushing through the offside. The first runs for Pakistan off the last ball of the first over. Pakistan, no wicket for 2 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Ensure your ultimate driving machine is in ultimate condition this summer at Berwick BMW. Berwick BMW offers convenient mobility options when booking in your vehicle for service. This includes subsidised Uber service, complimentary BMW loan vehicles, and pick-up and delivery to meet your needs. Servicing your BMW at Berwick BMW has never been easier. Book your service online today at berwickbmw.com.au and save on your total invoice cost. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953.
Now, do you live and breathe local cricket? Head to iCanWin.com.au and let us know what you love about your local cricket club for your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher. It's all thanks to Liquorland. Visit your local Liquorland for a winning selection of drinks. Choose to drink wise. Get your entries in now. iCanWin.com.au. We might have more about that tomorrow as Hazelwood starts with his first ball, and it's a good one to Amar, who leaves outside off stump. That good pace and carry. Alex Carey taking that one at chest high.
That's just beautiful to watch. He's got such an easy run up. Big Josh, great rhythm, just builds up nicely. Uncomplicated action, maximises his height. He doesn't collapse too much on his back foot. But that even surprised Carey, didn't it? He'll go back. We saw Ian Smith, or we heard Ian Smith talking about wicket keeping.
Hazelwood again bowls and Amar leaves a tighter line. And again, good speed through. I'm with you, Peter. It feels different, doesn't
it? And where
you
stand, where we stand, or where the wicket keepers stand, you want to be taking about hip height with your fingers down, so you can come up with the ball. And we've seen. Well, Alex Carey's just changing where he's standing now, and it sets a tone for the slips. But those first two balls, he's thinking hip height, and he's taking it around shoulder height. So that's extreme bounce.
139 kilometres an hour, that delivery.
Hazelwood around the wicket, bowls to Imam, who comes forward confidently, defending bat and pad close together, pushing away on the offside. So, Flem, when you're bowling and you see those first two get through so nicely, how are you feeling as a bowler? Are you having to make any adjustments?
Yeah, I'm thinking I've got to go fuller. Because that sort of carry, it's probably easier to leave. It says that the bounces, yes, it's fast, but it's quite true. So I want to rush the batsman.
Hazelwood again around the wicket, bowling to Imam, who's flicking away finally down towards fine leg. It stays in the field of play. They come back for two. Stark had to dive away to his left on his knees to prevent it going to the boundary. And he did quite well. They come back for two, but I reckon Stark probably saved two. Pakistan no wicket for four. Both opening batsmen on two.
Bit of those subcontinental wrists there as he turned it off his pads. It was a very nice shot. A well run too. Good to see that energy.
Promising start to these two batting together. They average 52 as a partnership with 300s. Freak only 24, Imam only 27 years of age.
Three slips in a gully as that is a plain miss and a defensive prod from Imam al-Haq.
And if they can get through this series averaging 52, opening up, they would have done a great job and a way to set up the batting structure for Pakistan for years to come.
Al-Haq just indicating that one pitched and moved away from him. Pitch them further up, you're going to catch the edge, as you say. If you're that little bit short of that, it is going to go past the outside edge, isn't it?
Hazelwood again, last ball of the over. Bowls to Imam, who leaves outside of stump, putting himself onto the front foot and then letting it go by. End of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled. Pakistan no wicket for four.
IGA's Christmas countdown is on now. Head in store for 3-day specials like Zoosh Dips, 185-gram selected varieties, 2 for $4. End Saturday only at IGA.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their end-of-year clearance sale. Save on all new vehicles in stock and enjoy a 5-year free service campaign on any new vehicle purchased and delivered in December. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
Pakistan no wicket for four. We've got a special guest into the box. I'll explain more after this ball as Stark comes in, bowling to Shafiq, who leaves a wide one.
I hope he's doing ball by ball.
Well, we might give him that opportunity. This is a real Bundaberg ginger beer change of commentary. We've got Ashton Turner now. I'm a bit embarrassed to say this, but Ashton's one of my favourite cricketers, and he's sitting next to me in the box. It's a bit of a thrill, Ashton.
Do I need to get down in the middle of you two?
You might have to. You might have to.
No, thanks for having me, and I think you have to say that when I'm sitting next to you.
No.
You've got yourself a nice vantage point up here. It's a beautiful view down on what's been an exciting test so far.
You could probably hit a 6 up to here.
Yep.
Are that close? Well, that means Ashton hits it that far. Stark comes in again, bowling to Shafiq, who leaves outside off stump. What's it like, Ashton, being here as a fan, someone that's played so much cricket out here for the Scorchers and dominated so many games, to be a spectator?
No, I often say it, and it's a good question. You know, first and foremost, I am a cricket fan. You know, I think most guys who are fortunate enough to call themselves professional cricketers would say the same thing. You know, rewind 15 years ago to when I was a kid, and you know, it was a dream to watch guys like this in the baggy green. You know, to be able to sit up here and watch a game like this. So you know, I'm like any kid on the couch at home.
Stark past the umpire, bowls to Shafiq. He gets high on the stickers as he tried to come forward to that one, pushing defensively to point. There's no run. So before I get Flem to ask you some questions, what I love about you as a cricketer is the way you think about the game, the way you lead, the way that you can control the tempo of a match, whether you're batting or whether you're as captain. When you watch, do you just watch, or do you find yourself being like a captain, thinking about what's going out on the field and what move you'd make next?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I think there's quite a few components to captaincy, but you know, having unique perspectives on the game.
Stark again, bowls to Shafiq, who turns into the onside up to mid-on, and there's no run.
And as a captain, a lot of time and energy gets spent planning, preparing, sitting in strategy meetings, and decisions that you see made at one time are a culmination of maybe years of data or footage, experiences. And so you might see fields set out here by the Australians that may not make sense in the moment, but maybe there's some data that's come from, a game in a different series potentially years ago.
Abdullah Shafiq waiting for Stark. Stark bowls Shafiq, jams down on one and thinks about a single. Oh, they're both in the middle of the pitch, but they'll get through for a single.
Imam is Inzamam al-Haq's nephew, so it's in the genes. Just be watching for the run-outs.
Oh, that was potentially diabolical there. Both standing in the middle of the pitch. Yes, no, wait. Oh, not sure. But in the end, they got through comfortably.
Oh, his uncle would be proud.
No wicket for 5 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Ashton, just on the captaincy, we were talking yesterday about Pat Cummins and what a great job he's done generally, in particularly the recent World Cup. But it's still like a public perception that the captain runs the Australian cricket team. But what you're saying there, even at state level, is reflected at Australian level as well.
Imam now on strike to Stark. He bowls and he leaves. Imam outside off stump. We'll get back to that after this break, Ashton. Pakistan, no wicket for 5 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. Want something delivered fast with full visibility along the way? At State Transport, we have staff available 24/7 and the technology in place to make sure your delivery gets there on time, every time. Give our team a call today and try the State Way. Our people are your solution. Visit statetransport.com.au.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
This session of SEN Test Cricket for Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts. Pakistan, no wicket for 5. Adam White, Ashton Turner and also Damien Fleming in the commentary position. As Hazelwood starts a new over right in front of us. Bowls to Shafiq, who defends strongly back to the bowler. Compact defence.
So, Whitey, just back on that, Ashton, I'm probably just rehashing a bit of what you said, but so, it's a group effort between the leaders, the coaches and the people doing analysis too. What percentage is a little bit of captaincy flair in game, particularly in T20 cricket?
Yeah, no doubt. And there's a few parts to that, but I would say that modern leadership, modern captaincy is no doubt a collaborative approach.
Hazelwood past the umpire, bowls to Shafiq. Tight leave again, but look at the carry through to carry it chest high.
Lovely. And I would say it's really difficult to judge a leader as an outsider, as I am sitting up here. It's really difficult to judge Pat Cummins, and I know we've seen some amazing outcomes. We've seen them successful in the both red and white ball throughout the year on different tours and different competitions. But we're also seeing guys within the four walls of the Australian cricket room give glowing endorsements of Pat Cummins, and I really think that they're the words that you really can listen to.
Hazelwood to Shafiq, a bouncer. And Shafiq ducks underneath.
Because part of captaincy is setting the field, and you can see that from afar, but so much more of the job is man management skills. It's the little conversations that you might have at training. It's the conversations you have in corridors of hotel rooms. It's the hours you spend in planning meetings, preparing for the opposition, creating an environment where guys feel that they can express themselves, creating an environment that's conducive to sustained success.
And here's the voice of Ashton Turner, who's up with us in the SEN commentary position as Hazelwood turns and approaches again. Bowls to Shafiq, who's again compact in defence. Bat close together, pushing defensively up to mid-on.
Just on to some players that you play with, and obviously there's conjecture when Dave Warner finishes, and it's fair to say he's getting to Sydney. Obviously your teammate Cam Bancroft at first-class levels, names bandied around. How much has he improved since his last opportunity for Australia, and where has he improved?
Yeah, no doubt, and I've clearly got a biased lens on. I get to spend a lot of time with him. I get to watch him bat. That builds confidence.
Hazelwood again, past the umpire, bowls to Shafiq, who drives thick outside edge along the ground, and that'll get out to the rope for 4. So the first boundary for Pakistan coming up in the 4th over, and the first boundary goes to Shafiq. Over pitching, and it was a controlled shot, Flem, even though it was a sort of a thick outside edge, but he'd take that.
All good cricket. Not a bad ball from Josh. I'd rather him get driven than cut or hit through the leg side. But Ash, you were talking about Bancroft?
Yeah, and I'm not going to be one to sit here and name the next Australian opener, but what I would say is that Cam's definitely a better player than he's ever been before on the international stage. He works as hard as anyone, and his game has come on in leaps and bounds.
Hazelwood again to Shafiq, who pushes forward again. Comfortable and confident coming forward.
We're seeing it in all forms of the game with Cam Bancroft. We saw him the other night in the BBL.
We'll come back to that distraction. I think there's plenty to come out of that one. At the end of the over, Pakistan no wicket for 9.
There has been a multi-vehicle crash on the Hume Freeway inbound at O'Hearns Road this afternoon. The right-hand lane is currently closed there with delays back to Craigieburn. There has also been an incident in South Melbourne this afternoon on Kingsway inbound at Albert Road. Dan Murphy's don't match, they beat prices like Victoria Bitter 375ml bottles or cans, 24 case, just $46 for My Dan's members. And Sunday, choose to drink wise. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
On the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener, Pakistan no wicket for 9 as Mitchell Starc comes in for his 3rd over, bowling to Imam, who gets a ball that he has to sway out of the way of. A good short ball there from Mitchell Starc. You were talking about Cam Bancroft. Ashton Turner, the Scorchers captain, has joined us in the SEN commentary position.
I never like making comparisons, but I think if we rewind to Justin Langer, who's worked intimately with Cam Bancroft over a long period of time now. And we saw JL's evolution as a player, and as he got older and matured and his game developed, we started to see him play more shots and score more freely. And I think we've seen the evolution of Cam Bancroft's game. He's got more options with his game while still having that really solid base.
Starc again, bowls to Imam, who's just turning around the corner, wants a single, been sent back, and Travis Head slid and turned and was about to throw, then lost balance. So he didn't throw, and Imam was okay.
Which fielder's running him out eventually?
There's plenty putting their hand up at the moment, Flem.
The other one who excites us all, Lance Morris. How fast?
Not sure he excites Ashton when they're in the nets.
Oh, Lance is so exciting. I think anyone who's seen him bowl has given glowing endorsements. rare as hen's teeth guys who can bowl 150 k's an hour, and Lance has started to string together a couple of years of Shield cricket now.
Stark bowls to Imam, who's hit on the thigh pad. It balloons up. Travis Head diving for it at bat pad. He couldn't get hands to it. I think it came off the thigh pad anyway.
But Lance's, his best cricket comes in red ball cricket at the moment, and he's an interesting one. Often his seventh over is quicker than his first over, and he's a guy who needs some time on legs, and I think he's been starved of that a little bit this year. He's been held back for good reason. We want to have fast bowlers fit to play for Australia in Test cricket, and at the moment he's having to bide his time, but the more cricket he can play, the more exciting he keeps getting, and he keeps impressing more and more.
Talking about fast bowling, that last one from Stark was 144. This one down leg side, and the can't flick it. So who would you prefer to face, Morris or Richardson? Because they're a bit different, aren't they?
Yeah, no doubt. Very different bowlers, but both in their own right really skillful. And I think we've seen in the modern era, swing bowling's kind of taken a back seat to seam bowling, and Lance gives you that. He's a genuine seam bowler. He runs in and tries to hit the seam, probably less lateral movement through the air, whereas Jai's really different. Jai's skillful. He can swing the ball both ways, and given the right conditions, can try and be a seam bowler as well. But
Stark again bowls to Imam, who's pushing forward back to the bowler on the bounce.
And it's horses for courses. We know that Jai's probably been prepared to follow in the footsteps of maybe a Josh Hazlewood, whereas Lance is probably being prepared to fill the role that Mitchell Stark's played for a long period of time now. But there's no reason those two guys can't be in the same team.
So what's it like, and you might have to answer, in fact I'll wait till after the over to ask this question, because it's a question I'm dying to ask you as a batsman. As Stark comes in for the last ball of the over to bowl to Imam, and it's a bouncer and it's wide of the off stump, and Imam
didn't land properly there.
No, he did not. On the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener, over bowled Pakistan, no wicket for 9.
There's nothing like the iconic Boxing Day Test. Catch the NRMA Insurance Boxing Day Test, Australia versus Pakistan at the MCG, December 26 till 30. Search cricket tickets today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
For a Jazz Halal Financial Solutions, Pakistan no wicket for 9 after Australia was dismissed for 478. Hazlewood again to bowl to Shafiq with 3 slips and a gully and a bat pad, and he's beaten outside off stump. Fuller ball, maybe a little bit of movement in the air there from Hazlewood, beating the outside edge. So Ashton, I wanted to ask you, when you're in the nets and you've got Morris bowling at you at 152 and Richardson at 149, how do you keep your confidence up as a batsman to make sure that you're giving the bowlers a good working over, but also, with those sort of bowlers bowling at you, that you're not losing your own confidence with your batting?
My priority is not to give them a good working over. The priority is not to get hit in the arm and sit on the sidelines.
Hazlewood to Shafiq, who pushes forward. But is it genuinely terrifying, or is it just a challenge?
No doubt it gets the adrenaline going, and it's exciting. Particularly, we play a lot of domestic cricket at the WACA, and those nets are renowned all over the world for being fearsome, and there's pace and bounce, and often there can be lateral movement. But it's a good challenge, and I think it's something that we encourage, particularly within the West Australian change room, is having competitive net sessions, and that's how we feel like we prepare ourselves to produce our best cricket, and no doubt training against guys like that.
Hazlewood bowls to Shafiq, and that one just beat the outside edge as he pushed forward, searching for that one. It sounded like there was a little bit of a noise, but no one appealed.
We feel like if we prepare ourselves against the best and challenge ourselves against the best, there's an old cliche that says train harder than you play, and that can be the case in times. And if we get a nice wicket, then batting out in the middle can feel a bit easier. But it's exciting to have guys with genuine airspeed in our squad, and to be options for the Australian selectors.
Hazlewood again. Past the umpire bowls to Shafiq, who's inside edging the ball onto the pad. Again, testing the defence of Shafiq, Josh Hazlewood. So, Flem, we've got through all this discussion. We haven't even asked about Mitch Marsh. There's so many players that we could talk to Ashton about.
I know. Aaron Hardy.
Oh, yes.
Very excited about that. Liam Haskett. Ash, been watching his highlights. Some steep bounce.
Yeah, there's no doubt. We're blessed at the moment, and we have been for the last few years with the fast bowling depth that we have. And, you know, a big part of our job is to win domestic titles, but probably equally as big a part is to provide players for the Australian Test team.
Hazlewood a bit closer to the stumps, and then a bouncer that beats everybody over the top of Shafiq, over the top of Carey, and down to the rope for 4.
Isn't it interesting? This has been a very well constructed over from Josh. He'll go full again. They're bowled fuller than the Pakistan bowlers. That bouncer will give Pakistan batsmen something to think about. But I tell you what, it'll be back into the Hazlewood hallway of hesitation here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an outside edge.
No wicket for 13 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled. I wonder whether this one will be well bowled. Hazlewood bowls. Shafiq, full ball, pushing forward in defence on the bounce to Travis Head. So we're going to have a commentary change here. There's all sorts of people coming in and going out. Is Ashton staying in or is Ashton going? Ashton, he's on his way. Ashton, thanks very much for coming in. Really appreciate it, and particularly your insights into the juggernaut that is WA cricket. He's no wicket for 13.
Get ready for extended trade and shop when it suits you this Christmas at High Point. Open till 10 tonight. Visit highpoint.com.au for more.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
SEN Test Cricket this session brought to you by Gazman. Adam Collins in with Bharat Sunderasen. First time we've been together today. It's going to be Mitchell Starc continuing from the Justin Langer end. 3 slips in a gully behind Imam Al-Haq. He's 2 from 13. Doing it tough. Bowls here. Imam off the glove. Doesn't quite reach the cordon. Spits out to short point. Rips the glove off. Blows on those fingers. That wouldn't have tickled. Hello, Baz.
Adam, afternoon. As expected. And as soon as the Australian bowlers have had a go on this pitch, it looks like a completely different pitch, or like the pitch that a lot of the Australian batters spoke about it being. Steve Smith, David Warner, they spoke about it not being very easy, and you're seeing why.
Remember the test here in 2018 against India, which that was lively, especially deeper into the test. Mohammad Shami was dangerous in that test. Starc bowls here, Imam better. Full face of the bat, straight out to mid-off. Labuschagne busy at mid-off, but there'll be no run. Imam, lots of experience now against Australia. His 6th test match played in 2018 in the UAE. In Australia in 2019 and in Pakistan in 2022. Made twin tons against the Aussies at Rawalpindi, which I think we saw every single ball of. One of those draws that you don't want to go over too much. But he averages 55 in these clashes. A couple of half centuries this year. Made 121 against England at Rawalpindi this time last year as well. So it's very much the senior opener in this Pakistan lineup. Facing Starc here, sways out the way of a short one into the gloves of Carey on the way up.
Just seeing these first few overs though, Adam, because we are in an era where there's players coming in and going for different formats. It's almost surreal to see Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood take the new ball against these two, because it feels like only yesterday I was in Bangalore and there was a World Cup match on. Same thing. Yeah. You don't see it very often these days, do you?
Yeah, that was a part of the secret of Australia's success, wasn't it, in that World Cup? So many of those experienced, battle-hardened players had a lot of test cricket pressure as well. Starc towards us and towards Imam. Arrives and bowls, and Imam defends out to the onside where there won't be a single. Mitchell Starc, who picked up his 300th wicket around this time last year at the Gabba. He's taken 29 at 31 this year. Missed some cricket in India with that broken finger he picked up towards the end of the Australian summer, but finished that Ashes really well. 8 wickets at the Oval. Took a 5 at Leeds on the final day. A couple of important 3-fers at Lords, which would prove to be vital in Australia retaining the Ashes, and takes his wickets at this ground at 19, including 9 for 97 match figures against New Zealand a couple of summers ago. Building up a head of steam here. Mitchell Starc bowls to Imam Al-Haq and leaves the lane outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, some outstanding first overs in the Ashes series from Starc.
Yeah.
But remember how he knocked over Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
And at that point, the whole feeling was, oh, if Ben Stokes hangs around in the first innings, England could get past that harikiri batting that they'd indulged in the previous evening.
Was that the first ball of the day, possibly, with Starc getting Stokes caught in the gully?
And there was so many wickets that fell during the first overs. During that,
it was an ongoing theme, wasn't it? First balls of sessions and first overs of days. So much happened in England. It's a fever dream, those 6 weeks over there. Starc up here and bowling to Imam to finish the over, defending with the full face of the bat. Collects it in his follow-through. Maiden complete Pakistan. And none for 13. They trail by 474 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Imam is 2 and Shafiq is 7.
This is Kogan.com with a Christmas cracker joke. Salespeople who tell you it's the best price. Best price. For really awesome prices, click on to Kogan.com and get up to 60% off a massive range of TVs, appliances, toys, gaming, electronics, and more. That's up to 60% off. The Kogan.com Click and Kraken Christmas sale is now on. Kogan.com. Click and awesome. See website for T's and C's.
This session is for Gazban. Our coverage is for Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins, Bharat Sunderasen, perched up in the members' stand here at Perth Stadium. Behind Josh Hazlewood, his long, deliberate approach. Not many fast bowlers with really long run-ups these days, but Hazlewood, one of those. 3 slips and a short leg. Gully as well. Delivers to Shafiq. It's full and straight and pushed out to mid-on where Cummins does the fielding. There won't be a single.
Such a big summer for Josh Hazlewood as well. And so much talk of Lance Morris and when will Australia look to the future. But he's played, 3 test matches in the last 24 months. And I'll never forget the little chat I did with him before the Sydney test last year for SEN. He said that my focus is going to be on test cricket for the next 12, 18 months because Australia is playing so much test cricket home and away. And then you could see he was almost emotional in Bangalore when he said, I'm ruled out for at least the first 2 tests, and then he went home early as well.
Hazlewood up, delivers to Shafiq, who leaves alone on length over the top of the off stump. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it, as we welcome Simon Katich into the expert chair. Our change of commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, that he reached his 200th wicket, Hazlewood, 3 years ago at Adelaide. Only 38 since then, 3 test matches in Australia. So those injuries have plagued this stage of his career. It must be so frustrating for him, and informs why he's so desperate to play in a week like this, Kat. Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys, and all our listeners. Yeah, look, he's been impressive in this first spell. He's worked Shafiq over nicely. Shafiq's a very good young player, averaging over 50, and these two have just gone past 1,000 runs as a partnership, averaging over 50.
Fantastic, aren't they? Shafiq facing Hazlewood, pushing into the onside. We watched, the 3 of us watched a lot of Shafiq batting in Pakistan. It's nearly getting on 2 years ago now, the initial... it's the Benaud Qadir. No, sorry. Benaud Qadir. My apologies for a moment. I heard that name after again. Benaud Qadir. Yes, with Shafiq. He's already got 4 centuries in 15 test matches. Made 201 in his most recent start at Colombo in a thumping win over Sri Lanka. Made that important 100 at Rawalpindi to guarantee the draw. But on that final day in Lahore, when they got Shafiq, they believed they could win because he was a real impediment. Facing Hazlewood here, he pulls, but miscuing out to wideish mid-on. Gets 1. Shafiq to 8, none for 14.
Yeah, and I like that from Hazlewood. He's used the short ball a couple of times now to just try and unsettle his footwork. That one then he got rushed a little bit, Shafiq, but it's to try and get him to pin him on the crease. You've seen him spar at a couple of balls just wide of off stump, and that's what they're trying to expose him with. He's defended the ball beautifully straight back down the wicket, but when they've just gone out to sort of 4th and 5th stump, he's just sparred at a couple, and he's getting caught on the crease every now and then with his front foot.
It just already looks like a different pitch, doesn't it? So,
A different game of cricket with these big quicks. Gets a chance here at Imam. Round the wicket, Hazlewood. Still 3 slips. It's fallen straight and driven back to the bowler. Well collected in his right mitt.
I also heard so much about Pakistan's new approach.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they haven't given it a name or a term yet.
The Pakistan way, they're calling it out.
The Pakistan way. You can't add that to the dictionary. Both words already exist. But we haven't seen that yet. I mean, it's not been easy batting conditions so far. And Shan Masood, in many ways, before he became captain, led the way. But those were in very different batting conditions in Gaul.
It's a good point, though. They have talked the talk ahead of this series. They want to play aggressive cricket. Hazelwood to finish his 4th over. Imam just defending here out to Schmidt-off, where Labuschagne does the fielding. The end of 8 overs, done for 14. Shafiq 8, Imam 2. And that's on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
There has been a multi-vehicle crash on the Hume Freeway inbound at O'Hearns Road. The right-hand lane is currently closed there and there are delays back to Craigieburn. There has also been an earlier incident in South Melbourne on Kingsway inbound at Albert Road this afternoon. The Kogan.com Click and Crack and Christmas sale is now on. With big savings on awesome Christmas gifts you won't want to miss out. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
A change of bowler for Australia. Mitchell Starc, having bowled 4 overs, 4 frugal overs, is being replaced by his skipper. Pat Cummins gets his first crack of the summer from the Justin Langer stand end. Went around a little bit in England, took 18 wickets at 37, but an economy rate up in the 4s, which is unheard of for Cummins. But different story at home against a batting lineup he's enjoyed bowling to over the journey.
Yeah, and it's not a surprise to see this change because I think Mitchell Starc was struggling with the area where the drop-in pitch meets the outfield surface, and it just looked like he had to take off from well behind, and he was landing way behind the front foot on the popping crease.
Cummins up here, pulse for Shafiq. First ball past the outside edge. He might have just pulled inside the line at the last minute. Either way, a little bit of movement away from the right-hander.
And then the other thing is generally the Australians like Nathan Lyon to bowl from the opposite end to Mitchell Starc so that he can bowl into the footmarks. We're not seeing a huge amount of footmarks out there at the moment, but that might change in the next day or two once there's a bit of traffic from these big quicks.
Last time Australia played Pakistan at Lahore, it was Cummins on that final day. Supreme. 5 for 56, 3 for 23. To finish the series in real style with the reverse swinging ball. Up here, bowls to Shafiq. Outside part of the bat, skews out, all bet along the ground. They get 1. Mitchell Marsh chases after it in the gully. Shafiq up to 9, none for 15.
What an incredible year Pat Cummins has had, right, in terms of growth as a person, as a captain. Simon, the last time we saw him in Australia was during the rain-marred Sydney Test. Since then, going to India and overcoming the grief of losing his mother, and then coming back for the WTC final, winning that, the whole Ashes drama, and then going to the World Cup, going 2-0 down. And just, I thought the way he evolved as a bowler during that World Cup, became the enforcer who was ready to bowl cutters, bowl unlike what he generally does. The amount he would have grown and learned this year.
Cummins up, bowling to Imam for the first time over the wicket. Just back of the leg, pushed into the onside. Travis Head collected it short leg.
Yeah, it's amazing because that series you talk about in Pakistan, in my mind, he was the difference between both teams. And it could well have been a drawn series or potentially even Pakistan winning a series, given his bowling on those flat tracks. He just made things happen when most of the other bowlers couldn't. But I think this last year in particular, it's been testament to him allowing everyone around him, whether it's the coaching staff, whether it's the senior players, to have a big say in how they want to go about things.
Cummins passes umpire Wilson over the wicket to Imam, bouncer, ducks it through to Carey, still on the way up.
And I think that's testament to his leadership ability to recognise that he can't do it all himself. He can with the ball because he can control that, and that's one element of having a bowling captain. It's been great to see that because often captains that are batsmen can't influence the game when they've got the ball in their hand. We're seeing a totally different dynamic to that when the game's on the line or they need a wicket, or even in that World Cup final. His spell in that sort of first 20-odd overs was just brilliant to watch with the tactics, 5 guys on the leg side, an extra fielder at square leg.
Here he is, Cummins to Imam. Leaves alone over the top of the off-stump. Was it 23 bowling changes in the final or something ridiculous as well? 22, sorry. Yeah. But nevertheless, like the willingness to keep rolling the dice you were there, Baz. It must have been very special to observe.
Yeah, and just speaking to Sean Abbott, I think after the last league game, he said something, Simon, that kind of stuck with me, and discussed it in the next door as well. He spoke about the bowler's intuition that Pat Cummins has, and he said he was substitute fielder all the time, right, Sean Abbott, and because those two go back a long way as well. It's like the way he would read the game and the way he would predict things was only a bowler can do that.
Cummins to complete his first over. Delivers here, Imam. Defends, down the pitch. End of the over. 1 run coming from it. 9 gone Pakistan. None for 15. Imam's 2. Shafiq is 9 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres. Plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
This Christmas, B is for brandy.
B is for beer.
B is for backyard cricket.
B is for Bataki.
Insist on Bataki Christmas ham. Available at all good delicatessens.
Christmas just wouldn't be Christmas without Bataki. Simply the best.
All the stats and facts on SEN Test Cricket are for Mate Internet and Mobile, and our coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Hazelwood to the crease to Shafiq. Hits him on the pad with a delivery that's back of a length. Spills out into the offside, no run.
So, just about that, Simon, you captained many teams in your time. Do you get the whole bowler's intuition thing? I mean, were there bowlers in your side that you went to while you were on the field and say wickets weren't coming?
Oh, there's no doubt you have a feeling, and it changes from day to day because you can sense when someone's on, and particularly it depends where you're fielding. Having fielded at first slip for a number of those years, particularly in New South Wales, you get a good feel for the ball coming through, any movement off the seam, who looks troubled from the batsman's footwork from behind the stumps.
Up here is Hazelwood. Bit full, a lovely delivery to Shafiq, defeating his outside edge. It was ever so close to kissing it on the way through. It's the way that Hazelwood has taken so many of his 238 Test wickets over the years.
Whereas when you're fielding it maybe mid-off or in the field, you have a totally different perspective on how things are going. So, but what you said before was interesting because batting is, because it's so individual at times, yes, you're out there with a partner, but to get runs, effectively it's up to you. But bowling's different, and the whole mentality's different because when they're hunting as a pack, that's when they generally feed off each other and get wickets, building pressure at both ends.
Doing that here, Hazelwood bowls and beats Shafiq again. This time it's a little bit shorter, but nevertheless it's frustrated hands on hips from the big quick, who is ever so close to getting a breakthrough.
And as a result of that, that's where you see the difference in the psyche between batting and bowling, and it's purely natural because you have to have a different psyche as a batsman because you got one chance, and if you blow it, you're gone. Whereas bowlers get multiple chances and they can come back, have a poor first spell, come back, have a great second spell or a great third spell and end up, influencing the game. So there's always going to be that difference in psyche.
Hazelwood away from us at the members' end. Close to the stumps to Shafiq. This time he gets bat on ball, straight back down the pitch defensively.
But what it does highlight is that because bowlers have that psyche of working and these guys do it better than most, this pack of 4 or even 5 if you include Mitch Marsh and the tests he's played with these guys, they do it so well in terms of being able to understand who needs to bowl a tight spell, who's bowling a spell that's attacking. So when Mitch Stark's got it reverse swinging, yep, he's the attacker, the other guys back off. And they do that very well, whereas batting, you're relying on, obviously, a partnership or your own ability to get runs.
Hazelwood bowling beautifully to Shafiq. Full and straight and pushed out to Labuschagne at wide-ish mid-off, no run. But there was some criticism of the Cummins intuition in England, actually, so it's come full circle a little bit. When they were under the pump at Manchester, he was copping pelters, saying that he wasn't fit to be, tactically, he wasn't fit to be captain, but it's funny how these things can change, Simon.
Interesting you mentioned about Manchester because I flew into Manchester for the 100 a couple of days after that test finished, and I watched a county game between Lancashire and Northants start 2 days after the test finished, and it went for another 4 days.
Might come back to this in the next over. Last ball of this one from Hazelwood to Shafiq. Right on the money. Quick single taking on Labuschagne. Hits the stumps, but he's well through. Labuschagne hits the stumps a frighteningly high percentage of times, and he has a ping. End of the 10th over, though. None for 16. Shafiq retains the strike. He's in the double figures on 10. Imam's on 2. And that's on the Holman Industries scoreboard. And I believe that drinks are coming out onto the field. They are. So our drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia were all out for 487 at the start of the hour. And Pakistan still a long way behind. As I say, they're none for 16 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Back after the drinks break.
The Hyundai 2023 SUV sale event is on now. Enjoy a brilliant $2,000 factory bonus on selected Santa Fe and Palisade, plus a great $1,500 factory bonus on the Tucson SUV. Experience our most innovative SUVs, packed with smart sense safety, advanced technology and intuitive design. Hurry, limited time only. Offer on select stock and not applicable on every model. T's and C's apply. Visit your local showroom today. Imagine that. Hyundai.
G'day, Macca. Well, tell me, how's your golf?
Oh, so good. I shot 76 at St Andrews last week.
What?
Yep, and 78 at Pebble Beach the week before.
You went to California and Scotland?
No, mate. I went to Yarra Bend with the amazing Top Tracer technology. You hit real balls on the range while you play the best courses in the world.
OK, take me to Yarra Bend. Let's play Muirfield. No, hang on. Spyglass.
Top Tracer, available at Melbourne's premier driving range, Yarra Bend. yarrabendgolf.com.
Liquorland, a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, invites you to be part of the action this summer. To secure your spot in the stands, head to cricket.com.au/tickets and join us in celebrating the summer of cricket. If you are watching at home, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Shop in store or online. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Middle session starts. Bowling here. Jamal knocks him over first ball. Shazad, brilliant. What an anticlimax. Mitchell Marsh, first ball of the session, has had his middle stump bent back. Bowls here, line edged and taken as well. Amir Jamal has a 6-wicket bag on test debut, and he's finished Australia off in a hurry here. They're all out for 487.
So again, past the umpire bowls to Shafiq, who drives thick outside edge along the ground, and that'll get out to the rope for Thor.
It's the middle of day 2, the Bundaberg Ginger Beer Drinks Break. Our play of the day is Amal Jamir picking up a 6-wicket bag on test debut. 6 for 111, a couple of wickets after the lunch break. The play of the day for Drinkwise. Our apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's at the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Our coverage is for Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions. I'm Adam Collins, with me, Bharat Sunderasen, and Simon Katich was telling us about a county game a couple of days after the Old Trafford Test between Lancs and Northants.
Well, the reason I say it is because everyone in that Ashes series just assumed that England would win that test and said, oh, yeah, that Old Trafford Test was England's. And obviously got ruined by the weather. Well, that wicket, it ended up finishing 6 games. So it's played on the test wicket, ended up finishing 6 days after the test finished, was still an absolute road. So I've got no, the game ended in a draw, and there was still great batting conditions on day 4 of that match. So I'm not so sure that was the case. I don't think the rain cost England at all. I actually think Australia would have been able to get back into that test match.
It would have taken a lot, just the energy of the series at the time. But they did hold on really well in that late session on the Saturday evening when it was dark and gloomy and the ball was going around corners. Even Joe Root was taking wickets. And as Nathan Lyon comes into the attack, a man who knows what it's all about to play at that ground, he's just signed for Lancashire. They did do a good job with Mitch Marsh and Marnus Labuschagne.
Oh, what an innings Marnus played. He made a half-century in the first innings. Didn't do a lot on either side getting starts, but
Nathan Lyon, welcome back to Test cricket. First ball to Shafiq, spins down the leg side, not far away from catching a glove. He's got a slip and a short leg to start.
Ooh, and how long before he puts a leg slip in? Because that one spun and it bounced, and leg slip will be in the game against new ball.
That is ragged.
Yep.
That has ragged. Watching it back on replay, the hard ball and all the rest, but he's turned that a long way. Short leg goes just behind square. Bowls here, edge, pass slip. Down to the right for 4. Nearly within the wingspan of Stephen Smith. Not quite. Shafiq gets away with one. He's 14 with the boundary, none for 20.
That's right.
Our boundaries for Azito all day, every day. We'll get a second look. How close was Smith on the dive? Oh, we're talking 6 inches tops, Cat.
The thing that stands out to me is the pace off the bat here. This ball has flown away quickly. Steve Smith didn't really have a chance. It went wide, but plenty happening already.
Loves it here, Lyon. Took a 6 for here last year. Bowled for Shafiq outside the off stump. Leaves it alone, but it's turned as well. 93 kilometres an hour.
And think back to that Rawalpindi test. Shafiq holed out to deep mid-on, didn't he? Off Nathan Lyon, I think, in the first hour or so of play. They've already got a deep mid-on for him, which is pretty much taking that shot out of his game.
They want a 2-man back on the leg side line. Eventful to start. Shafiq back defensively. That's better. Watching it under his eyes when he makes contact.
And people might say, oh, why is he back in his first over? He hasn't played, a shot in anger yet. But Nathan Lyon wants to take that aggressive option away from him and trying to get him just poking around the crease to bring back pad or first slip into the game.
Lyon passes umpire Wilson. Rolling over the wicket. Delivers. Fuller. Straight. Pushed out to mid-on. No run.
Just feels so good to see Nathan Lyon back.
Yeah.
How much did Australia miss him during that? I almost told you sort of how underappreciated he is.
Spoken a lot about the toll it took on him being at home watching, not being able to contribute in those last 3 matches. Finishing his first over to Shafiq, and it hit something on the way through. Inside edge onto pad. I suspect watching it from behind. End of the over. Line right on the money right away. None for 20 Pakistan. Shafiq 14. Imam 2 from 25 balls. That's on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
There has been a multi-vehicle crash on the Hume Freeway inbound at O'Hearns Road this afternoon. The right-hand lane is currently closed there and there are delays back to Craigieburn. There has also been a crash over in Wantirna South on High Street inbound under the East Link. Crews are on the scene. Have you heard? 50 Days of Deals is back at Liquorland. Grab a carton of 24 by 375ml bottles of Cooper's Original Pale Ale for $58. And Sunday, choose to drink wise. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
SEN Test Cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Ian Smith jumping in for Bharat Sunderasen. A change in commentary. Cat's still here. Doesn't the world feel a bit different with Nathan Lyon bowling from one end, Smithy?
Well, it was enough in that over to really get you on the edge of your seat, wasn't there? Right from that very first ball. I wonder what Imam al-Haq, the left-hander, was thinking when he saw it go like that extent to the right-hander.
So Cummins has swung himself around to replace Hazelwood after 1 over. Bowls here at start of his second set outside the line of the off-stump shouldering arm. So we saw Stark bowl from the Langer end. 1 over from Cummins. Now Lyon and Cummins down here now.
And a lot of the right arm quicks are going automatically straight right arm round, which is a great plan of attack in itself to the left-hander, but it also is creating traffic in those areas that Nathan Lyon will be enjoying. So it's a plan, a bowling plan. It hasn't paid a divvy yet, but it's been accurate enough to suggest they're not far away.
All part of the bigger picture. Imam, 26 balls for his 2. Wants to hang around as long as he can, get overs into the Australian bowlers. Cummins bowls, rears up off a length, hits him possibly on the glove. Out towards cover, no run. It's been hit on the glove once already.
This is a Caddo type approach, though, isn't it? This is a dog fight. A denial dog fight out in the middle.
Well, I was just about to say, Colo mentioned it before, Smithy, about this Pakistan way and wanting to play an aggressive style of cricket. But there's times in Test cricket where the conditions or the percentages aren't in your favour. And at the moment, they're probably not really in Imam's favour facing these quicks. So he's just got to weather this new ball, but it'll turn. And if he gets himself in, once that ball softens and gets to around the 25, 30 over mark, then it becomes a different ball game. And that's his role in this team. The others bat around him aggressively, and he holds an end up and gets in partnerships with the rest of the top order.
Cummins is away from us, round the wicket. Imam leaves alone on length, flying into the gloves of Carey. It feels like that's the next step of the McCullum-Stokes revolution, is when they can put it away for a session or two when it's working against them. That was the criticism of them at Birmingham and at Lords when they lost those 2 Test matches. There were hours of play when they just needed to not worry quite so much about the run rate, and they couldn't do it. They were compulsive.
That challenge is coming very soon when they go to India.
Yes.
And if they produce the turning wickets they have been in the past or recent times, then that is going to be the challenge, because you can't always motor at 5 and over in those conditions.
It's going to be a box office series, that one. Cummins in, bowls to Imam, leaves alone again on length. That's closer to the off stump. Nice probing length.
Well, he's a positive man, Brendan McCullum. We know that. And when Stokes is around McCullum, so is he. But there is reason at times to just temper it, and I totally agree with you. I mean, they might be able to be going 5 and over, but the way they're going at the moment, they'll only go for 30 overs. That is the problem.
I see the West Indies have touched them up again overnight in the second T20 international.
There's something drastically wrong with England's white ball cricket. It was evident in the World Cup. They looked tired. They looked devoid of ideas.
Cummins in. Imam leaves again on that 4th stump channel. Rare do you see Cummins walk down the pitch with his hands on his head in frustration. That gives a sense of just how close he is right now.
But it's also a good sign for the batsmen, because they're getting their judgment well.
Just on that England white ball piece before we get to the end of the over, it's rare that a side falls off a cliff so quickly, don't you think?
Yes, it is. It is to that extent. I mean, you know, they were one of the favourites going into that World Cup. New Zealand beat them in the first game. They scored 280 odd and thought they were in the game, and they weren't. They got battled out of it very quickly. But they had a number of starts in that innings from memory.
Cummins to finish. Imam has to use his bat here on the line of the middle stump. Now towards mid-on. Stark does the fielding. End of the over. Maiden from Cummins. Pakistan none for 20 with Shafiq 14, Imam 2. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled.
Saddle up for Geelong Racing Club's first ever Metro Grade Race Day, Saturday, January 6. It'll be a fun family day with a free kids zone, including carnival rides, petting zoo, water park, pony rides, Kelly sports activities, and so much more. Celebrate the day in style with umbrella, dining and marquee packages available. Enjoy live entertainment, browse Piccadilly Makers Market and hit the beach volleyball court for a day of summer fun in Geelong. Visit grc.com.au for all you need to book a great day.
Nathan Lyon just 4 wickets away from joining a very special club. All those numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. And he turned it square straight away before Smithy. Reminds me of the old Shane Warne maxim that if it seems round, it'll spin. And we've seen that in the first day and a half. He bowls here to Shafiq, who square drives him with real style. Getting on the top of the bounce and crunching it out to the long boundary. Those boundaries for Azito all day, every day. Shafiq, he's up to 18, none for 24.
I said this in Pakistan last year when I saw him for the first time. I think this boy is going to be a serious player for Pakistan, and I think he's going to actually potentially rival, if not be better than Babar Azam.
Ooh, love it.
Wow.
Love it, Kat.
That's how good I think he looks.
Fine player. Line bowls here to Shafiq. He leaves alone on length mostly, outside the off stump. I said on commentary, I think, with you last year, didn't we agree he's going to make 10,000 test runs?
Yeah.
I think we landed on that, didn't we?
Yeah. Particularly if he gets to play more tests in Pakistan, because those things were flat as tacks. Yeah. That's the one great regret of my career, not playing a test in Pakistan.
Line to him here, the right-handed Shafiq driving again, just wide a bit off. There won't be a single. Cummins does the
And that's saying something, because we play on some flat tracks here in Australia, so we've been blessed over the years in state cricket and international cricket, but those things were unbelievably flat.
And from a wicket-keeping point of view, I can counter that by saying I'm very disappointed that I did play Test cricket in Pakistan.
Line bowls close to the stump. Shafiq driving straight to catch in cover. It's a crowd catch for Travis Head. They were involved, but it was the pump ball on the half volley. No dramas for Shafiq.
Spent hours upon hours staring at Javed Miandad's rump.
Line bowls, Shafiq defends again to cover where Head does the fielding.
One of the greatest players of spin bowling I ever saw, Javed Miandad. He used to laugh at them.
And never LBW in Pakistan?
No.
Not once?
Save your voice.
Did he wear pads?
Line finishes in behind it. Nice delivery. Well flighted. Shafiq knocks it on the head. End of the over. There'll be a change in commentary with Adam White jumping in for me after the break. Shafiq 18. Imam is on 2. Pakistan none for 24 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to earn yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
For Hajaz Alal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket from Optus Stadium in Perth. Bright, sunny conditions, as you'd expect. Pakistan no wicket for 24. Perhaps what we didn't expect through the first 13 overs. No wickets for the Australians, Simon Katich and Ian Smith.
It's been a good positive start by Pakistan.
Absolutely. Cummins again. Around the wicket, bowling to Imam. He's backing across, dabbing, taking a run, stealing a run to point. Nathan Lyon set deep. They went on contact and they got there comfortably.
Well, the running between the wicket has not been that assured, but there was on that occasion, and I think that's a good sign too that they're growing in confidence. It's the 21st time that they've batted together in Test cricket, so they should have some sort of running understanding. But what was good about that is they rotate the stroke early in the over, because Cummins had set a plan for Imam. He put a leg gully in, And very first ball, he gets away from the plan. It's frustrating from a bowling and captaincy point of view.
And these two have put on 1,000 runs in partnership in those tests together, averaged over 52.
Cummins now, bowling to Shafiq, who got an awkward one at sort of rib high, and he did very well to just drop it at his feet, considering that bat pad Travis Headey's there.
So can I ask you what really convinced you? Was it his technique? When you looked at him from a distance and said, this boy's going to be good? What was it?
Oh, I just like the fact that he looked uncomplicated. He looked pretty settled at the crease. He always presents a nice full face to the bat. He played, a couple of defensive shots early to Hazelwood, which is not easy to do against his pace and bounce. And he presented the full face of the ball, came straight back down the wicket to Hazelwood.
Cummins again, 3 slips and a gully and a bat pad closer to the stumps and past the outside edge. That fizzed pass, just missing the shoulder of the bat on the way through.
And we spoke about it earlier on TV when he first came out there. That ball there is the danger ball on this wicket when it just starts dragging him over, and it's that in-between length, and he gets caught on the crease, doesn't commit on the front foot, and then ends up sparring at the ball with a stiff front leg or quite upright at the crease. So he's just got to be mindful of that. Keep defending the balls on the stumps well, and then wait for the bowlers to get impatient. But someone like Pat Cummins, he's going to keep working over that on and around the top of off-stump length.
Cummins again bowls to Shafiq, who pushes confidently forward up to mid-off. No runs. So at the moment, Cummins is averaging around about 136 kilometres an hour. He's bowled one ball at 142, but that 136 isn't... I thought you'd be a bit faster than that.
Yeah, look, the other thing I was just going to say is that Pakistan, I don't know whether they would have talked about this in their meeting, but this Australian attack has been playing white ball cricket. So they've been bowling maximum 10 overs. Yes, they've had plenty of cricket, but they haven't had repeat spells and 20 overs a day and then being in the field again for, potentially 80 to 100 overs. So that's where they've got to get miles into their legs early in this test series.
Cummins a bit wider on the crease to Shafiq, who defends from the stumps back to the bowler. Again, looking comfortable. Cummins almost frustratingly throwing the ball to Travis Head as he fielded on the follow-through.
It's been resolute. We're about to bring up the end of the 14th over. But one of the great sayings in cricket, and we say it all the time, the next 15, 20 minutes is very, very important. And this is to lose a wicket just prior to the tea break will be very costly, and bring a new player out and lift Australia. So they have to be resolute for another period of time. Very, very solid.
Cummins bowling to Shafiq, who leaves the ball outside the off stump, watches it carefully go past to Alex Carey. End of the over on the Thai Power scoreboard. Always well bowled. It is Pakistan. No wicket for 25.
Liberty Personal Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and the go-getters. Get fuss-free finance from an awarded 5-star lender today. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Bataki use only fresh premium Australian pork to produce all of their bone-in Christmas hams. Insist on Bataki at leading supermarkets and delicatessens. Bataki bone-in Christmas ham with fresh premium Australian pork. Simply the best.
For Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions, Pakistan no wicket for 25 on SEN Test Cricket. Adam White, Ian Smith and Simon Katich with you. 23 minutes until tea. And Nathan Lyon is going to continue.
And this is interesting. This is the first time he's bowled to the left-hander. Imam Al-Haq. Just a slip.
And he comes, Nathan Lyon, bounces in, bowls to Imam, who leaves outside off stump.
I'm interested to see what his scoring options will be here, because mid-off's pushed back. So whether he feels like he can get a single there, but then Nathan Lyon will feel like he can bring Steve Smith into the game at first slip.
And again, comes in, bowls to Imam, who flicks it away fine down the leg side. Hazelwood does well, coming around to his left to make sure that it's only one. Pakistan no wicket for 26.
Come on, lads.
Lyon now back over the wicket. The bowler Shafiq uses his feet, hits him down the ground. Good shot. One bounce into the fence, straight over the umpire's hat.
Yeah, that's his zone. That's why Nathan Lyons started with a deep mid-on to try and take that shot out of the game, but on this occasion, Shafiq was excellent because he got to the line of the ball and was able to just pump it straight back over Nathan Lyons' head and guide it straight towards the side screen safely.
What's the response from Lyon? He gave it a little bit of extra flight, tempted Shafiq, who said, no, I'm just going to turn it into the onside to the man in the deep position.
Got quick feet. Shafiq has got very quick feet because he did not telegraph he was coming to Nathan Lyon at any point there. He just saw a little bit of there and he said, me, it's me.
Start us off, guys. He ambushed him, didn't he?
Got him.
Lyon now around the wicket to bowl to Imam, and Imam pushes into point, no run. Again, a little bit slower, a little bit more flight there to the left-handed Imam al-Haq.
And that was the other thing I saw about Shafiq in Pakistan. Obviously different conditions, but he looked really aggressive against spin. And I think he's going to play against a lot of spinners in his time.
Lyon to Imam, who again comfortably pushing to cover along the ground. End of the over. Pakistan no wicket for 31 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled. So what have we seen? Lyon for 3 overs. It's still a bit too early to tell as to whether he's getting too much out of this pitch. At the end of the over, it's a chance for us to just remind everybody, if you do live and breathe local cricket, head to iCanWin.com.au and let us know what you love about your local cricket club for your chance to win $100 with a Liquorland voucher. It's all thanks to Liquorland. Visit your local Liquorland for a winning selection of drinks. Choose to drink wise, of course, and get your entries in now. iCanWin.com.au, and we might announce a winner tomorrow during the lunch break of who'll get that $100 voucher. I'm sure that around the country there's going to be plenty of local cricket played tomorrow, being a Saturday. I know my son James is playing junior cricket in the twilight this afternoon. Made a very good 3 off 15 retired, Simon. Real sort of resolute batting. Very happy with that. Cummins bowls here to Shafiq. He gets an edge along the ground into the gully. And it is a dot ball.
3 off
15 balls.
Yeah.
There was a collapse around him.
Green top, was it?
It was a green top. It was on synthetic. But we like to see the occupying of the crease and just getting hard runs. And
would you have been there if you weren't here? Or
I was. I love being here, but I do miss watching.
You weren't going to be at golf?
No, that was yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Cummins again. Pass to Shafiq. Shoulders, arms. Lets it go by again. Watching it very carefully.
And have we heard from Jared? Is he needing rehab for Mitch Marsh getting out in the 90s?
Well, I haven't heard from Jared. We wanted Jared to ring up for the quiz because it was on the marshes during the lunch break. So
he'd be in mourning this afternoon, Jared.
Yes.
Mitch Marsh not quite getting there. He would have been up and about.
Leapt out of his bed.
Oh.
3 slips and a gully in a bat pad. Cummins bowls close to the stump. Shafiq goes the hook shot and doesn't make contact.
Well, the shot's on because they haven't set a trap or anything of that nature. They've got a whitish fine leg. They've got Travis Head, who spends his time under the helmet when the quick bowlers are bowling, but there's no one set back. So it was a surprise ball, if anything, and instinctively he took it on, missed out. He'll see that as an opportunity missed. Shafiq.
.23 off 57. Imam al-Haq, 4 off 36. Stats thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile as Cummins approaches again. Bowls to Shafiq. Full ball, hit him on the pad. Umpire says no. A big how's that shout. Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise with that LBW shout. We haven't had too many of them.
And Pat Cummins showed next to no interest in it. A little initially, leg side, and he showed a bit there, and then he thought better of it. Turned around, picked the ball up, and got on with it.
Bit of tail in though, wasn't it?
Great follow-up ball from the bouncer too.
Yep. That's the next one. Cummins bowls. Shafiq defending. spitting out on the onside, past the square leg umpire. They've got one. They're coming back for two. And Stark can't prevent that second. So again, Shafiq didn't know a lot about that one, taking the inner portion of the bat, just going out into open territory so they could get a couple of runs. Pakistan no wicket for 33 now, with Abdullah Shafiq on 25. Imam al-Haq stuck on 4.
I like seeing that too, because he could have easily just stayed down the other end then Shafiq. It's getting close to the break. You know, he could have made it look like he didn't want to get back on strike, but he did. And that to me is good positive intent. He's not shirking the issue. You've got to look after your partner at times and soak up pressure balls.
Once again to Shafiq, another bouncer that he ducks underneath to complete the over. Pakistan no wicket for 33. We have got a response from Jared. Apparently, after Ichmash fell, he took his afternoon nap.
Well, there was, I think, 14,000 people here at the lunch break, and they were all hoping that they were going to see.
You kind of felt, Ian, that the momentum slowed once he couldn't get much of the strike there before lunch. It looked for all money that he was going to get there before lunch. But a combination of good bowling, they bowled a lot of bounces to him. They starved him of the strike. He lost all momentum. Guess what? Ichmash is not going to bowl.
Speak of the devil.
Exactly.
And that was a short spell from Nathan Lyon. It was an interesting one. He got taken on a couple of times and lost the battle. Got a couple to turn quite viciously. Enough food for thought, but also a nice bowling change as well, because when you're hot, you can be hot. And he was hot this morning, Mitchell Marsh.
Yeah, he certainly was. He was the robot building suppliers. Robot's got it. Leading run scorer today for Australia. And now he's a chance to get into the wickets, to get Australia going. They haven't got one yet. Damien Fleming is back in the commentary position with Ian Smith as Marsh bowls from the Langer stand end to Imam, and it's a good one first up that rears at Imam, who dropped his hands just at the right time, or maybe not at the right time, but it certainly didn't take the edge on the way through.
Imagine that, a wicket first ball for Mitch. Oh, geez, that's good first delivery. Bit of life.
123.7.
It looked quicker than that, didn't it?
Marsh again, past the umpire, bowls to Imam. Another nasty delivery that Imam has to fend off his chest around the corner, but there is a man around the corner with Labuschagne at leg slip. Didn't get there on the full, but that was a good delivery again, Damien Fleming.
Well, he's making things happen with the bat, backing up with the ball. I don't know how much when he does just get a little bit fuller. If he can just make the ball just move a little bit off the seam, wouldn't be surprised.
Marsh again on the approach to Imam al-Haq, who is beaten again. Fishing for that one outside off stump. Again, just short of a length, going through it chest high and beating the outside edge.
I've heard rule like this since Dennis Lilly used to bowl.
That's right. Just need the gold chain.
This is unbelievable. It's Lilly stuff too.
Shake back in and straighten.
Hitting gloves, beating the outside edge.
It's Marshall has stuffed this.
Marsh again. Bowls to Imam, who this time is defending, taking the single straight to mid-on. That was good work there from Imam, seeing that Cummins was on his heels. Or is it Hazelwood out there at mid-on? Yeah, it is Cummins. You could see Cummins was beaten, the body language. He put his arm, you got me.
Good batting. Good batting, and you're correct. The Aussie skipper was flat-footed.
No wicket for 34 Pakistan.
I like this Mitch bowling to the right-hander. Just get that natural outswinger. Outside edge.
It's given him encouragement. He's got 2 slips and 2 gullies.
It is Dennis Lilly.
Really attack.
Charging in, bowls to Shafiq. Oh, it's down that side. That was an easy climax.
I think, was it against New Zealand in the mid-70s when Dennis had everyone in the slips, that famous photo?
Yep. Yeah, it was actually.
Greg Chappell might have said it's the
Lily.
You got the cover for your book.
Lily, Chan. And then that was the birth too of the Hadley as the counter.
Oh, wow.
Marsh again bowls to Shafiq, another one down leg side. So a good start to the over, not a good finish to the over. Pakistan no wicket for 34 with Shafiq on 25. Imam on 5. That is on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. The social interaction for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, it's coming in from Gerard Waitler. He says it's okay that Mitch Marsh is down on 100 because he'll take the first 3 wickets. So, not asking a lot.
So Jared's actually, whilst he is apparently getting better at this stage mentally, he's still struggling a wee bit. Just battling a bit with his theories.
He's still a chance.
Maybe
though,
the medication's having some sort of impact. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions as Pat Cummins starts a new over. Around the wicket bowling to Imam, and it's a bouncer and he ducks underneath it late.
Good theory here. Damien Fleming right behind me looking at an interesting field for Pat Cummins here.
It's not going to give him a lot of room to move.
So
there's plenty of catches behind the wicket on both sides of the wicket.
I was going to say, Flem, we've got 2 slips of gully and then a leg gully. And a bat pad.
I feel, Imam squares up a little bit into fence.
Cummins again bowls. Imam flicks it fine, and they'll go down towards the rope for 4 and get there. Leg buys or off the bat? Leg buys. So Imam is still stuck on 5 with Pakistan now up to 38 without loss.
Right line. In terms of bringing that leg side catcher at the leg gully into play. I mean, it's going to fly if it's off the front foot. It's going to be a genuine flick. It's Khawaja there and maybe looking to target the glove area. But it's got Imam thinking, and that's what good bowlers do. They change their theories. They don't settle in when nothing's happening and just wait.
Cummins again around the wicket to Imam, who flick it away, this time off the bat. Backward of square leg out into the deep. Stark comes around to do the fielding. In fact, it's not off the bat, it's leg buys. I thought because it went so square that it might have been off the bat. So poor old Imam, he's still stuck on 6.
He's getting beaten by leg buys.
That's right, he is.
What are the extras on this test first 2
Yeah. Imam's, even the scoreboard had him on 6.
That leg gully's come into play over the years, hasn't it? The first time I remember was David Gower in the 1989 series, the Aussies. I think Jeff Lawson in particular
that's
got
right.
him there. We tried that to Matthew Hayden in state cricket.
Cummins now over the wicket bowling to Shafiq, driving. It was in the air for a little while up to mid-off to Labuschagne. So Imam is sitting there on 5 of 43 balls.
Good test match opener.
Mate, internet and mobile stats.
Won't be worrying him one iota, especially if he's still there in around 12 to 15 minutes' time. He'll get a big pat on the back.
It'd be a huge boost to them psychologically, wouldn't it, for Pakistan to get to tea without losing a wicket.
Yeah.
8 minutes to go. Cummins now putting another man out into the deep at backward square leg, and as a result of that, they go from 3 slips to 2 slips with Khawaja going into a leg gully. Almost a leg slip, really. This is for the right-handed Shafiq. Cummins approaches, Shafiq driving nicely but can't get past Labuschagne, had to move around quickly from his position at mid-off to field at extra cover.
He actually hasn't bowled a short ball yet, has he, with that field? But I remember that leg slip. Tasmania tried it against Victoria. Mervyn Hughes was batting, and he put him in there, and Merv turned to his partner Darren Berry and go, "Why they got a leg slip? I've never been caught there in my life." Next ball, caught it leg slip.
Last ball of the over here, Cummins. Bowls to Shafiq, another full ball outside off stump. And Shafiq does not offer. No wicket for 39 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. 25 to Abdullah Shafiq and 5 to Imam Al-Haq. 7 minutes until the tea break. So, and when you used to bat and there was a leg slip or even a leg gully, did it make you think about playing that? Because often the flick off the pads is an instinctive shot that you don't really think too much about what's around the corner.
Used to plant a seed, and foolishly, because I wasn't that accomplished mentally when it came to the batting aspect of things, I was just more aggressive and just sort of think, it's going to be my day, it's going to be my day. So I didn't like to think too much about what their theories were. It was way too confusing. As long as they didn't protect the sweep, I like that.
Marsh again, bowling to Imam. Oh, what a bouncer! Imam has just rocked back dramatically to stop that from hitting him in the head. That was a terrific bouncer there from Mitch Marsh. Dramatically played by Imam Al-Haq.
Pretty happy with himself too, Mitch. Having a big smile as he goes back. And what it is, it's a bouncer, an in-swinging bouncer. It followed him.
Gee, what a ball.
He's making things happen, Mitchell Marsh.
Here he comes again to Imam Al-Haq, who leaves outside off stump. Full of ball. Mitch is certainly putting up his hand for the player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee.
Which is interesting too, Flem, because he's bowling over the wicket. And a number of the Australian quicks have gone round the wicket. Hazelwood very quickly round the wicket to the left-hander. Cummins round the wicket. Bowling over, traditional.
Yeah, but I like it. It just brings in all modes of dismissals, you know, from around the wicket. Very tough to get LBWs. Outside edge is tougher.
Marsh again to Imam, who cuts and cuts well in front of point. This is a long chase for Nathan Lyon. It's going to be touch and go. It's not going to get there, so Lyon will haul it in. Will they run 4? They will come back and run 4. So like the Australians yesterday, hitting square of the wicket and not quite getting to the rope, they've still been able to run 4.
I love this. I love, big dimension square of the wicket, because it does encourage running between the wickets, and that's at least the third occasion in this test match, maybe the fourth, that we've seen a 4 run. Now, I like that in cricket. I like the fact that batsmen run a lot, because it brings fatigue into it as well. I know they get the benefit of the runs, but and to a large extent fatigue has gone out of the game, wearing people down, because you get a drink at the end of each over if you want one.
Marsh again bowls to Imam Al-Haq, who's beaten outside off stump again, trying to fend at that one, perhaps going the other way to the left-hander.
Well, it's your ability to manage your time through to the next break, not just at the end of the over when you can just go, hey, bring me out a drink, let me freshen up.
It's a great point. You were talking about that yesterday with Warner getting tired, because he runs so hard between the wickets. There is collateral damage with that as well, or cumulative damage.
Good start, isn't it? I said before this innings, they averaged 52 between them, this pair.
Marsh to Imam, wide of the off stump, and it's ignored.
And it's generally a problem for overseas opening batsmen coming to Australia, isn't it? The middle orders under the pump early on, but you know, if they can continue to average that through this series, it's a great platform for Pakistan, not only just here, but going forward. They're both young, 24 and 27. You can build great teams around, you know, the bromance of the opening partnership.
Imam Al-Haq on strike here, last ball of the over. Marsh bowls, and again, calmly left outside the off stump. So the score remains on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. No wicket for 43. And for Internet and Mobile, the stats, these two have been out there for 19 overs. So that's 114 balls. They face these two without breaking that partnership. And this will be the last over until tea.
Case in point there, we're just going into the last over before tea. You would have thought, in the old days, the umpires would have said, you're having a drink? We're all having a drink at the end of this over. Get the guy off there.
Exactly.
You know, and that's called fatigue. And that is battling through for tea. You're getting a bit dry. You're getting a bit thirsty. And I like that. That was the part of the game. It's gone. It's disappeared.
And part of it
I don't think it needs to disappear. That is one way. They're talking about the run rates and having a shot clock to a minute between overs or whatever. Well, running out drinks randomly like that wouldn't be allowed under that sort of structure.
Cummins will bowl the last over before tea. He's bowling here to Shafiq, who is beaten by a beauty that cut back and somehow missed the edge and the wickets.
So you ask yourself, would he have bowled that ball without that drink? Would have been able to bowl that ball without the sustenance?
Yep. Oh, gee, that's jag. That's the classic Cummins nip backer, isn't it? It's a natural delivery for him. Oh, wow. But what they've been able to do with this wobbled seam is been able to angle the seam the other way and get the ball to move towards the slips. That's moved a mile.
Straight over middle stump. Cummins again bowling to Shafiq, who has this time been beaten on the outside with the ball jagging the other way off the seam. And that went a long way.
I wouldn't be surprised he's just done that. He's just changed the angle of the seam towards the slips. Great skills from the Australian captain. Yeah, that's jagged the other way.
Oof. He might not have taken a wicket, but Pat Cummins is the king bowler of the Australian innings so far for Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning. Franchises available.
It's also saying what a great effort it's been from this opening partnership because the ball is moving around.
Cummins no wicket for 4 in his 6th over. He bowls here to Shafiq, who gets bat on this one. Rushing in defence, but still able to work the ball up to mid-on.
You have to acknowledge what Pakistan have achieved here, these two players, because when you start lauding this bowling attack about the fact that they've all got X amount of wickets as a combination and they're probably the most successful trio in the history of the game in certain areas, that means if they haven't broken through, that is even more credit to this resilient start from Pakistan. Defiant.
Cummins again, halfway through this last over before tea, a bouncer. And Shafiq gets underneath. So they've got rid of that second man in the deep for the hook shot, putting him back into the slip cordon. 2 balls to last until the tea break. I don't think too many would have felt that Pakistan could get to tea without losing a wicket through the first 20 overs. Well, the run rate is just a tick over 2 runs and over. As Ian Smith says, the key is all 10 wickets are currently intact. Cummins bowls Shafiq, plays late and dabbing into point, away from his body, but still finding the middle of the bat. No run.
He just looks a good player.
He does.
Doesn't he? I mean, that's an excellent delivery and that's a sound defence. I've already seen that he's got scoring capabilities as well. That's solid.
On the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener, no wicket for 43. And we've got 1 ball left before tea. On the runway, Pat Cummins, the captain, bowls to Shafiq, who, easy as you like, defends back to the bowler on the front foot. And as you can hear from the umpire, that is tea. And at tea, Pakistan, no wicket for 43 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener, with Abdullah Shafiq on 25 and Imam Al-Haq on 9. Some quick impressions from Ian Smith and Damien Fleming before we take our break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Well, I didn't think they'd be none down. I thought Australia would snare at least 1, maybe 2 in those 20 overs because I bank on Australia's accuracy, and there was that there. There was consistency. They put the ball in the right areas. You need luck to survive against one of the very best attacks in the history of the game, but you also need technique. They've shown both.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that's Pakistan's session. They took 3 wickets for just 11 runs after lunch, and now they've got themselves none for 43. And it was nothing against Pakistan's top order. I just thought the pitch would allow too much with the new ball for Australia not to have 1 or 2 wickets. So they're walking in now and they know they're in for a fight, that they're going to have to be bowling multiple spells. You'd imagine that Nathan Lyon will have to bowl a lot of overs and rotating the quicks. So that in itself is a big win for Pakistan.
It's almost like they go back in the dressing room going, okay, all right, well, this is interesting. Then. Okay then, right, okay. And on that note, we might take a break here as well. So for Mate Internet and Mobile, just the stats here, 38 overs remaining in the day, with Pakistan no wicket for 43, still trailing Australia's first innings by 444. If you just jumped in the car on the way home from work and wanted to know what happened today, well, in the end, Australia 487, with Mitch Marsh today making 90. He was out the first ball after lunch. It looked like he was going to get 100. He was batting so well. He didn't get there, and once he got out, they pretty much all got out. And Pakistan no wicket for 43. A break and then back with the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. It is SEN Test Cricket live from Perth.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Good afternoon. There has been a serious collision in Cranbourne West on Cranbourne-Frankston Road, which is currently blocked westbound between Monaghan's Road and Evans Road this afternoon. Only one eastbound lane is open there. Take the South Gippsland Highway, Thompson's Road and Evans Road instead. Give the gift of adventure this Christmas at Anaconda with 40% off all clothing by Gondwana. Play more and pay less at Anaconda. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
G'day, Stipper here to tell you about Northern Jeep Bundura's never to be repeated end-of-year stock clearance sale. The team has updated pricing across the entire Jeep range to clear the whole lot for 2024. These prices are never to be repeated and will save you thousands. Plus, refer a family member or friend, tell them the Dipper sent you and receive $250 referral bonus if they buy a Northern Jeep. Hurry, must end December 30. Visit Northern Jeep Bundura today, MMCT 6595.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian-owned and operated with over 30 years' experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full-range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Red's Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George?
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
This is our racing, country racing.
And it's your summer family fun at Hanging Rock Racing Club's New Year's Day at the Rock, Jan 1. There's free Kelly Sports Kids fun, free merch packs and ninja course, plus live entertainment and great racing action our way. Adult GA $25. Mini marquee packages up to 10 people from $450. The Hanging Rock Racing Club's New Year's Day at the Rock, Jan 1. Book now at country.racing.com/Kyneton. What's your country racing?
Get into Anaconda and save big this Christmas on the Fuel 10.2 metre inflatable stand-up paddleboard. Save $300. We Love Summer Adventure Beach Wagon, now $99.99. Some exclusions apply. Play more and pay less this Christmas with our 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
Unleash the flavour in Melbourne. Firewood and Charcoal, Lorimer Street Docklands for hot deals on 4 kilo barbecue briquette charcoal. Buy 3 bags, get 1 free. Or grab 2 8 kilo bags of lumpwood charcoal and get a 3rd bag free. Best prices in town. Hot deals, barbecue briquette charcoal and lumpwood charcoal. We also have fire bowls for hire. Firewood and Charcoal, Lorimer Street Docklands, next to Subaru. Don't miss out.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Bowls here, line edged and taken as well. Amir Jamal has a 6-wicket bag on Test debut, and he's finished Australia off in a hurry here. They're all out for 487. He's turned that a long way. Short leg go just behind square. Bowls here, edge, pass slip. Down to the rope for 4. Day and a half. He bowls here to Shafiq, who square drives him with real style. Getting on the top of the bounce and crunching it out to the long boundary.
Uses his feet, hits him down the ground. Good shot. One bounce into the fence, straight over the umpire's hat.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Yes, a bit of a surprise. Pakistan no wicket for 43 at tea on day 2. This is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And also our Red Energy expert is Simon Katich, switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Simon Katich, you made the big call about Shafiq particularly as being a player of the future, and he has backed you up 100% from what we've seen in that first little 20-over sort of salvo from the Australians. He's 25 not out, Imam 9 not out to get to 43 without loss.
Yeah, look, he's obviously got a long way to go, but I think, you know, he's weathered the initial storm, these first 20 overs. I think the next probably 30 minutes of play after the tea break will be crucial for them, because Australia will come back refreshed, maybe have had a bit of a chat about how they're going to go about it. But I don't think too much will change, because, you know, with Pat Cummins and Hazelwood, they're going to attack around that off-stump region, and they've done it beautifully so far, particularly Cummins. And there's been some challenging moments for both these two openers. I thought Mitch Marsh bowled a good spell there. He was getting the ball to nip away from Imam ul Haq and get some good bounce. So they've still got challenges ahead, but they know that if they can win the next half an hour or so, and then the ball gets to the 30, 40 over mark, then it should soften and settle down a bit. So it's a challenge at the moment, but they've just got to keep persisting to keep winning ball by ball and over by over.
So the funky fields we saw a little bit with some leg gullies and some extra men out in the deep on the onside. Is that just a plan that they had before the innings, or was that the Australians starting to have to change what they were initially going to do because they were so solid, the Pakistan opening batsmen?
Yeah, look, it's hard to know. They might have planned for it. Only those privy to the meeting would know, or they might be just playing instinctively and going with what they see out in the middle at the time. So it's hard to say from up here, but I do like the fact that, you know, at times they are going to tinker with the field just to get in the batsman's mind. They've had a short leg in for the bulk of it, and that's because there's extra bounce in this wicket, and the Australian quicks have all got height on their side. So we've seen a number of balls that bounced on Mitchell Starc earlier that wrapped Imam ul Haq in the gloves, and then Nathan Lyon got a couple of balls to really spin and turn. So he'll get good bounce here as well. So I think that bat pad or short leg in particular is in the game if they feel like, you know, there's going to be that extra bounce. Maybe when the ball softens a bit, that fielder will go out and they'll maybe use a sweeper out at deep square leg and use the short ball a bit more. We've seen a couple of short balls early from Hazelwood to try and unsettle Shafiq's footwork. So I think the Australians have bowled well so far. I just think these two openers have been up to the challenge and they've done a fantastic job.
All right, so searching for the king bowler of the match from an Australian point of view for Janny King, the king of commercial cleaning. Franchises are available. The figures to this point: Mitchell Starc 4 overs for 3, Josh Hazelwood 5 overs for 8, Pat Cummins 6 overs for 4, and Mitchell Marsh 2 overs for 5, and then there's Nathan Lyon 3 overs for 14. So the three key fast bowlers, Starc, Hazelwood and Cummins, have all gone at less than 2 runs and over. In fact, Cummins and Starc have gone at less than 1 and over. And then even Mitchell Marsh at 2.5. Who's been the pick for you to be the to be the king bowler?
Oh, look, it's hard to go past the skipper, Pat Cummins, because there are a number of balls there that were just hovering around, moving off the seam, and you could just tell when the batsman's rushed, and Shafiq got rushed a couple of times, and more often than not, he's pretty composed in defence. He's got an uncomplicated technique. He's nice and technically correct, presents a full face of the bat, but there was a couple of times that he nearly got lured into balls from Pat Cummins, and I think he's always hard work on this pitch.
The player of the day contender for Bing Lee, I think he's still up for grabs. Mitch Marsh is leading the charge at the moment, but I tell you what, if Abdullah Shafiq can still be here at stumps, not only, and I'm sure he's really thinking about potentially being the player of the day for Bing Lee, but he can set up this test match to be a lot different than what we thought this time yesterday.
Oh, it'd be huge if he's still batting at stumps. It'd be a huge feather in his cap, given that it's his first test tour here to Australia. These conditions are so different to what he's used to in Pakistan, particularly with the pace and bounce off the wicket here. So if he can do that, it'll be a remarkable effort, given what the Australian quicks have been serving up, because they've looked pretty good so far, but he's still got another couple of hours of hard work to do.
Do you feel that the pitch is playing the way you thought it would to this point?
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty normal Perth Stadium wicket. I love this wicket. I think it's as close to the old Wacker wicket as I've seen, and that's going back into the sort of mid-90s when I started playing for WA. And just the pace off it, and we've seen today with height on this wicket from the three Australian quicks, they've extracted bounce, they've extracted some good movement. I was impressed with young Jamal, end up with 6 for, and I was impressed with young Shahzad as well. He ended up with, I think, 2 or 3.
Yeah.
2, in fact. So, yeah, in terms of what we've seen, even Jamal's probably in the frame. He ended up with 6.
Yes.
A couple of absolute peaches today to get rid of Carey and Stark from around the wicket. And Shahzad's ball to get rid of Mitch Marsh was an absolute beauty after the lunch break.
Yes, I'm just going through those figures for Amir Jamal. On debut, 6 for 111, and Karim Shahzad 2 for 83 on debut. So, yeah, 8 of the 10 wickets going to the debutants. And we talked about maybe they were a little inexperienced coming in. They might have been a little bit unpredictable and inconsistent, but still they got 8 of the 10. It's not bad.
They did. No, they did well. And I think the key was, and what was most impressive, was they kept fronting up.
Yep.
They came back today. They started well today. And then eventually Australia got on top again, but they kept fronting up, and that's all you can ask for from your bowlers in Test cricket.
I've reminded you a couple of times over the last couple of hours that if you do live and breathe local cricket, head to iCanWin.com.au and let us know what you love about your local cricket club for your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher. It's all thanks to Liquorland. All you've got to do is visit your local Liquorland for a winning selection of drinks. Choose to drink wise, of course, and then get your entries in now, iCanWin.com.au, and we'll have more announcements on that tomorrow. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. A break, and we're going to come back with the final session from here at Optus Stadium in Perth with Pakistan. No wicket for 43.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money, and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
For over 40 years, the Pleasure Chest has been delivering pleasure. And now it can deliver it to your door. So, jump onto pleasurechest.com.au. Curious? Shop our exciting range online. Express delivery. Fast can be good. The Pleasure Chest, your adult boutique. When the mood takes you, head to pleasurechest.com.au.
Make your Christmas party perfect. X-Golf is the perfect venue for this year's Christmas party. With golf simulators, finger-licking food and a fully licensed bar, X-Golf is the ultimate golfing entertainment experience for everyone from beginners to advanced. X-Golf is the place to eat, drink and play. So make sure you get in early to avoid disappointment and book now. Make your Christmas party the perfect celebration. Northland Shopping Centre, Mornington and Geelong. Visit xgolf.com.au.
Bataki. A special dining occasion isn't truly special without a Bataki leg ham.
Insist on a famous Bataki leg ham.
Available at leading supermarkets and delicatessens.
Bataki, simply the best.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to own yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
Own a caravan, campervan or motorhome? With Camplify, you can safely rent it out when you're not using it to help pay for that next adventure or project around the house. Listing is free and simple. Visit camplify.com.au and find out why it pays to share.
Here's some stats from ResMed to wake you up. Almost half of us don't get the amount of sleep we need to feel our best. In fact, according to a recent ResMed Global Sleep Survey, 42% of Aussies struggle with sleep, with only 10% waking up feeling refreshed. ResMed has been helping Aussies sleep and breathe better for over 30 years. So, if you or your partner have trouble sleeping or wake up feeling tired, take the free online sleep assessment at resmed.com.au.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Toyo Tyres. Deck out your car or SUV with Toyo Tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo Tyres, plus many more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Give your family the gift of a safer drive with a Big December deal at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Unleash the flavour in Melbourne. Firewood and Charcoal, Lorimer Street Docklands for hot deals on 4 kilo barbecue briquette charcoal. Buy 3 bags, get 1 free. Or grab 2 8 kilo bags of lumpwood charcoal and get a 3rd bag free. Best prices in town. Hot deals. Barbecue briquette charcoal and lumpwood charcoal. We also have fire bowls for hire. Firewood and Charcoal, Lorimer Street Docklands next to Subaru. Don't miss out.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The 3rd session for Liquorland. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Back live at Perth Stadium, the Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. Adam Collins with Damien. Fleming, Pakistan, none for 43 after 20 overs. We didn't see much of those kind of analyses when we were in England earlier this year, Flem. And with Abdullah Shafiq, he's 25 from 71. Imam Ul-Haq, 9 from 49. So they're putting in a shift, trying to repel the Australian bowlers to the extent they can, but yet to get a breakthrough. Job, more or less, well done.
Yeah, it was a big session for Pakistan. Marsh on 90, getting 100 and pushing past 550, but they took 3 cheap wickets. And then when they went into bat, they didn't lose any, and they made the Australians work hard. And just watching the Aussies walk out for this last session of day 2, they know they're going to have to work hard.
Yeah.
And that's a win, because we often see opposition teams come here, bat at Optus Stadium, and all of a sudden the middle order's in and under pressure. But no, they're the stats I keep saying, they're averaging 52 between them, these 2 Pakistan openers. They're only in their mid-20s. If they can eke out that sort of average here in Australia, they're going to have an easier series than this. And this could be a real platform for Pakistan cricket, knowing that they've got 2 very, very proficient openers with a pretty handy middle order there. But we've seen game can change very quickly at Optus Stadium. There's still plenty in this pitch.
Josh Hazlewood gets the chance to extract whatever he can from it here. Bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8. to start. He's been swung around, though. His second spell will be from the Justin Langer end. Weather update for Rainbird, leaders in irrigation for over 90 years. 31 degrees here in Perth as we start the final session of day 2. Hazelwood over the wicket, Imam leading on length. Great carry. I mean, would that be a criticism, Flem, that not necessarily from Hazelwood, but across the three of them? A lot of balls have carried through nicely, but not necessarily a lot making them play off the front foot.
Yeah, and combination of very watchful openers too.
Yeah.
They're good levers of the ball. But we were critical of Pakistan yesterday, that they probably bowled a fraction short early. And it's that sort of pitch. You know, you see the ball carry through and it all looks good, but you've got to make sure you're bowling full enough to rush or create indecision in the batting.
Imam facing Hazelwood. That's full, that's better. Beats the outside edge in that channel of Hazelwood's...
Hallway of hesitation.
Of those Hazelwood wickets, I wonder how many have happened from balls just like that edging through behind the wicket.
Well, you know, he just bowled the perfect ball that we were talking about, weren't we? That was a legitimate play, and it brought Al-Haq forward, and that almost got the outside edge.
And what he'll enjoy is bowling kind of on his terms. In England earlier this year, he didn't do a lot wrong. I mean, Hazelwood was so important on that final day at Lord's.
I don't think Hazelwood was that comfortable with the field settings at times.
Bowling here over the wicket. Imam leaves alone, wider of the off stump. I mean, that five he took at Old Trafford, 5 for 126. He was good. Well done to bowl him out eventually, but the punishment that he and Cummins and Stark took that day...
But he doesn't say a lot, Hoff, does he?
Yeah.
We don't hear a lot from Josh. There's a couple of comments that I read into, and I don't think he was always in line with that 50-over feel, basically, in Test match cricket.
The deep point they had for him straight away, didn't they, at Birmingham?
Someone like Hazelwood, I don't think needs that.
3 slips the gully behind Imam. Hazelwood to him. Let's go. Fuller outside the off stump again, though.
And I'm not surprised by the change ends because Mitchell Stark really was struggling in that takeoff step just near the umpire from the Langer stand end. So maybe we'll see Mitchell Stark from the commentary end here.
And they'll mix and match, I'm sure. Very experienced bowling lineup, playing their 24th Test match as a quartet. No group in the history of Test cricket.
You think more. I was just talking to Ricky Ponting and Matty Hayden out the back, and Ponting had an Australian team listed.
Hazelwood bowls, bouncer, ducked early by Imam.
And it was probably his great team, which was started in the 5th Test of 2001 Ashes tour, when Langer went up to open. And he said, how many tests are these? You know, and that'd be a team that we'd say, you know, not quite, you know, invincibles, and, you know, it's around that mark. And they only played 9 together.
That's McGrath, Gillespie, Lee, Warne. Before in question. The Windies is a funny one because it depends which 4 you pick. So it's deflated
and
by
they're
the
all
fact
great.
That they had a number of options in that combination from the mid-70s to the late 80s. Hazelwood to finish the over on leg stump. Turned around the corner, nicely played by Imam. He'll keep the strike. He's finally into double figures from his 55th delivery. He's 10. Pakistan none for 44 at the end of the over. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Damien Fleming, our expert for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. All our numbers for Mate Internet and mobile. And our apparel for Ringers Western, whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Yes, interesting you come back to that idea of the fields that was set for the quicks, especially at the start. It did take a while to adjust.
Ball one, we were calling it. And when there's a deep point, but also a mid-wicket, you know, I'm thinking, well, what's your line? You know, if you've got a deep point, it means you're going to bowl wide of off stump. So then you don't need a mid-wicket. I felt like I'd be confused running into bowl. I think they got a little bit clever for themselves there.
You kind of view it 2 ways, can't you? You can say that they played on England's terms from the start, or you can say that, well, how they played in the first 2 Test matches more conservatively got them 2 wins. And then I think England caught up to Australia and worked out what was going on. Their run rate in that final test was 5.3 runs and over for the duration of the Oval Test match. England earned that 2-all result. That was a brilliant performance, come from behind performance at Leeds.
You know, that ball change. You know, we still have not we still haven't, it's ended, and we haven't had an actual decisive decision on why.
I had a theory.
He could basically get a new ball. There's plenty of theories going around.
It's Stark bowling here from our commentary end, from the members' end. Imam, leading edge, out to Cummins, who's wearing the wide-brimmed hat now, mid-on. Gets a single, done for 45. He's 11 now, Imam, from 56 balls. Yeah, because
if it was in the reverse and the Aussies got that ball, they would have won.
Yeah. Well, the balls that they pulled out, right? So there was a batch of balls in the 2018 summer that Anderson and Broad liked so much, they made them keep a few boxes for the 2019 Ashes. They're like, these are just perfect. These are the balls that we're born
good
to bowl
reds,
with, right? But then they had a couple of bad years with COVID, the production side of things. I don't know the technical side of it, but broadly speaking, COVID knocked them about. Dukes, this is the company. And we had a season in 2022 over there where there were ball changes every 20 minutes. It was a complete shambles. I did a county game at Lords with 9 ball changes in one innings. Stark bowls here, Shafiq down the leg side doesn't
which we
catch
had
up
with the Cookers, I think, at a Wacker test at one stage.
So it's not without precedent, but it did feel odd because the Dukes balls are magnificent usually.
Hard.
Yeah. And then
keep their shape.
The theory was that the ball they pulled out of the box that fateful day at the Oval might have just been one of the 2018 batch.
Well, that's what I'm hearing.
Ben Horn from the
that's what I'm hearing. And then, when they zoom in, there was older balls to choose from there.
It did stand.
There was older balls to choose from. And they didn't take the second new ball, did they?
No, God,
they just kept it.
Why would they?
No.
So they around corners after 100 overs. Stark in here, bowls to Shafiq. Over the wicket, hits him on the pad via the inside edge. So they pull out of their leg before appeal. So there was no how's that. Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Yeah,
that's that length you were talking about, though. That creates doubt. Or Stark so far, not surprised he's had to go from this end. Hasn't been worried at all from the takeoff, right near the umpire then. So he might settle into this end for the rest of the test.
Just one small bit of mitigation on ball politics from the Oval that I feel obliged to note in balance. As Stark delivers to Shafiq, leaving alone well outside the off stump. It bounces before reaching Carey. That's unusual from what we've seen over a couple of days at 141 clicks. Was that England were trying to get their previous ball roughed up for reverse. It was clear to us in the commentary box. They were throwing it into the turf. They were roughing it up as much as they could because they weren't getting their first one to swing. So it is possible that the ball they had after 41 overs and the ball that was pulled out of the box was also 41 overs old as well. It's not inconceivable they were the same age. It's just that one ball had been mistreated intentionally, and the other one, as you know, sometimes if you're bowling seam up, you can keep them looking.
But it just looks so new.
Yeah. Stark over the wicket again, way down the leg side though.
And Usman knew straight away.
Yeah.
He to go with Ben's theory, as soon as it hit his bat, he felt like that was making a sound, and it felt different than any other ball in the series.
The boss of Dukes,
and even on the TV, I was watching on TV. It just made different noises.
Oh, they had some great split screens on the television, didn't they? The two balls side by side as soon as they were pulled out, and Ricky Ponting was strident in his commentary about it on Sky, which filtered through to our commentary box.
Like pitch tampering. The different ball just changes the whole nature of things.
Leg slip in for the last ball. Bowls to Shafiq. He skews it out through the offside behind point. Nathan Lyon at point. Can't quite get down to it. He's in pursuit down to deep third. They come back for a third. So good finish to the over for Stark. Still 4 runs coming from it. Shafiq advances to 28. Pakistan none for 48 at the end of the over on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Good afternoon. There was a serious collision this afternoon in Cranbourne West on Cranbourne-Frankston Road, which is still blocked westbound between Monaghan's Road and Evans Road. One eastbound lane is currently open, but take the South Gippsland Highway, Thompsons Road and Evans Road instead if you can. Strap yourself in for the ride of a lifetime on Project Zero, the 150-foot roller coaster at Gumbaya World. Come get a wild live at gumbaya.com.au. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. Current crowd is 17,237. Can they get to 20,000 by stumps? I know they've got a couple of thousand in
it seemed to go up 1,000 a minute late in the day yesterday.
There's 1,000 between about 5 o'clock and 5:20 yesterday. Just wheeling around the turnstile over and over again. Something like that. Hazelwood in, bowls here over the wicket, defending into the pitch, out into the onside, no run.
It's hit the bat hard, hasn't it?
Yeah, 20,000 was the goal from the whacker. If they get 20,000 into on a Friday, that augurs well for the weekend.
I think that's good.
Yeah, I think Nick Hockley said to us this morning that yesterday's crowd was the most they've ever had to a test match in Perth against Pakistan. Yeah, context,
that's when you're really looking for a stat. A positive stat that
the media team have pulled that one out and gone, he's a beauty.
Knowing that at the whacker you can't
holds 20.
Could you get there 20 at the most? That's when they get the extra seeding.
Hazelwood in, bowls and hits Shafiq on the thigh pad. Down towards leg gully it goes. Carey does the tidying up.
They're not adding any more, with the whacker refurb. Is that meaning they can get more people there, or is it just it just needs to be done?
No, it's being done at the moment. We've actually got Chris Matthews, the chief executive of the WACA, on tomorrow, and that's one of the first questions I want to ask her. Because once we know the capacity, we can talk with some authority about the idea of moving some test matches back across the river. I don't know whether they ever would consider it, but if the capacity is 15,000, let's say, to pick a number, you can make a case for it.
But as long as the facilities are first class too.
Yeah, one will need to follow the other. 3 slips to gully. Hazelwood bowls outside the off stump, well outside, left alone by Abdul Shafiq.
Yes, you get maybe a bit more atmosphere, but if the off-field facilities are second class, then this is a magnificent stadium. Magnificent stadium.
Probably a bit of a preview of what we can expect at the Gabba. Similar capacity once they're finished there with what's I understand to become the Olympic Stadium.
Okay.
I think that's how they're doing it. So either way,
you hope it's like this. So, there's no bad seats.
Here's Hazelwood towards us from the Langer end, towards Shafiq too. Defends him down the pitch.
Our Adelaide Oval is just unique, and luckily the heritage-listed scoreboard, fig trees, allows that grass area.
What's your favourite ground, Flem?
I mean, Adelaide Oval's right up there. But being a Victorian MCG, just, I can go to the MCG and there's just for lunch. Just love it.
Any sort of obscure rarities and oddities, what grounds you either played at or have commentated at around the world that people don't often cite as one of their favourites?
That's a really good call. That's a really good call.
Think about it during this ball. There's 2 left in the over. Might open up the lines to it as well. Hazelwood bowls and leaving alone outside the off stump. 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. Your favourite cricket ground and why, but not the obvious ones. I don't want Adelaide and I don't want Lords and I don't want
be an international ground.
Sydney and Melbourne. Yeah, let's scupper the grounds that everybody always says, and I think our audience know what I mean by that. What are the grounds that are a bit off Broadway that have taken your fancy for some reason?
I know the ones that don't like. I don't like the football grounds.
Yep.
Cricket at Geelong. No, Marvel to a degree.
Yeah. Last ball of Hazelwood's over. His 6th. Delivers here and leaving alone. Again is Shafiq. A model of discipline so far. He's 28 from 82 balls. None for 48 at the end of the maiden over. 23 gone. On the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Good afternoon. There was a serious collision this afternoon in Cranbourne West on Cranbourne Frankston Road, which is still blocked westbound between Monaghan's Road and Evans Road. One eastbound lane is currently open, but take the South Gippsland Highway, Thompsons Road and Evans Road instead if you can. Strap yourself in for the ride of a lifetime on Project Zero, the 150-foot roller coaster at Gumbaya World. Come get a wild life at gumbaya.com.au. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes, build with confidence. Our 3rd session for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. We're thinking about cricket grounds that you love but don't get talked about enough. Stark in, bowls here to Imam and he beats him straight away with that ball to Stark. Bowls from over the wicket to left-handers and straightens up off the seam. He's been doing it for a decade, Flem.
That's a cracker. Absolute cracker. And the Australians must be backing themselves. They're bowling well enough. If they get one, they might get a couple more. The outside edge, they're really testing the patience of these two very composed Pakistan openers. Can their middle order leave and play defensively like these two are? That's the big question. Babar Azam's a class player. Masood underachieved at test level so far, averaging 28.
Stark striding up and bowling and leaving alone his Imam. It's well wide of the off stump.
What are you thinking grounds-wise? I must admit, not a lot's coming to me.
Where was your Hattie?
Rawalpindi.
Yeah, I've got a bit of love for Pindi, the old scoreboard there. You can.
I would, if I can't remember the exact facilities and all that, and commentated more there now, but because it happened to be packed, you know, Wankhede Stadium, Mumbai, World Cup game, you know, against India.
Yep.
Yeah, that was insane.
Stark up from our members' end, bowls to Imam, who leaves again.
There's a really good atmosphere to it. And, you know, Mumbai's such a big town, but it's not, doesn't seat a lot of people.
I think it's about 30,000.
Yeah.
Bharat's a Bombay boy, as he says himself, and he'll talk to the Wankhede. But the one we did, the indoor, the unexpected joy of that Border Gavaskar trip this year was when they relocated the test to indoor. That was brilliant.
Okay.
All the seats were crowded on top of each other, and by that I mean if you're at the back of the stand in the top level, it was almost on top of the grass.
Oh, so that's not traditional Indian grounds.
No.
They're like VFL Park.
Yeah,
they go out. The further you are up, you're away.
Dark bowls and Imam clips down to fine leg for 1. He's 12, none for 49. But yeah, indoor was at 25,000 at most, but crammed in. And it felt like you were in a sort of an amphitheatre. Great noise it was making around the place. So
I mean, England grounds are lovely.
Yeah.
You know, even being over there this year, you know, they're just cricket grounds.
The northern ones too, right? Leeds are beautiful.
You know, you just get a good seat. You feel close to the action.
What I like about Leeds is that it's about 7 different grandstands. It's not like here where you're at sort of one bowl. You have to sort of appreciate the smaller stands all the way.
You know, like Hampshire and all that are more like little stadiums, aren't they? Planned.
Stark bowls here. Bumper with the leg slip in for Shafiq. I get what he's trying to do, but it's just a little bit offline. He ducks it comfortably.
SCG's still got a bit of that. It's a bit of a Lego sort of thing, isn't it? That there's still disjointed stands. That doesn't bother me, though.
The one I liked, we did a test there in 2017, Dhaka, the National Stadium there. Bit of a concrete jungle, but boy, it was loud and sweaty and full on and intense. And you walk up to the ground and you get your street food on the way in and all the rest of it. And Bangladesh beat Australia by 41 runs in that test, an absolute thriller. The Prime Minister was there. She was in tears when they beat Australia on the ground. It was very special. So I got soft spot for Dhaka. Stark bowls here, again down the leg side. Shafiq has a go at this one, even though there is a leg slip. Doesn't make contact. That'll be the end of the over. Pakistan none for 49 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Shafiq 28, Imam Al-Haqi's 12.
Looking for the perfect new utes? Here's your chance because Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Plus, you'll get a complimentary tow bar when you purchase and take delivery of your new Cannon ute in December. Only while stocks last. Don't miss out on the Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. Visit them at 257 Princess Highway, Hallam or berwickgwm.com.au. LMCT 8760.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Here come the messages on 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. One saying Gaul with the fort on the beach. Completely agree there. New over starting here from Hazelwood. Steered into the offside by Imam. Down to Mitchell Marsh in the gully. Does well to stop it, moving to his left. No run.
That's a mistake, us not going to that pretty quickly.
Is Gaul too high profile? You know, we're trying to one's off Broadway. Everyone says Gaul, although I agree with the message and the sentiment.
Well, we didn't do it straight away.
True.
So well played, Gaul. Fantastic.
We
lovely.
did. That's the one where Baz and I and a couple of others on SEN nearly got flown off the roof there. We had the tent commentary box on the roof of the pavilion, and there was a...
We got saved by torrential rain in 1999. We were going to lose that test.
Cat was on that too, wasn't he?
That's his first tour.
Hazelwood bowls here and defending down the pitch is Imam. We've got Durham Sharla, never been there, but...
No, see, I haven't been there either.
But, he said, this is Andrew from Strathdown. He'd never been there, but just hearing about it, let alone seeing it before we played there, had me smitten. Yeah, it's a belter
with you, Andrew.
Durham Sharla. Another one for Durham Sharla from Andy on the Central Coast. We've got here from Freddie to you saying the G, the Gabba, Adelaide Oval and Optus are all footy grounds. I've never been, but I'd love to go to Durham Sharla. Strong theme coming through here. The roofs of Durham Sharla as Bharat Sunderasen joins us.
Yeah, when I said footy grounds, I mean that didn't start as cricket grounds.
Right, yeah. Hazelwood bowls, swaying out the way is Imam Al-Haq. Bharat, the subject is grounds that we love but aren't sort of always cited as the favourite ground. So, you disregard Adelaide, which everyone says, or Trent Bridge, that everyone says, or Lords, or the MCG, or the SCG. What about you? What's a rarity and oddity from the grounds you visited that you really love?
Hagley Oval in Christchurch.
Hagley.
Or Basin Reserve is beautiful, isn't it?
That's where we are in March for 2 test matches.
Okay,
yeah. You beauty.
Can't wait.
The smaller New Zealand grounds are, very unique.
The Tron, Seddon Park in Hamilton with the deep grass banks is a beauty. Hazelwood bowls here to Imam, inside part of the bat towards mid-on, no single.
I like Kingsmead in Durban.
Yep.
Great atmosphere. Port Elizabeth, or what used to be called Port Elizabeth. Yeah, I'm not attempting how to pronounce the new.
Yeah. Jared and Kat and I did a test at Port Elizabeth in 2018, and I remember going over with Kat from memory to the St George's Park band.
Yeah.
And
I'd say the old Barbadian ground, Barbados. That
Kensington Oval.
Just with the crowd, they were so knowledgeable, so into it.
And again, Hazelwood from the Langer end. Bowls to Imam. Plays and misses down the off-stump line, moved off the seam. Hazelwood, his frustration grows. He's been really good in this spell. A lot of balls in the right area, mixing it up with a number of short balls just to keep Imam honest, but can't find it.
The Aussies have been great. Stark's bowled well too. This is very unlucky. This is high-class, fast bowling. The left arm pace of Stark, right arm over from Hazelwood. There's just good natural variation within the attack and enough nibble in this pitch.
My last one.
They're not flustered, though, these two Pakistan batsmen.
Yeah, they're resisting the temptation, aren't they, Flem? Doing a great job. Hazelwood bowls to finish. Imam defends out to point. We'll pick this up after the break. Hazelwood's bowled 8 overs, none for 9. Pakistan, none for 49 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Third session for Liquorland. Cheers. Liquorland, choose to drink wise. Got some recommendations here for Antigua. I suspect our correspondent's talking about the recreation ground in Antigua, not the horrible North Sound abomination in the middle of the country, which is a shocking ground to watch cricket.
World Cup 2007, Sabimian couldn't get in because he didn't bring his accreditation. His name's on the stand.
There's a statue of him there now.
Sabiv.
Stark bowls down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it again.
Harare.
Harare, yeah. Great ground.
Harare.
With the pub down the bottom of the dressing room.
No one told me, and then we're there, and then you have a shower, and within 2 minutes you got a pint.
Yeah.
Why didn't this catch on more around the world?
The pub's underneath the dressing room, right, at Harare?
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Right there.
Beautiful pitch too.
Another one with a great club inside the ground is Sabina Park in Jamaica. For a deep mid-wicket, they have the Cricketers Club. And inside of that, they have a bat on the wall in a trophy cabinet. As Stark arrives and bowls to Shafiq, who's beaten again outside the off stump. How many times have we said this in 20 minutes, Flem? So many balls have gone beyond it. None of them have clipped it. Stays at none for 49. That was Fuller. That was a tempter.
I don't think they can do much more.
Yeah.
They've just got to be patient and keeping up the quality of these deliveries.
And every bat in those cabinet reflects all of the times when there have been twin tons in a test match, so a century in both innings, which in Jamaican cricket is held up as the most magnificent thing you can do. So they recognise every test player to have ever done it. It's pretty cool.
Starting with George Headley, right?
Yeah, that's the first West Indian to do it, yeah. Here's Stark again. Oh, gosh. What do you know? Plays and misses. Defensively this time.
2 balls for 2 fifers.
They shouldn't they? Not to my...
You're damn right they should. Wow. That just shows once again it's all about the batsman.
Yeah. Yeah, we mentioned yesterday when big Carl Rackerman did that across the river against the Pakistanis some 40 years ago.
Yeah, about Carl Rackerman, Wasim Akram 4 years ago saying, apparently he's the most difficult fast bowler Wasim Akram ever faced, Carl Rackerman.
What a great call that is. Here's Stark. Halfway through the over, another player miss. There have been 3 different types. There's been the booming...
That's not a great shot.
Yeah, there's been the booming drive, which was a poor shot. There's been the play and miss defensively, which was a better ball, and that is short and wide. And he's tried to cut it, and it's gone above the horizontal blade. Bad batting from Shafiq.
Might have been a scrambled seam there for Mitchell Starc. No, that's probably his poorest shot of the innings.
Just trying to put away a bad ball.
I feel like if they get one, they might get a fair few. Number 3 and 4 might be unlucky. They're the ones that do actually nick these deliveries.
On here saying North Sydney Oval, good call. Starc bowls down the leg side. He's mixing it up here, Starc. He's either beating the bat or down leg at the moment.
That could happen, just an edge down the leg side.
Oh, one you'll love, Baz. This is from Alex. Was travelling through Pakistan last year, the Lahore Gymkhana.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we went there. A former test and first-class venue and the most gorgeous ground I've ever seen. At first sight, it looks no different to a high-end club or school ground in Australia. However, it has the most amazing museum and soul to it. Actually, we went to the Karachi Gymkhana, didn't we? The other one.
We went to the Karachi Gymkhana. Yeah.
Still, glorious venue.
And the photographer with all the pictures of the 92 World Cup.
Yeah.
How good was that?
Great tour, Pakistan. Starc was on it. He's bowling here to Shafiq. Short, back of a length and turned round the corner. Single to finish. Shafiq keeps the strike and he brings up the Pakistan 50 from 26 overs. Very different to the cricket they were playing in England earlier this year. Shafiq 29, Imam Al-Haqi's 12. None for 50 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
G'day, Stipper here to tell you about Northern Jeep Bundura's never to be repeated end-of-year stock clearance sale. The team has updated pricing across the entire Jeep range to clear the whole lot for 2024. These prices are never to be repeated and will save you thousands. Plus, refer a family member or friend, tell them the Dipper sent you and receive $250 referral bonus if they buy a Northern Jeep. Hurry, must end December 30. Visit Northern Jeep Bundura today, MMCT 6595.
Here's one for you, Flem. A ground you might have played a domestic game at, possibly. The Lavington Sports Ground in Albury, where England were defeated by Zimbabwe in the 92 World Cup. Did you ever play Victoria there?
Yeah, Victoria, New South Wales. It would have been one of my first games, actually. Yeah, lovely.
Bring it back.
But that was back when that was a state game, a Sheffield Shield game. But that was one of the unique things about playing the overseas team is you generally played in the country. You know, Ballarat, Bendigo, Wangaratta. They were fantastic trips.
Hazelwood up. Good spell so far. Shafiq under pressure. Defends here down the pitch. The Windies game in 96 where Graham Vimpani made a big 100.
We might have played a couple of games in Bendigo. Ballarat, definitely.
Yeah.
But would you get good crowds for these games, Flo?
Just okay.
Oh, there you go.
Just okay. But it was like an interstate trip, though. You know, you knew it. But for me, it was just great to play against, you know, Gower and Lamb and
here is Hazelwood bowling full and edging onto the front pad of Shafiq after lunging forward. Wasn't far away from sneaking through. Did you play in that sort of game?
You don't know. Also, sorry, Colin, you don't know whether you're going to play for Australia. So we played South Africa, their first game in Australia since it been opened up since. When the 1963, 64. So we played them in 93, 94. That was at the G, but, you know, Kepler Vessels and Alan Donald and Hansi Cronje and Jonty. You know, they were really meaningful. But probably by the end of my career, you were just getting rested for those games.
Right.
I'm thinking, no, I want to play against the international teams.
Here's Hazelwood up to Shafiq, who defends down the pitch. Did you play that tour game in 1990-91 against England at Ballarat, where Dino made 100?
Yep.
So Dino made the 145 in the one-dayer up at Brisbane, the famous record-setting, ridiculous innings there, and a few days later
that
made one
massive, didn't it? 145 in a one-day game.
It was otherworldly. Then a few days later made 100 for Victoria against them at Ballarat.
Devon Malcolm bowled really quick, really fast.
Oh, great! Must have been great days to play, Fleming, when tour games had a bit of value.
They did. They generally the players. Well, it was early in the tour. They're wanting to get right.
Hazelwood bowls here to Shafiq. He beats him. Genuine movement off the seam. That's taken by Carey, pretty much standing next to Stephen Smith at second slip. Had to play it.
Wow, that's like a fast leg cutter. Ooh, that's like a fast leg cutter, wasn't it?
Beautiful.
I don't think there's nothing more they can do. Josh has got none for 9 off 8.4. And he's not bowling negatively, is he?
Just think back to the 36 all out India. That's what happened. There were no plays and misses. Everything took the edge. Everything was taken. Was there anyone in that 1990 game that you were really looking forward to bowl to?
Oh, David Gower was one. Yeah.
Hazelwood bowls. What do you know? Beats him again. That doesn't move quite so prodigiously, but Hazelwood's no less frustrated. All the way up to Nathan Lyon. He strolls at point and shakes his head and turns around. We don't get the double teapot. We might in a sec. Do now. Now the double teapot comes out from Hazelwood when he watches it on the scoreboard. Beautiful.
That's amazing, Channels.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I remember actually bowling to in the second innings, and he was just gracefully cover driving me or square driving me from around the wicket. I was getting hit for 4. I was just going, geez, that's good playing. And then he just sort of nicked one behind and sort of had a laugh to himself and walked off.
See you, fellas. Legend. Hazelwood to finish. Shafiq driving straight and beating mid-on. That's a lovely shot. He's been under the pump, Abdullah Shafiq, but he responds with, well, what's close to the shot of the day. Down to the rope in front of the Justin Langer stand. With the boundary, he moves to 33. Changing commentary after the break. Adam White coming in for me. Pakistan, none for 54 on the Macca's scoreboard. I'm loving it, cricket.
Good afternoon. Lanes have now reopened in Cranbourne West following that serious accident affecting Cranbourne-Frankston Road. Reports of a crash in Burwood on Toorak Road at Warrigal Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. The Princess Freeway in Pakenham is closed citybound from the 15th till the 18th of December. Plan ahead. Visit bigbuild.vic.gov.au for more information. That's the latest traffic on SEN, your home of cricket this summer.
For Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket from Perth. Pakistan no wicket for 54 with Shafiq on 33 and Imam on 12, and still no breakthrough, Damien Fleming.
It's not through lack of trying. They have bowled a huge percentage of high-quality deliveries. Shafiq and Al-Haq haven't looked that disappointed, though. They just keep rocking up each ball, concentrating.
Stark starts new over bowling to Imam outside off stump and left alone.
It might be actually, I hope they get a wicket before that, but it might be the slower pace of Nathan Lyon that actually can get the breakthrough.
Yeah.
And we saw that last year as well, right? Right here, when the fast bowlers are doing really well. The West Indies had a big opening partnership in both innings. And it was Nathan Lyon who came and broke the partnership both innings. As a bowler, what do? Fleming, you also look at the scorecard. It's not like the game's moving away from you. I mean, it's easy to say just be patient, but do you actually just stay patient?
I don't know what more you can do. You can only just, at the top of your mark, plan to bowl the best ball you can. And I think 80% of the time post-tee, they've delivered the ball they wanted to.
So Batbad's been taken out. Just into a normal forward square leg now as Stark on the runway again. Bowls to Imam, who's beaten again outside of Stark, caught on the crease. Another repeat of what we've seen so many times.
I mean, the only thing for Starkey is do you get a bit greedy and get a bit T20? I mean, he probably hasn't tried too many of his classic Yorkers. But there's been enough player misses, hasn't there? There's been at least a dozen, 15, I reckon.
And that's one of those things, on another day, that could be 3 or 4 wickets.
Yes.
Just today, it's...
No, but their number 3 might come out and nick the first
That's
ball.
right, that's my point.
That's what it's all over.
Yep. And I guess the bowlers have got to keep telling themselves that. And Stark goes past the umpire bowls. It's very wide of the off stump. And let it go, and it's called a wide. We've seen a few balls yesterday from Pakistan wider than that weren't called.
Even today, there was a couple.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision there, based on perhaps a lack of consistency. Imam, you could see his eyes light up. He was going to have a crack at it. And then decided it was a bit wide. It was too wide. No wicket for 55. To the 28th over. Stark bowls. Imam gets a full ball that he jams out up to the off. So that was the one he went for that Flem was forecasting.
And it's a gun delivery, but, you know, he might only have this over or one more. It's worth a go.
It's already Nathan Lyon warming up. So
yeah, real Nostradamus sort of activity from Damien Fleming. He's picked the York and he also picked Nathan Lyon about to come into the attack.
Come on, Lino.
And you speak of the number 3 as well, Flem. It's Shan Masood, who's constantly, as captain said, we're going to play the Pakistan way. We're going to be very aggressive. I mean, just to see how he goes. For all that.
Yeah, he's talking baseball, isn't he? Like captain in Yorkshire. And
Stark again bowls to Imam, who leaves a full ball outside off stump.
Sounds like there's been impact down, at county level in regards to baseball. If you want to get picked, you got to play this type of way.
Sometimes baseball can be easier said than done.
Well, you need flat pitches.
That's right.
We hope next time we go to England and we get back to the old where generally if it's cloudy, the ball swings and it's dominant and you feel like there could be a wicket each delivery, and then when someone gets 100, you go, that's a good 100.
Stark again. Past the umpire bowls to Imam, who's defending up to mid-on full.
Well done.
Single, but Cummins was ready for it this time, not on his heels like he was before tea, and no chance of a run this time. He learnt his lesson from earlier on, the captain.
He does square up a lot, El-Haq, when the ball's just angled in a little bit. When he hits to mid-on, he's almost totally square on. So if he misses, LBW does come into play.
Last ball of the over. Stark bowls. Imam drives thick outside edge along the ground, forward of point. So it wasn't timed overly well, but they'll get a couple of runs with Lyon chasing out into the deep. So you wouldn't say fully controlled, but still a reasonable shot there from Imam, who moves across to 15 now. Pakistan at the end of the over. No wicket for 58 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket on Lebanon.
I'm just going to go to the bar. Do you want another one?
What, now? Now something's going to happen here, mate. He's peppering his off stump.
Won't be long this time.
Can I get midstream?
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people.
Oh, no, what happened? Was that a wicket?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
That applause is for Nathan Lyon coming back into the attack on the Thai Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off Pakistan. No wicket for 58. Lyon did bowl 3 overs before tea for 14 runs, and change of pace, maybe a change of pace in the game, Bharat, as well, potentially.
Yeah, Imamul does like using his feet to Nathan Lyon. We saw Abdullah Shafiq do that just before the break. Hit straight. And this innings from Imamul Haq, been disciplined, but it's gone nowhere, and you can just see he's getting a little edgy. Bye bye, you boys.
So Imam has got a mid-off to deal with on the fence, which is interesting. Line starts, Imam back and across, knocking on the bounce into Labuschagne bat pad.
Just even there he squares up, doesn't he? Really open. There's a bit of extra bounce or inconsistent bounce or sharp late turn. He'll follow the ball.
Guys!
That's Alex Carey yelling out to Nathan Lyon, just making sure he's happy with where the field is set. He is, so Lyon approaches. Bowls to Imam, who again is squared up in defence. That one kept a fraction low. He compensated for it and got back to it, but he was a bit rushed in defence on that occasion.
A bit like Graham Smith, isn't he? Clem, just the way he gets squared up by straight deliveries at times.
Lyon again. Around the wicket, bowling to Imam. He's forward this time. Batten and close together.
Good signs here for Gaz.
Lyon again. At the top of his mark. Bowls a full ball. It's defended by Imam. Back to the bowler.
Love it, guys.
Alex Carey is happy with what he's seeing at the moment behind the stumps.
I think that's Marnus.
Marnus, do you think?
Yeah, he's finding his voice.
22 wickets at 19 here, Nathan Lyon.
Lyon again bowls. Short, cut away by Imam, but can't be backward point. Khawaja set perfectly on the 45.
Enjoyed the bounce on this pitch. Like that, guys. Like that, guys. Going back to 2018, had an impact in that game.
Last ball of the over. Lion bowls. Imam works it around the corner for a single past the square leg umpire. I wanted just a fraction short there from Lion to finish the over. So 1 run from that. Pakistan, no wicket for 59 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Toyo, 25% off.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Bertocchi use only fresh premium Australian pork to produce all of their bone-in Christmas hams. Insist on Bertocchi at leading supermarkets and delicatessens. Bertocchi bone-in Christmas ham with fresh premium Australian pork. Simply the best.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pakistan, no wicket for 59, so still no breakthrough for the Australians. As Pat Cummins will now come back into the attack from our broadcast end. We'll be bowling to Imam Al-Haq. Cummins past the umpire, bowls off the thigh pad. They're thinking about a single, but Carey did well, diving away to block the ball and then hurl the ball back while he was lying on the turf back towards the stumps, but they weren't going to take a run. And we have a change in commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, and Ian Smith is back.
And Ian Smith's very impressed with the piece of work that Alex Carey just did. And, you know, he needs confidence back into his game. We talked about that with his innings. He spent time in the middle, probably didn't get as many as he wanted, but the glove work has to be very, very efficient as well. And you can sense he's sort of growing back into international cricket after being left out of it during the World Cup.
Imam still on strike. Cummins bowls and he leaves the ball across the left-hander. So Imam Al-Haq, he's been out there a long time for his 16. It's now 79 balls, but he does not feel rushed or worried about that at all.
Some people are born that way, and he has not hit a boundary in that time either. At the other end, Shafiq has hit 4. It looked a lot more threatening. He's had a gorgeous straight drive. Gosh, that was a great shot off Hazelwood. Not many people do that to him down the ground. And now he's forced a double bowling change, really, with Lyon back into Cummins. So I've done that on 2 occasions already in this innings.
Cummins bowls, again a bit tight at the line, but still wide enough for Imam to shoulder arms outside off stump.
What Pakistan need to do as well. These Australian fast bowlers, as experienced as they are coming off a very hectic World Cup. It's only, 3.5 weeks ago that they were playing in that World Cup final in Ahmedabad. It's pretty crazy how the schedule in world cricket works these days.
Yes.
There's 3 or 4 of them out there that also played T20, didn't they, against India?
Cummins on the approach again. Bowls to Imam, who gets hit on the leg with the ball that certainly darted back in. We've talked before in this over about the ball going across the left-hander, that one coming back in and hitting the quad just above the pad of Imam, and it ballooned out on the offside. Made him look uncomfortable, still effective enough to keep it out.
But already Australia have done what Pakistan couldn't do, which is, even if they're not taking wickets, made sure the innings is going nowhere. So even if Pakistan lose a wicket now, all this hard work that they've done could result in 2 more, and then so not.
Once again, so Imam, a bouncer. That was a bit quicker, and Imam got underneath it. Cummins this over has started back at around that sort of 133, 134. That one just felt a bit quicker. We haven't got the speed on it yet. Let's know whether that was a bit faster. There you go, 134.5. But as a bouncer, that's usually a bit... They're usually a bit slower, aren't they, than the fuller ball. So 134 for a bounce is a good one. 1 ball left in the over here for Cummins. Imam is leading again. So another maiden for Pat Cummins. He's been amazing. 7 overs for just 4 runs. Quite remarkable. On the Thai Power scoreboard, Toyo, it's 25% off Pakistan. No wicket for 59.
The Jeep Grab Summer event is now on at City Jeep. With complimentary model upgrades and drive-away pricing across the Jeep range, there's plenty of savings up for grabs. Like the Jeep Compass from $39,950 drive away. Or step up into the luxurious Grand Cherokee with over $16,000 of value on offer. Now is the time to book a test drive at City Jeep. Grab the wheel and grab some of the Jeep way at City Jeep. Visit James, Daniel and the team, 228 Normanby Road, Southbank. Licence 1099.
So the run rate now officially under 2 runs and over for Mate Internet and Mobile as Lions starts in your over. Now we get for 59 off 30 as the first ball is played off the back foot by Shafiq on the bounce.
Go guys, go boys! I said earlier, last year, both of West Indies winnings here. The first wicket fell in the 26th over and the 36th over. So Australia had to wait for a while, even 12 months ago.
Lyon comes in to bowl to Shafiq, who pushes forward into mid-wicket, no run. So long on in play here for Shafiq. And then a forward square leg. They're the men in the deep for the right-handed Shafiq.
Go lads!
You like the field here, Smithy?
I do like the field. I think it's a cautious field, though, from Nathan Lyon.
Shafiq this time again with extra bounce, had to compensate, playing that kind of off the back foot, maybe just stuck on the crease at about sort of belly button height.
Well, Shafiq, you see, has already come down the ground and hit him straight once.
Yep.
He doesn't mind him doing that, but he wants the insurance of having a man at a fairly straightish long on, just in case he tries it again.
Line a bit slower. Down leg side, there's an appeal. Carey likes it a lot. He's charging down the wicket at the umpire. High fives, all sorts of things going on, but the umpire has not given it out.
Would not say Nathan Lyon is hugely confident about this. I wouldn't. Nathan Lyon is interested, but not over the moon confident.
Well, for IMAR Insurance Tradies Trust IMAR, we are going upstairs.
Never trade is mate. That's IMAR.
Do we have a player review for call
insurance
behind?
call
On-field
1-3
decision. It is not
IMAR.
out. I've checked the placement of the feet. It's a fair delivery.
Yeah,
Front on spin
right,
vision, please.
Marnus went for the big high five to Nathan Lyon. He kind of withdrew his hand.
Well, who would know more, the bowler or the keeper or the bat pad? We're getting a replay now. And...
Okay, it appears that the ball has hit the pad, but can we have a look at that leg side hotspot, please?
First replay is hard to tell. We'll leave this to Smithy being the wicketkeeper here.
And just rock and roll that, please.
Looked like it missed the
Okay,
bat.
nothing on hotspot. And can we have a look at
I
RTS?
look at
when
players'
available,
reactions
please?
on the field, and when the players have played 100 test matches or more, they know. They know. And Nathan
Going
Lyon
through.
has
Yeah,
taken
keep going through.
496
So-
test wickets.
Just rumbles, no spike. Keep
Thought
going through the pad.
He might have had
Okay.
490.
Thank you. Okay, so there's no bat involved. The ball is clearly going down
He
leg, so I'm
hasn't.
not going to check the LBW.
He
Joe,
has
stay with
not.
your decision of not
He
out. I'll
knew
let you know when you're on screen.
right from the outset.
He did, didn't he? And the others seem
You're on
pretty
screen,
confident.
signal
So not out is official. So just touch the thigh pad, the lowest part of the thigh pad, which made that noise. So Lyon's ready to go again. Bowling to Shafiq, who's pushing back down the pitch. So the Australians, well, that was a legitimate how's that. Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. But it was a decision that was turned down. Lyon again. Winds up. Bowls to Shafiq. Again, he's defending a quicker ball from the stumps. And that is the end of Lyon's fifth over. No wicket for 15. Pakistan still stuck on no wicket for 59 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Whenever we get stuck and need quality timber or decking real quick on site, we turn to the robot.
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies always helps us get the job done.
You can rely on Robot Building Supplies day in, day out. Right now, 90 by 35 MGP 10 pine is only $4.72 per metre. Discount for quantity. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years.
They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Jazz Halal Financial Solutions, proud partners here of SEN Test Cricket from Perth. Pakistan, no wicket for 59. Looking at that replay, Carey was confident. He did genuinely think there was a nick there.
And he was pushed, nudged by Marnus Labuschagne, who had that great moment in the World Cup game against England, where he heard something that nobody had heard, and
Cummins starts a new over, bowling to Imam, who's tickling it fine, down towards fine leg, down to the rope for 4. Imam gets to 20 with that boundary. It's taken a while, but it is a boundary for Imam El Haq. Boundaries courtesy of Azito all day, every day. And it's taken him a while, but he's got one.
Easy pickings. Yeah, finally, Pat Cummins got his line wrong. Just quickly and tuck it around the corner for 4. Just on Manas. He got it right and couldn't have been prouder of himself.
It was probably the worst thing that ever happened now.
That's
because
correct. Yeah, I think he just lost his confidence on it.
Cummins again bowls to Imam. Gets a quick ball, but he gets out of the way, just swaying back, putting his gloves and his bat above his head to keep it away from the ball.
Yeah, I think the luck has run out for Manas. I don't think he's gone back to being, I can't trust him anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
This is using up petrol. This is using up Australian petrol.
Yeah.
There's a point made earlier about bowling long spells that they haven't had to do in the kind of cricket they've been playing, especially without success. That drains you.
Short covering play now as Cummins bowls to Imam, who again is forced to duck and weave away from that delivery that came back into the left-hander from over the wicket.
My money is on Imam El Haq to win the limbo contest.
Yes.
By jingos, is he flexible in the back.
There was that one before tee, almost like his back was going to snap in half the way he had to play it.
It doesn't look like someone who would do the limbo a lot.
No.
Yeah, that's the thing. That makes it even more special.
20 not out, Imam El Haq. Abdullah Shafiq on 33 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Cummins around the wicket now, bowls to Imam, who gets a quick ball again that he is able to drop at his feet in defence.
Just heard something interesting in Urdu from Imam ul Haq to Abdullah Shafiq. He said, "Baat karte rahe mere se," which translates to keep talking to me.
Right.
Maybe it's getting a little quiet out there. I mean, the Australians may be finding their voice. And interesting thing to say to your batting partner, Smithy.
It is. We saw a lot of communication, in fact, through Fox Television. They wired up both David Warner and Usman Khawaja yesterday, and they've replayed it 2 or 3 times today. The amount of talking they had.
Cummins around the wicket, bowls to Imam, who leaves.
That was more talking when they were in the middle of the pitch. So quiet communication there. There was one point where the bowler was running into bowl and David Warner was whistling.
Right.
Whistling.
Virender Sehwag used to sing songs. He still does in Legends cricket while he's batting against fast bowling. Sing Bollywood songs and then hit 4s.
Really?
And stop himself midway in the song and know exactly where to restart the song.
Wow. Really?
Cummins around the wicket, past the umpire, bowls to Imam, a full ball that he digs out in defence, full face of the bat, up to mid-on. He's looking the goods here, Imam El Haq. So a Pakistan, no wicket for 63 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Looking for the perfect new utes? Here's your chance, because Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Plus, you'll get a complimentary tow bar when you purchase and take delivery of your new Cannon ute in December. Only while stocks last. Don't miss out on the Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. Visit them at 257 Princess Highway, Hallam, or berwickgwm.com.au. LMCT 8760.
Ijaz Halal Financial Solutions supporting SEN Test Cricket as Nathan Lyon starts a new over. Bowling to Shafiq, uses his feet, back to the bowler. On the bounce, Lyon knocked it down on his follow-through. Crowd got excited.
Come on, guys. But actually get the video analyst Virender Sehwag to download the entire album of a new Bollywood movie that is released. Learn all the songs.
Lyon again comes in, bowls to Shafiq, stays at home this time in defence. Lyon fields again on his follow-through, scurrying away to his right.
And sing to himself while he was batting. So the only job that he wanted the video analyst to do was not give him any analysis on the bowlers, but just download the latest Bollywood movies or songs from them.
He's inspirational, Virender Sehwag. Lyon bowls here to Shafiq, who drives. Can't beat the cover position.
I'll be liking this Nathan Lyon because he's seeing some aggression here. Spinners love batsmen going after them because it gives them an extra chance of getting them out. He's charged him in the over. He's played wider shadow drives, trying to get it through the covers.
Line again for the Langeran bowls. Cutting well, Shafiq. Lovely shot backward of point. Big chase here for Stark. Right out towards the rope. He's going to get there just in time with a slide. As a result of that, Pakistan get 3 and not 4. Terrific work by the big fast bowler to keep the ball in play. Shafiq moves to 36. Pakistan, no wicket for 64. It was very nearly a boundary for Azito all day, every day, but not quite. Or is it? Or is it?
I think it is.
I think you might find it is too.
Yeah.
Yes, it's been overturned. So 4 runs. Courtesy of the video replay. So it is a boundary for Azito all day, every day. Another one to Shafiq. He's now up to 37, not 36. No wicket for 67. Bowls to Shafiq. Flips away from the stumps to mid-wicket. And Ian Smith, we saw with Shafiq early in the over, skipping down using his feet. It was actually Lyon that kind of made the compensation. Then he can cut away. It's good batting.
It's been good batting, yeah. Really, really aggressive approach in this over.
And again, bowled Shafiq. Clipping, getting through Labuschagne at bat pad. They'll get a single around the corner to square leg. Khawaja doing the fielding. 1 run added to the score. End of the over. No wicket for 68. Abdullah Shafiq on 38. Imam Al-Haq on 20. And that is on the Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
End of the start of a new over from Pat Cummins. I want to ask you about Vrinder Sehwag because I'm obsessed with Vrinder Sehwag. He's one of my all-time heroes. Is it true that he just never went into the nets either? He said, I don't need to do that sort of stuff. That he had throwdowns and that was all he did. As Cummins starts a new over, he bowls the bouncer and jumping above his... Oh, it's called a wide. I was going to say, Carey having jumped really high to take the ball above his head. It's called a wide.
He would have a net. And it used to be the spinner's nightmare because he never rated spinners, especially finger spinners. He said finger spinners are there just for me to hit them for sixes. Every finger spinner he played with would stay away from his net. He would have a short net and get out 5 or 6 times while singing songs. And next to him would be Rahul Dravid fretting over every delivery. Every part of his body had to be aligned the way he wanted to do it. It was a great dichotomy watching them bat together.
Cummins here bowls to Shafiq, who gets a very quick ball at chest high, drops it down on the offside in defence.
And Vrinder Sehwag famously was the one to see the test batter in David Warner when they played together at the Delhi Daredevils, as it was called back then in 2009.
He almost, because we talked about Warner being the next Sehwag, and I was like, oh, that's a big call. It was almost Sehwag franked it by saying, no, I see a lot.
Yeah,
I see a lot of him in me. Okay, maybe he is. It's proven to be the case when you look back at Warner's career now. 3 slips in a gully. Cummins gets closer to the stumps. So it's a fast ball again, and Shafiq defending away inside edge onto the pad, then away on the onside on the ground.
Of course, if he emulates Vrinder Sehwag, in a few years' time he will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Now there's a debate. Will David Warner go into the Cricket Hall of Fame? Wow. Or is that one for a later day?
2 more test matches to go for that.
You only talk about those sorts of things when they've retired.
Okay, sorry. Nice way of digging yourself out of the hole.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Still got a T20 World Cup to go. Maybe the Champions Trophy.
Cummins marching in again. Bowls to Shafiq, who's beaten by a beauty as he came forward. Darting away off the seam, beating the outside edge, and Carey took that one as it was still going up.
It's over 20 times that Australia have beaten the outside edge of the bat. And you would normally expect that one of them would find an edge, even if it goes along the ground or through a gap. But no, They've clean missed everything that they've played and missed that as such. It's been quite intriguing, really, and that it's got to be getting to Australia. It just simply has to be.
Slow hand clap now. The crowd want a wicket. Cummins past the umpire, bowls to Shafiq, who plays into the onside, wants a single to mid-wicket. Stark picks up, throws at the stumps. Imam Al-Haq was always going to be safe running through for that single from the non-striker's end. Shafiq to 39, Imam on 20, no wicket for 70. The deficit 417. We think of the today where no edges have come, and then you think of that day where India at Adelaide, where every single ball hit the edge and was caught. It wasn't like it was reckless batting, just every single time it hit the edge.
Yeah,
and not
absolutely. It was bizarre. I mean, I've never seen a period of play where there are zero plays and misses, like you said.
That's right. On a different day, it might have been 2 for 70 or 2 for 30. Cummins here around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Imam, who plays strongly in defence. Pad close together, got a good stride forward there, defending up to mid-on.
He looks good on defence, Imam Al-Haq. That is his strength. And when he just pushes forward, he looks in complete and utter control. Beaten a couple of times. I think Shafiq's been beaten many, many more times to the style that he plays. But Imam Al-Haq, his strength is what he's doing now, and that is to wear the opposition down, and I mean wear them down. Break them.
Yep, the run rate back over 2.07, or up to 2.07 as Al-Haq on this occasion plays to square leg off the hip but couldn't get a single. He was frustrated he missed out there. Over bowled, no wicket for 70 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Love a ute? Then get into Werribee Isuzu Ute today, where the brand new D-Max is in stock and ready to go from $31,990 drive away. Or a late model MUX in stock too and ready to drive from $44,888 drive away. Plus great finance packages for ABN and private buyers and top dollar for trade-ins. Get to Werribee Isuzu Ute, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing. Visit werribeeisuzuute.com.au.
LMCT 114.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins jumping in belatedly, nearly didn't make it in time there with Ian Smith. There have been 33 runs added since the tea interval and about 33 plays and misses by my count. Something like that. One poor DRS review. When Nathan Lama's bowling to Shafiq, as he is again here. Around the wicket, Langer end delivers, and Shafiq goes back and defends. To Labuschagne, he pats it into the hands of Carey, and Labuschagne seems to think had it hit the stumps, it would have been run out, but he's not a reliable narrator. Hello, Smithy.
Nice way to come into the commentary box. They've gone full-on attack here around Shafiq. Got a slip, a leg slip. They've pushed Marnus Labuschagne in front of square because they can't have two behind square on the onside, of course.
Still going, Marnus. Line bowls here around the wicket, pushed into the onside, no run.
He's character, isn't he?
I don't know what to make of
it. So Marnus Labuschagne, he flicks it back. Oh.
It is closer than I...
What he's saying is if Alex
had he
Carey
hit the stump.
I think he's saying if Alex Carey had taken the bails off.
Now, I think he might be onto something. Sorry, Marnus. Goes back here, Shafiq, and plays defensively to line from round the wicket. So he flicked it back in, Labuschagne, reflexively. So the ball bobbled up, and he patted it with his left mitt. Oh, sorry, he got it and flicked it, I should say, indoor cricket style, to Carey. He held the ball above the stumps and didn't take the bail. He just touched the bail. Line bowls here, Shafiq defends to Labuschagne again in the action. But he didn't remove the bail. As he was doing it, Shafiq might have lifted his boot.
My God, I'll tell you what. I think if he had taken the bails off, he was out. But my mind goes back. My mind goes back, and Alex Carey would be right in the middle of it again.
Two left, line bowls. Goes past leg slip on the flick. Work to do down at deep fine. Collected just inside the rope. That's the local boy, Mitchell Marsh. They return for a couple.
And that would have been an interesting one for the umpires to adjudicate. And technically, I think out.
Yeah.
But not attempting or not leaving his crease. The fact that he had physically not left his crease, he had just lifted his foot within the crease. So there's no intent to profit by the shot. and he hadn't left his crease. What a call that would have been.
Still been very much out, I reckon. Ball was live, defending into the onside to end the 35th over. I suspect we're going to have a difference of opinion on this, Smithy. End of the over, none for 72. Shafiq 41, Imam Al-Haqi's 20, and that's on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. And what I said before, the spirit of cricket thing, is that what you're alluding to? It might have come up.
Yes, it would have. I'm sure it would have. But, again, under the rules of the game, Australia would have been in the right.
Yeah. I think with that one, it would have been seen as sloppy batsmanship from Shafiq to have let his foot rise up while the ball was still live.
And Bairstow's was seen as taking it for granted, a sloppy batsmanship.
I just think it was just wasn't thinking, was he?
No.
Does it all the time, Bairstow. Round the wicket bowling. Here is Cummins. Hit on the pads. Imam Al-Haq on the angle. The finger stays down. Richard Illingworth says no. Cummins says, I don't know about that. He wants to think about a review, but I don't think he'll go upstairs.
They lost a review on Nathan Lyon.
Yeah.
So they're down to 2. They lose one without taking a wicket. They've got 1 review left in the whole innings. So now they have to think very carefully.
Yeah, so Cummins said to Illingworth was at height, and he agreed with him. So we won't be going upstairs. There'll be no IMAR insurance jingle. The tradies mate. Tradies trust IMAR. For insurance, call 13 IMAR. Watching it back here, I think
that's interesting.
Made the right call there.
Interesting. It's so nice and friendly, isn't it? I mean, if he's the umpire, if I'm the umpire, he says at height, and I said, well, ask me and find out. Right?
Spend a lot of time with these umpires.
Take your money, take your chance.
2 slips the gully. Cummins again, wide on the crease. Imam round the corner. 1, maybe 2. Just 1. Travis Head collects. Imam's up to 21, none for 73. My thing with the spirit of cricket, interested in your perspective on it as well, is that it's a preamble in the laws of the game, which within it says to play hard and fair to the letter of the laws. In effect, that's what it says. Play to the laws of the game and basically don't abuse umpires. That's the guts of the preamble. And the wider meaning of it is that we play the game in a certain way. So when there was that incident last year where a batter fell over in a game, I think Ireland were playing, and they didn't run the batter out because he clearly tripped over because he'd fallen over the fielder in the middle of the pitch, a bit like Grant Elliott all those years ago at the Oval. As Cummins bowls and worked off the hip here is Shafiq, gets 1. He's 42 from 119 balls, none for 74 the score. We're halfway through the 36th over. So there's that kind of wider interpretation of, well, if you've fallen over and I've run you out because you've tripped over my feet, that's one thing. But if you've failed to appreciate your surroundings, then that's your problem. I mean, that's kind of where I've landed on this. Is how do you sort of see this as it continues to come up in the discourse?
I'd like to think it still exists. I would like to think that it does. But not every day, but more and more, I'm convinced that it's ceasing to. And here's another one for you. Angelo Matthews timed out.
Yeah, it was.
What was your stance on that? Follow?
I think it was complicated by the fact that the television broadcast was able to provide, well, at least the analysis of it, that it was under 2 minutes from when he pulled that strap, from when he walked through the gate to when the dismissal was effected. But I don't think that's the full story there either, because as Cummins goes over the wicket, change of angle to Imam with a leg slip and beats him straight away. Cummins set and forget in that channel. He digs a hole into that part of the pitch. He lands it there so often. Imam doesn't catch up with it, stays at number 74. I don't think Matthews, even if he didn't pull the strap, would have been batting before 2 minutes was up. Do you think he's going to go from adjusting his helmet to facing up within 6 seconds? So I think he was in trouble anyway, wasn't he?
I think there's something personal in that one, to be honest.
Okay.
I think if there'd have been a lot of other players around the world that did that, I don't think will ever have become an issue. There's something behind the scenes that I think was one of the reasons that went as deep and as far as it did.
There's also a bitter rivalry between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. Cummins bowls and beats Imam again. That is superb bowling. After changing angle mid-over, he's landed 2 exactly where he needs to be to bring him forward. He can't leave them go on that angle. And, yes, past the edge once more. Beautiful watching the replay back.
Would they have, question for you, Colo.
Yeah.
Would they have timed out Bharat Kohli?
Yeah.
Hello.
Good point. It's a good point. It's a very good point. Look, I think the fact that the Bangladesh-Sri Lanka rivalry is a pretty intense one contributed to it. I certainly share that view. As Cummins runs in again and Imam leaves alone just above the off stump. We'll come back to this conversation with Pakistan none for 74, Abdullah Shafiq 42. Imam Al-Haq half of that. He's 21. That's on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
The Grab Summer event is on now at City Jeep. We're running out the Jeep Compass. Grab the wheel of our compact SUV packed with all the tech and Jeep's legendary capability. Start your summer adventure in the Compass Night Eagle from $39,950. Make this summer one to remember and visit City Jeep today. But hurry, this is only while stocks last. 228 Normanby Road, South Bank or cityjeep.com.au. T's and C's apply. Licence 10929.
All our facts and stats and discussion around the laws of the game for Mate Internet and Mobile. Ian Smith with me. I'm Adam Collins. Yeah, the interesting question there about Kohli, isn't it? And about other modes of dismissal similar to it, as line bowls and Shafiq defends. On 2 occasions against Sri Lanka, Mitch Starc ran up to the stumps with the ball in his hand and threatened to run the non-striker out. As he said on the record, he's supportive of doing, right? Starc is a man-cat enthusiast. But he's not actually done it yet. Talks a big game. I want to see him do it in a game himself. And he just might, before his career's done. Lyon bowls round a wicket. To leg slip it goes. Brilliant bowling, Nathan Lyon. He's been working on that angle to Abdullah Shafiq. Down the track, into the gloves of the man at leg slip. That's why David Warner was there, and Nathan Lyon collects Test wicket 497. And Shafiq, who occupied the crease for 121 deliveries for his 42, is now walking off beneath us at the pavilion end. Flicked it straight into the hands of Warner, who's wearing the baggy cap on top of his wide-brimmed hat. They're going to take a drink as well, Ian Smith, but Nathan Lyon's worked to a plan. He does that so often.
Brilliantly bowled. I mean, he did charge him on 2 or 3 occasions. Shafiq, who played damn well, to be honest. He had luck. You need luck against a great attack. He had luck, but he did play well on occasions, played some good shots. But that was a brilliant plan, which unfolded, as Australia so often do. Davey Warner, we talked about the fact they just increased the pressure around the right-hander by putting that extra player in at leg slip. Well, leg slip gets the money. And, so Australia are buoyed by that. And now all of a sudden, because they have restricted Pakistan to the extent they have, Australia back in the driver's seat.
Right, we're into the drinks break now for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, with Pakistan losing their first wicket with the score on 74.
Mum, Jasmine, it's that time of year.
Christmas gift time.
So here's some top picks from us at Bingley.
Skull Candy headphones or JBL party box.
Love it, Nano.
A Breville Fizz Fusion Super Sparkler.
Say that again.
Fizz up any drinks from juices to cocktails.
A NutriBullet portable blender, a Sunbeam Ice Plus hot coffee machine.
A Dyson Airwrap.
Yes, please.
Or a Smeg Retro Style kettle in pink.
That's a surprise, Lionel.
Want to surprise someone with a brilliantly different Christmas gift idea?
You'll find it at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Hazel with the finish. Shafiq driving straight and beating mid-on. That's a lovely shot.
Cummins starts a new over, bowling to Imam, who's tickling it fine, down towards fine leg, down to the rope for 4. Imam gets to 20 with that boundary. It's taken a while.
Lyon bowls round the wicket. The leg slip it goes. Brilliant bowling, Nathan Lyon. He's been working on that angle to Abdullah Shafiq. Down the track, into the gloves of the man at leg slip. So Nathan Lyon gets the breakthrough. It's been a long time coming for Australia, taking 36.2 overs before, as you heard there, Shafiq went dancing and Warner was just there to pouch it round the corner. Simon Katich has jumped into the expert chair for Bundaberg Ginger Beer as we end the drinks break. Kat, Nathan Lyon, how much better to Australia look when he's in the side?
Yeah, much better balance, isn't it? Obviously the experience, and he loves bowling at this venue. 3 more to go to 500.
Could he get it even today? Plenty of time round the wicket. First ball here for the captain, Shah Masood, into the hands of first slip. What's happened here? It's gone into the turf for a moment. I reckon they thought it might have come off a boot and ballooned up to Stephen Smith at slip. We'll need a replay to see how close that was, but it was a cut shot right back on his off peg, and he deflected it into his calf, not the boot as they hoped.
Shot of a man coming off 200 in Canberra in the PM's 11.
Line to Shan Masood, who tries to whack it through mid-wicket and does. It sneaks through the small gap that existed really between mid-wicket and wideish mid-on. Pat Cummins didn't quite drag it in, so a misfield and a 4. Second ball for his opposing number, Shan Masood, but a reasonable degree of difficulty trying to go in that direction, and he didn't control it either.
It's a massive shot, second ball, but he's come out with intent. He's making it clear right from the word go here. He's not going to let Nathan Lyon settle into that sort of foolish length and try and bring short leg or the slip into play.
Line around the wicket to Shan Masood on the front foot, pushing just wide of David Warner at extra cover. You can hear Steve Smith through the effects mic. Oh, David, not quite. 1 for 79. Masood already up to 5 from 3 balls.
Yeah, it was a good wicket for Nathan Lyon. Shafiq just went a little bit too far to the offside to create the angle to get the ball to leg slip. He needed to probably stay a little bit more leg side of the ball to access where he wanted to get it to.
Lyon bowling with a slip and a short leg. Over the top, not quite. Imam Al-Haq running back with the flight, not quite. There was a chance there for Stark, but he would have needed to have been about 3 feet longer to have realistically had a chance of diving and dragging it in. Either way, suddenly, this game just opened up a wee bit. Imam to 23 with that rash shot. The successful over for Australia. Pakistan 1 for 81 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Book your AC service this month at Chadstone Toyota. Get the AC combo offer for $199, including GST. This combo deal includes sanitizer and AC filter replacement. T's and C's apply. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Our third session is with Liquorland. To the cricket, cheers Liquorland, choose to drink wise, as Josh Hazlewood has a crack from our members' end, the pavilion end. 9 overs, 3 maidens, done for 13. He couldn't have bowled much better after TCAT. He was absolutely all over Imam Al-Haq.
Yes, that's the challenge for these left-handers. Both Hazlewood and Cummins getting the ball to move both ways off the seam.
Got Shah Masood on strike. The new man 3 slips behind him. Gets 1 off the hip, though, down to fine leg for 1. He's 6, 1 for 82, Pakistan. Still 405 runs in arrears.
Yeah, and interesting that Australian bowlers haven't had a huge workload coming in. They've played World Cup cricket, 10 over spells, but Pat Cummins, short, sharp burst. Same with Hazlewood, Stark the same. So they're just trying to get them building up their loads again in this first innings and let Nathan Lyon just go to work at one end and use Mitch Marsh as well just to take the load off the 3 of them, given that they don't have the body of work in 4-day cricket coming into this first test.
It's an important point, I think, with all 3 Australian quicks, because they're coming in off the back of a pretty rugged World Cup campaign. These 3, a lot of work in the legs, but different kind of work. Bowling hit it Imam, rides the bounce, pushing into the offside, no run. And we know that, I say we know, we're told from the sports science types that if you come into a test match without getting your loads up suitably, you're at risk. And they've talked to us before about it being like compound interest. Every time you do it a second or third or a fourth time, the risk profile increases. But I suppose it's a risk they're willing to manage with what they've done in the nets.
Yeah, and particularly if you go from the 10 overs that they bowl in an ODI to then potentially bowling 30 overs in an innings, just straight off the bat.
Hazelwood bowls over the wicket, leaving alone on length is Imam, but I suppose there's no real way around that with the schedule as it is and players chopping and changing. The idea of even getting one 4-day game in before a test match now, well, it doesn't happen really, does it?
No, correct. It's just the nature of the schedule. Even the end of the World Cup, there was 5 T20s in India, and obviously they all came home early, the quicks, to prepare for this, but they would have needed a break as well. And just the emotional come down as well. It was such a high for them all to celebrate such a great victory.
Hazelwood bustling approach, 2 slips gully, leg slip for Imam, gets it full and straight and down to Cummins a bit on, no run. One of those things you hear from touring teams wanting more and more work before they start a series, but not ever really getting it. Interesting that I spoke to the Pakistan management earlier today. They're going to splice in a 2-day tour game against the Victorian second 11 next week. In between the, as they described it to me, it may not be the Victorian second 11 in practice, but a Victorian 11 between Perth and Melbourne, which wasn't originally in their planning, but they want one more game. Hazelwood bowls here, bouncer, ducked by Imam, stays at 1 for 82.
Well, I think it's important because they've got 2 debutants in this test match here. First trip to Australia. You know, a number of their batsmen. Shafiq's first tour. Same for Shaquille. They've got a new skipper who's trying to figure out, you know, what his best 11 looks like. So any competitive match that they can play is all information gathering for the hierarchy. So whether it's a 2-day game or a 4-day game, I mean, they probably can't play a 4-day game because the window is probably not big enough, particularly if this test goes the distance into day 5.
Hazelwood to finish his 10th over. Frugal so far. No run here towards mid-wicket, although he did cramp up Imam a fraction. He's 23. Down the other end, the captain, Shah Masood's on 6. Pakistan 1 for 82 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Turn up the heat on your taste buds because Schnitz Spicy Chicken Schnuggets are here to satisfy your fiery cravings. Each bite brings a perfect balance of heat and flavour that will keep you coming back for more. And for a limited time, you can grab a bundle of 6 Schnuggets, small drink and peri-peri sauce for only $9.50. Schnitz. Taste the heat, love the price. Available at all Schnitz restaurants for a limited time.
We're at Perth for the Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Cap, earlier in the session we were talking as Lyon starts a new over, bowling to Shah Masood. Gets forward, chops down hard to backward point, no run. We were talking about sort of favourite grounds that don't usually get the praise. A bit off Broadway, that kind of thing. One of those is Lilac Hill. Touring teams used to kick off their tour, we're referring to these tour games, at Lilac Hill. A great party atmosphere, says Stewie. I'm sure you played some games there. Lion bowls and going back is Shah Masood, cutting to point out the middle of the bat, but no run.
That was my home club, Midland Guildford, at Lilac Hill. What a wonderful venue it is. And the festival match that used to be played as the tour opener here was one of the great days on the cricket calendar. Dennis Lilly used to play in that match, even when he was finished playing, and he still used to knock over the opposition players.
Line round the wicket, forward is Shah Masood in defence.
And it had the little picket fence around it. It was on the banks of the Swan River. The marquees would be up all around half the ground. Yeah, it was a fantastic day, and I know both the team that got to play the Chairman's 11, which I got to play in it a number of times, it was a special day for all of us.
Line bowls, Masood dances and gets him over mid-on for 4. That's pretty well played by Shah Masood, getting to the pitch, trusting his swing, moving to 10 with his second boundary for Azito all day, every day. Not many of them in this session. 1 for 86 to score.
Yeah, that was a much better shot, purely because he got to the pitch of the ball nicely and just hammered it over mid-on beautifully straight.
I saw Shah Masood get out stumped in similar circumstances to that last year at Lord's. Our SEN Test cricket colleague Mike Atherton, his son Josh DeCares, who plays for Middlesex, got Masood stumped for the ball just like that, but he got to the pitch on this occasion, facing up again and pushing out to mid-off is the Pakistani captain, who moves to 11 with a single. He's wide a bit off, 1 for 87 to score. But, I admire the fact that he's trying to put some pressure straight back on the line.
Yeah, no, look, he's talked about playing this style of cricket for Pakistan. He's come out, he's 11 off 9 balls, but he's forced Australia to put a couple of the straight men back deeper. So now he's getting an easy single when he comes down the wicket.
Line to finish. Bowls to Imam, in behind it defensively, just straight of short leg. 39 overs gone, Pakistan 1 for 87. Shah Massoud 11 from 9. Imam Al-Haq 23 from 104. An exercise in contrasts. On the Macca scoreboard, cricket, I'm loving it.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Our coverage here at Perth for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Just 9 boundaries in the innings so far for Azito all day, every day. And 2 of them to Shah Massoud in his first 9 deliveries. They've been out there for 39 overs. So it gives a sense of the way the game might just change here. He faces Hazlewood around the wicket. 3 slips in the gully from leg stump. Out through square leg. Times it really nicely. Out towards the rope. That'll be a 3rd boundary. Beautifully played. I mean, just in front of square. Had 1 fielder to beat. That takes him on to 15 from 10 balls. Shan ball, 1 for 91 the score.
Yeah, look, I mean, his test numbers are deceptive because he's been in and out of this Pakistan team a number of times. His average is under 29, but when you look at him play the way he has when he's come out today, you go, this guy should be averaging more than that. I mean, he's got a very good first-class average of 40 across 160 matches with 2,500, so he can obviously bat.
Versatile as well. Hazlewood bowls and Massoud gets out the way of it entirely. So, I mean, 32 years of age now. He's been around a while. I mentioned yesterday that he's played a test match in each of the last 11 years for Pakistan, but only 30 of the available 78. So he's kind of always been all over the place. There's seemingly always someone else they've thought was more suitable to open the batting. But now he's found himself at number 3. Played in the T20 World Cup last year where they made the final at the MCG, despite being known as a more kind of conservative player. He made 154 against England at Old Trafford a few years ago in a vigil that lasted 470 minutes. So he's got levels, Shah Massoud. Batting in a high tempo so far. Facing Hazlewood, leaves him alone well wide of the off stump. After having that really great run with 3 centuries in 3 test matches, he had a run where he went 0, 1, 4, 18, 10, 0, 0, 0, then got dropped. So, it's an odd career, and now he gets the chance to lead the team.
Yeah, and maybe that stability as captain might help free him up too, because he's going to have a say in how he wants this team to play, how he's going to play himself, and that might marry up with a more consistent level of performance and get the best out of himself and the team.
He's on 15 facing Hazlewood. Bowls here and leaves alone. Not tempted on the 5th stump line or thereabouts.
Because that's always been probably a bit of a hallmark of Pakistan cricket, is there's always a fair bit of turmoil when they don't get the right results, as we've seen after the recent World Cup. Babar Azam stepped down as captain. They've got a whole new support staff in place. So that in itself creates uncertainty within the team, and you don't always get the best development out of players when you've got that in the background.
Poor old Mickey Arthur got brought back because they're like, things were kind of okay when you were coach. Brought back for the World Cup and jettisoned straight afterwards. Hazlewood bowls and Shah Massoud drives straight. That's a lovely shot. We saw one of those from Abdullah Shafiq earlier in the session, but that might be even better. All timing. Shah Massoud records his 4th boundary in 14 balls. 1 for 95, Pakistan. The captain's up to 19, and a Zito boundary. This is going very nicely indeed all of a sudden.
He sounds like he's got a beautiful bat, because he's just leant on that, punched it down through mid-on, and that's raced away for 4. Pat Cummins had no chance. That was a beautiful shot, because it wasn't that bad a ball from Josh Hazlewood.
So this is what they talked about before the series. Batting with a bit of aggression. Short ball here. Wants to take it on. Goes over Carey, 4 byes. All happening here all of a sudden. The handbrake is off. That'll complete the 40th over. A busy one. 12 runs coming from it. Pakistan up to 1 for 99. They trail by 388 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Masood, 19 from 15. Imam Al-Haq, 23 from 104.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Things are changing a little bit here at the Perth Stadium, Optus Stadium, with Pakistan 1 for 99. 12 runs from that last over. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. And it's an interesting, Simon, when someone comes to the crease with a bit of purpose and intent, how it all changes.
It certainly does, Adam. Shan Masood has got off to a flying start, 19 off 15. He's played beautiful shots, and that last on drive was exquisite.
Lyon starts a new over, bowling to Imam, who leaves outside off stump.
Nathan Lyon going just under 4 and over. So he's copped a little bit of it, but he won't mind that because he knows that he's in the game. He's got the first wicket of Shafiq, nicely caught by Warner at leg slip. And now he's got 2 left-handers to work away at.
And he comes, bowls to Imam, who pushes forward into the covers. So Imam on 23. He's almost been caught by Shah Masood on 19. But it doesn't seem to bother Imam at all. Just keeps going about his business. Leaves the next one outside off stump. You can hear a few shouts from Carey and probably Marnus as well.
Nice, guys. Well, Iman's just playing his role. I think his role is to dig in and be in as many partnerships as possible to get that big 100.
Again bowls, Imam pushes forward. So that's 23 off 108 balls for Mate Internet and Mobile, all our stats.
And Pakistan know that they have to extend this first innings well into day 3 just to take time out of the match and put pressure back on Australia to minimise the first innings lead if they do get one.
And again bowls, short, cut away nicely, getting it fine, Imam. That'll be out to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. Lovely use of the hands and playing it late. Just manipulating the ball into a gap and bringing up the 100 for Pakistan. Pakistan 1 for 103. Imam up to 27. So that 100 coming up in the 41st over. Australia's first 100 came up in 20 overs.
That was a glorious shot. It wasn't that bad a ball from Nathan Lyon, but Imam manufactured some room to get it past Steve Smith at slip.
Line again, what's the response? A quicker, flatter ball. Imam getting well forward to defend back to the bowler. Over complete, 1 for 103 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
I was just having a look during that break there of the wicket, the celebrating of another wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives, of the catch from Warner. We all keep talking about what we're going to lose when he leaves, but what's not often spoken about is his catching skills in a variety of different positions, whether it be out in the deep or up close at a leg slip or wherever he feels.
He's very, very good in that position because it's not an easy position to field at. And the reason I say that is because Nathan Lyon gets good bounce. I've seen it a number of times when he's been in that position, particularly in India. He's not blessed with height, David Warner, so that challenges him at times at leg slip, particularly when balls are bouncing and flying in Indian conditions. But that one in particular, obviously it was a more comfortable catch, but he's very good at leg slip. He's always provided energy in the field. And I think that's what this Australian team have always loved about him. Now he's standing at first slip, which is always a challenging position here, particularly because of the pace and bounce.
Hazelwood starts a new over, bowls to Masood, who gets up on his toes and punches into point, but there's no run. So, well, it might not be a Macca's catch of the summer. The McRib and the McRick Deluxe are now at Macca's. What it was a sharp, he made it a sharp catch look easy. And that's often, they're almost better catches, aren't they? Because it takes so much more skill.
It does. And it's, you know, he's been out there yesterday having to concentrate. He's backed up today. And when you're close to the wicket like that, it all happens in a split second. And he took that catch comfortably.
Hazelwood, 2 slips in a gully. Bowling to the Pakistan captain, who is beaten outside off stump, pushing at that one off the front foot. Shah Masood, that's the first time he's made any sort of mistake.
And that's what Hazelwood's so good at. Luring them in. That ball's jagged. He had to play at that ball because it looked like it pitched in line with the stumps from over the wicket, which it did. And just sparring at it outside off stump. It's well bowled. It's probably just a fraction short from being able to lure Masood into a more attacking shot. He got away with it.
Shadows starting to lengthen as Hazelwood approaches again. Bowls to Masood, who's dabbing at that one, playing away from his body to point off the front foot. That's a risky operation there from the skipper. I think you made the comment before, Simon. He's playing like a man who's just made 200, which he has. And sometimes, starting again, it's a mindset thing.
It is. It's a huge danger because he's comfortable. He knows he spent time on the wicket last week. He's played well. He's been hitting the ball well. The danger is you just think, I'm going to pick up from where I left off. And before you know it, you've played at a ball that you shouldn't have. You haven't respected the new conditions and the new attack he's facing. And before you know it, you're gone.
Hazelwood bowls again to Masood, who thick edges it past gully for 4 off the front foot. Mitch Marsh in that position at gully. It was catchable height, but just away to his left, and it went really quickly. It's a boundary. Pakistan 1 for 107. Masood up to 23, but that's another sort of illustration of what I'm trying to say, that he's playing at balls that he would not normally play at when he's 23, or play the way a normal person would on 19 or 23. But
correct. Yeah, correct. That was loose. That ball was not there to be driven, and he got away with it. It's just wide of Mitch Marsh and gully. Josh Hazelwood won't mind that shot one little bit.
Hazelwood again, bowls to Masood. This time he leaves alone and nods at Hazelwood and says, yep, that's a good one. He's probably nodding to himself as well, saying, yes, that's much better, Shah Masood. That's much better.
Well, sometimes it takes a mistake like that the ball before to really ring the alarm bell start ringing and jolt you into action. And you have to wake up and go, hang on, I'm getting too far ahead of myself here. And it looked like that was the reaction he needed. He was a bit more watchful on that occasion. That ball was probably a little bit fuller, but he watched it carefully, let it pass through to Alex Carey.
It's probably more of a drivable option than the one before. Last ball of the over here. Hazelwood bowls and Masood shoulders arms again. Once again acknowledges Hazelwood. Over bowl, 1 for 107. Shah Masood on 23. Imam Al-Haq on 27. That is the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Are you ready to take your golf game to the next level? Look no further than the House of Golf, your one-stop shop for all things golf. They're dedicated to being the champions of your game. Visit them in store or online at thehouseofgolf.com.au.
This session is brought to you by Liquorland. Cheers to the cricket. Choose to drink wise. 1 for 107. Pakistan. Nathan Lyon having a good chat to Pat Cummins here at the moment. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, Toyo 25% off, 1 for 107. Shah Masood 23, Imam Al-Haq 27. As Lyon is ready to go. Bowls here to Imam, who lunges forward in defence. Guess who's just quietly popped in the back?
Whitey, Caddo, listeners, give me a
Fleming.
challenge. How many wickets do you want? Give me a challenge.
2.
Okay, done.
Line bowls to Imam, who pushes up the onside of the pitch. Kat and I were in our own world here. We had no idea that you just sort of bumped in alongside us.
Yeah, and just a little, I don't want to tell you how you do your jobs, but when you're on air, talk.
Yes.
Yeah, you too. Yeah.
You're allowed to let the game breathe at times too, Flem.
Line bowls to Imam, who pushes. Can't beat Line, who dives away and fields on his follow-through.
Big sigh, there's no pitches to let breathe. Okay.
You could hear the sounds in the
Damien.
Martin Slabashane. You could hear the stump mics.
Don't do us out of a job.
Line again from the Langer end. He bowls and using his feet.
He's got him.
Smashes it straight into his captain. What are you doing? You don't do that sort of thing to your captain.
That has to have hurt.
Oh, it's hit Shan Masood in the spine of his back. They've gone through for a single.
Wow.
He saved 3. And now he's really smarting from that blow. Down at the other end, Steve Smith is checking on him. Bang!
No, he couldn't do anything there.
Shoulder blade or spine, right on the number 4 on the back where he wears 94. What he did do is he stopped it going for 4.
Now, the only thing he did jump in the air, and as we talk about, when you jump in the air, you don't have one foot down to just change your angle a little bit, and that's going to be sore.
Poor old...
no, he's okay. The ice is out there.
They need the magic spray.
No, the magic spray's out there. No, he'll be fine.
Poor old Imam, he's struggled to get a boundary all day, and finally he smacks one. He hits it into his teammate. What I liked about Nathan Lyon in that situation...
Describe the spray. Look at this.
It looks like fly spray the way they use it.
And we all know that just works, doesn't it? Like, that fixes fractures.
What I liked about Nathan Lyon was he was front and centre. He was looking for the ricochet catch off the back.
Imagine if that had ricocheted to mid-on. Imam ul-Haq would have been filthy.
Well, so the medical attention continues here for Shan Masood, who's... I shouldn't be laughing because it clearly hurt. But Imam ul-Haq's coming down, and I'm not sure whether he's apologising because he's the captain or saying, mate, get out of the way.
Mate, my strike rate's 24. You're costing me runs.
So while this delay continues, again, another reminder, if you do live and breathe local cricket, head to iCanWin.com.au and let us know what you love about your local cricket club for your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher. It's all thanks to Liquorland. Visit your local Liquorland for a winning selection of drinks. Choose to drink wise, of course, and get your entries in now. iCanWin.com.au, a $100 Liquorland voucher up for grabs.
Just going back to Imam ul-Haq, we had a graphic before on the coverage TV about him being the nephew of Inzamam ul-Haq.
Yes.
And as a result, they played some old footage of Inzamam in his prime playing against Australia. And who bobs up and is bowling to Inzi? 1D Fleming. And the footage wasn't as complimentary as it could have been to
I got
Damien
him out half
Fleming.
a dozen times. I'm assuming it's like 3 dismissals. Is that?
No, you were getting scored off every delivery that was played.
Oh, no worries.
Lyon, we're ready to go again. He bowls a wide one outside off stump. Shan Masood leaves.
And Flem, you were bowling a lot of slow balls. I don't know why.
I'd say that it's either in Pakistan or the Hobart Test.
Hobart, yeah.
Where he made a brilliant 100.
Lyon bowls to Masood, who pushes for his fence. Wants a single. Oh, problems! Real problems! It's close. Is it a run out? No, it's not. Masood's got back. The problem was when he was sent back by Imam, he slipped over trying to steal a single into the offside. Oh, they are going upstairs. So for Imar Insurance, Tradies Trust Imar, up we go.
Every time we mention something,
these two are catastrophic together at the moment. Here comes the replay. Warner is with the throw, goes parallel, getting it into Carey. The slide, he is Oh, he's safe.
Take me through. I think the bat is grounded. Do you have any other angles for me, please?
So
It's
the
actually
issue there was the bat was sort of
a good
in the
slide.
air.
I mean, Dave, it's hard. A better throw, he's gone.
Yeah, keep rolling through.
I was worried about that bat while it was sliding. It was sort of got in the air. It was almost doing like a mono.
Yeah, keep going through. Thank you. Okay, I'm ready for my decision for the big screen. Batsman has made his ground.
He's okay. So Australia for a moment there thought they were celebrating another wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives, but they are not. It is a dot ball. That's what it is. And it's also the end of the over. So with all of that, Josh Hazlewood is ready to go. What an eventful over that was. Hazlewood here bowling to Imam, and Imam is playing away on the onside. Bit of bat, bit of pad, wants one. Careful, Imam. He was coming back again there. Shah Masood wasn't.
I'm going to talk about his uncle because we might get a run out here, but the last time I saw Inzamam al-Haq, I reckon I played 3 Test series, 3 one-day series, 2 World Cups against the great Inzi, and I'd never said one word to him. You know, I heard he didn't speak a lot of English, and, you know, bowlers sort of hung with opposition bowlers, that sort of stuff. And the Pakistan Super League, I was commentating about 5 years ago in Sharjah, and I got a little bit hungry, and I was walking through some doors, and I go into a room, there's only other one bloke in there. It's Inzamam al-Haq, and he's the chairman of Selectors Pakistan. We look at each other and go, would he even know who I am, even though I've bowled hundreds of balls to him? So he acknowledges like that, hey, mate, and all that. And then he was the chairman. He was asking about the quicks. I said, young Afridi looks good and all this sort of stuff.
Hazlewood bowling here to Shah Masood, who shot his arms.
So eventually a few people wandered in, and there's a couple of photos, mainly with Inzi, but a couple with myself and all this sort of stuff. And sort of getting there, and I'm still a little bit hungry. Like, all of a sudden, birthday cake comes in. Okay, it's his 50th. Whoa. Inzi, right?
Big cake.
So all of a sudden, I've just wandered in. I just want something to eat. I meet Inzi for the first time, despite playing him 12 times. Have a bit of a chat. It's his 50th. Everyone's in. And then after a little bit of a, chat from everyone and cheering, they go to meet Fleming, a few words about Inzi, right? Someone speaking at his 50th.
Hazlewood bowls here to Masood, hooks it around the corner. There are 2 in the deep, so it means it'll just be a single.
I think, what a player, Inzi. I blowed something out like that. And eventually had some of the birthday cake and was satisfied. But, walk back in and go, did that really just happen? Speaking at his 50th.
What sort of
ready
cake
for the
was
first time. Oh, it's just a basic birthday cake,
Just a
cream in the middle and
one from the
bit of
Women's
icing up
Weekly.
the top, and big Inzi. What a cult hero.
Yeah.
What a good player.
1 for 110. Imam al-Haq back on strike. He's on 29. Around the wicket, Hazlewood. Leaving alone is Imam al-Haq.
And talking about run-outs, apparently he got run out 46 times across all his international career. Ricky Ponting was 47 across all his matches.
Yeah,
Mind you, he played about 500 games when you go tests and ODIs.
So you know how we laugh about Inzi, Pakistan players laugh about Rick Ponting. No, they do.
Then he started to take aim around the commentary box, punter. He goes, there's a fair few blokes ducking for cover when they heard that 47, because a few of us in there had been involved in a few of them.
That's a lot.
Hazlewood again bowling to Imam al-Haq, who drives stylishly but straight up to mid-off to Khawaja.
Yeah, there's the famous YouTube, isn't it? Inzamam runouts. If you do yourself a favour if you haven't seen them.
So just on the cake, was it a bought cake from a supermarket? Was it a really expensive one from a cake shop, or was it one homemade from someone in the family?
It looked like more a cake shop. I wouldn't say a supermarket.
Was it a picture of? Was it made like a big Inzi?
No. Well, when it come out, that's why I'm going. What's going on here?
Hazlewood bowls.
And whose birthday? It's Inzi's. And then I'm speaking at his 50th.
We've got to go to a break. Pakistan 1 for 110 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. When did you have to give an unexpected speech?
Well, that's number one for me.
Bang.
At least I wasn't hungry anymore.
Ever been thrown under the bus? Let us know. Tyre Power, big December deal sale, 0433 98.
I like throwing other people under the bus, introducing them.
So here's the West Australian Marsh. Bowling here off the back foot, chopping down hard. Into the offside is Shan Masood. He's not far away from overtaking Imam Al-Haq despite facing 20% of the deliveries. Enjoyed the way he's gone about his work so far, although he has slowed down somewhat in the last 20 minutes or so.
Well, he's talked it up, wasn't it? Pre-test series. He's bringing Masood ball to this series.
When it was quiet earlier, when they were about 30 off 20 overs, given how he talked it up, as Marsh arrives and bowls and driving straight to the man at mid-off, not quite actually, a dive was required from Mitch Stark and he completed it. Nice style points as well, no run, stays at 1 for 110. Next door they were working out the headlines, how they shamble after talking it up, no, it's not true, it's a sham. They're not really going to try and play aggressively, but the captain himself.
He has. He's living his words. The first couple of balls he did.
Yeah, it's good to be admired. As you said yesterday, Kat, it makes sense if you play half your cricket in Pakistan as Marsh arrives and bowls and Masood pulls with one leg in the air with style. Has to beat deep backward square but can't get two. Travis Head on the rope. Long boundary. Masood 26, 1 for 112.
They could definitely take a risk with that style of play, but having had 2 full tours to Pakistan, they just don't play that way. They're happier to draw than to risk losing. In the 1998 tour, we won the first test, and we were very worried for the next 2 because we're going, if they green up the wickets, they've got more fast bowlers than us.
Marsh in his third over, his second spell. Bowls here and Shan Masood driving right out the middle of the bat, but again to Stark at mid-off, no run.
And if they make raging turners, Shane Warne was injured. We had Stuart McGill, who probably was the man of the series in hindsight, and Colin Miller, but they had Saqlain Mushtaq Ahmed. They had a battery, and then they dish up the wicket, the pitch that Mark Taylor makes 330 on. And the third wicket was the same. It was unbelievable. 1-0 down in the series, and they didn't want to lose 3-0.
Marsh up from the Langer end, bowls here, and Masood from the inside part of his bat spills out to forward square leg. They get one, they wanted 2, but they won't take on Travis Head, who's on the charge. Masood to 27 from 30, 1 for 113.
But the potential there is if they do get a coaching group who says, let's commit to this.
Well, the fact they brought Adam Hollyoake in as their batting consultant, he was known to play aggressive cricket. He was very successful as a leader at Surrey across all formats, won a number of trophies, whether it was county championships, one-day titles. So he's in the mix here. And you'd say that he would probably have that mindset with some of the batsmen that it suits, and there's others that probably doesn't suit.
Marsh to finish his third over, this time to Imam, who cuts in, and it's stopped in the gully. The benefit of having Cameron Green on as the sub-fielder, if you don't mind, saves 4. Everyone has a laugh. The over is complete. Green's got a big smile on his face as well. 1 for 113. And has...
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers. So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their demonstrator vehicle sale. Save on all demonstrator vehicles in stock, with new vehicles also reduced to clear. You'll also enjoy 5-year free scheduled servicing on all new and demonstrator models. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading.
LMCT 11598.
Well, Cameron Green has been on the ground for 1 over I think it was just 1 over, saved the boundary, gone straight back off.
Yeah, 8
standing ovation.
Coach points and was just there. But just with Cam Green, and is he the best gully fieldsman in the world? I'd suggest yes. But who are some of the great gully fieldsmen? It's a very specific position, isn't it?
We turn the volume up on that. Is he the greatest gully fieldsman? I mean, I can't think of anyone in a shorter career who has saved as many runs as that bloke.
I think we're throwing that out to the listeners.
Yeah, 0433 98 11
I remember
16.
Ashley Mallett. I'm just remembering writing an article because he was known as a great gully fieldsman. And it's a unique position, isn't it? I'm not sure. You didn't field there much, Caddo?
No, not really.
Geez, he loved that pad, Caddo. You couldn't get him out of there.
2 slips the gully. Here's Mitchell Stark. Bowls here, finds the edge.
There you go.
Different person in gully now. It's Mitch Marsh, and I think they'll appreciate that they've saved runs in that position 2 balls in a row. Your great gully fielders, 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. Big December deal sale, Cat.
Bison's old man was good in the gully. Swampy.
Yes, he was.
He was very good.
Definitely.
Steve Waugh. Some great catches in
sort
there.
of take the wars out of it because I like them everywhere. Paul Rifle was an underrated gully fieldsman.
Joel Garner. Something about it being a spot behind the wicket where fast bowlers can slot in. Stark's one of those bowls here. Flash and a miss from Shan Masood. That's a get-out shot. Lucky to miss it. Stays at 1 for 113. Your favourite gully fielders. Who is in the conversation for the best to ever do it? There's a few names there. Send in your faves. But yeah, Cam Green's on the trajectory to becoming the best to ever do it, surely.
It's just his wingspan, the way he reacts to the ball. He makes catches. He makes catches that others would be hoping to stop or get on the half volley.
Famously in the World Test Championship final, Westbrook. Stark bowls here, leaving a lane outside the off stump to Shan Masood. I'm still copying grief, so's Brad, I think, on social media for our comments that day about Green's catch or Shubham Gill in the gully. Brad is walking out of the box in disgust at me even raising that. That was a messy couple of days on Twitter. But I think we were right. I think the catch was fine, and we got great advice from Pete Lawler via Simon Torfel. Gave us an insight to the instructions they give elite panel umpires about low catches now, and Brett will do a better job of explaining it than I will, but it's like a golf swing. If you're going from down to up, fair play, fair catch. If you're going the other way, you find yourself in strife. Stark bowls here, leaving alone is Shan Masood, just over the top of the off stump, and Stark found himself in strife himself with that, Flem. You might remember at Lords where he was going from up to down, put the ball on the turf, and that was ruled not out.
If we're going another subgroup, the best sub-gully fieldsman, which Cam Green qualifies right then, Roger Harper. Because I reckon he took a couple of blinders at the MCG one test match as the sub. But once again, he's a bit like the Steve Waugh. He's great everywhere. Roger Harper.
Screamer there at Lords in the bicentenary test that Willie's played there. The World 11 match, something like that. Stark bowls here. It's on middle stump. Into the onside. They take on Cummins to the danger end. Imam Al-Haq got there with the dive. Had it hit, they would have gone upstairs. Not to be. 1 for 114. Shan Masood now 28. They weren't taking quick singles an hour ago, Kat.
No, but Shan Masood has come out with positive intent. He probably just hit that a little bit too hard, really. Put a little bit of pressure on Imam Al-Haq, but he got away with that, Mitchell Stark. It was a full ball, angled into leg. Shan Masood probably should have picked that off through mid-wicket. Just didn't quite get the gap.
All our feedback here, a lot of Roger Harpers. You bang on with that, Flem. You've tapped into public sentiment. Stark bowls here, full and dug out towards mid-wicket. There won't be a run again to Travis Head with the mustache. 1 for 114 at the end of the over. All our numbers and stats, thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile. 28 for Shan Masood and 29 for Imam Al-Haq.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
I like this from Bill. Cam Green's like AI in the gully. He has laser-like precise hands. From Matt near the Gabba, Wingspan Green is the best gully fielder of all time. Someone says Big Matt Hayden. Here's Mitch Marsh bowling, beats the bat of Shah Massoudi. He was trying to cut a ball that was probably there to be hit, but just misjudged the bounce through to the gloves of Carey for the umpteenth time this afternoon. Damien Wright for Tasmania and Victoria, says Jim in Hobart. Interested in thoughts on that?
Yeah, right. He was a good catcher at gully, definitely.
Lots and lots of Roger Harper here.
I'll go another one. Bruce Yardley.
Bruce Yardley.
Oh, yeah.
Had a big game here against Pakistan, Yardley. Now to the match. Bowling here is Marsh. Hit on the pad of Shah Massoud, spills into the offside. My apologies. That was it. How's this? I saw this in prepping for the test this week. In 1981 at Melbourne, Pakistan won by an innings and 82 runs, right, defeating Australia, and Bruce Yardley was still deemed man of the match after losing by an innings and 82 runs. He took 7 for 187 in the first innings, and that was enough to get the
Who got the wickets for Pakistan, though?
It was spread out, all 3s and 4s. So no one took a big bag.
Okay.
Still unusual to get it in a side being defeated by that much. Over the wicket, Marsh pushing into the onside is Shan, and he's through. So the throw would have needed to have been perfect from mid-wicket to have been any chance. In a sense, he was through anyway, 1 for 115.
And he was, I think, that year, and a trophy or whatever that we wanted that's been lost to the game. I wish we still had it. Was the International Cricket of the Year award.
Yeah, the car.
Why don't we?
They used to drive around the outfield in it.
We've missed that, haven't we?
Bring back the car.
Yeah.
You want Curtly Ambrose hanging out the window, pumping his fists on the whacker.
Yeah.
If we can't have that, then what can we have?
Did they have their seatbelts on?
They might have been drinking and driving as well as quietly. Not that we encourage that, but they were certainly celebrating.
That was big, the International Cricket of the Year, the Sid Chrome Test team of the summer.
Toyota are major sponsors, aren't they? Cricket Australia.
Get the car.
Can we get that done, Cato, by tomorrow?
Let's talk more. Marsh bowls and pushing into the offside is Imam Al-Haq.
What about the Yaris? Toyota Yaris.
Yeah.
Doing the lap.
Yep.
All the team crammed into one of those.
But it was something big, wasn't it? I know we used to, sometimes there'd be 3 tri-series, wasn't there?
Yep.
1 days.
Yep.
I don't know if a player ever won it just by playing the 1 days.
I think you're onto something here, Flem. It would probably be an Australian player each year now, owing to the fact that, things have changed. We don't have the tri-series.
When would have been the last overseas player?
Over the wicket, Marsh. Outside part of the bat, sneaks between point and gully. Imam Al-Haq towards the rope. He pulls ahead of his captain again into the 30s with a 2. Make that a 3. Shah Massoud to the danger end. Great running. Really wanted that. 32 for Imam. 1 for 118 Pakistan. 1 ball left in the 47th.
Just my own little poll here. Cam Green winning comfortably from Roger Harper. I slipped Yardley in and Swampy's there too. So, get your votes in.
Democracy.
You can only have 4. Steve Waugh twice. Thanks. I didn't get him in.
I should say for Bruce Yardley. Also took a 6 for here in a winning effort against Pakistan in 1981. Across at the whacker. Bowling here to Shah Massoud is Marsh. Extra bounce, extra movement. Tried to play the uppercut. Wow. Didn't make contact. That's Mitch Marsh really bending his back and grunting it through to end the over. 1 for 118 Pakistan. Still trail by 369. Shah Massoud's 29. Imam Al-Haq is 32. And our coverage is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Third session for Liquorland to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland choose to drink wise. Mitch Stark's called for some work to be done on the landing footmarks for him between overs. They've had the hammer out there rather than the bigger tumper, as they call it.
Bit of love for Richie Benaud in the gully too.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't sure where Rich fielded.
Took a catch in the gully in, now, which series was it? In England, which turned a test match.
Was it when he bowled around the wicket, got 5 for us?
Yeah, no, not the old Trafford.
Not that one.
61. It might have been the one before. Bowling here is Stark. Volley's up after hitting him on a couple of body parts there, Imam. Into the onside. He picks up the ball and throws it to Travis Head, racing in from mid-wicket. But a little bit of volatility there.
A couple of wickets for the Aussies. They just need a bit of momentum going into day 3.
Oh, Bharat Sunderasen's joining us again. Hello, Baz.
Oh, Flem. Adam? Yeah, just listening to you guys talking about foreign cricketers driving cars on Australian cricket grounds. Big Ravi, 1985.
Oh, Ravi. Actually, one of the Stark bowls here. The off-stump line pushed into the offside. No run. It was the anniversary of Ravi winning the car when we were on commentary with him earlier this year, Flem. And Ravi still knows like the number plate number.
Wow.
He knows everything about that vehicle. Bharat probably does as well.
Hey, nobody in India had heard of the Audi before Ravi Shastri drove it in 1985, the year I was born. Champion of champions. And
so he got to keep it, like most teams had to
absolutely.
split it, didn't they, between their teammates?
No, I think this was it's one of those multinational tournaments that they held here. I think 6 or 7 teams were in it in 1985.
Yeah, it was the part of that. No, not the Grand Slam. That was England's a couple of years on, wasn't it? Stark bowls here, cut shot over the top of gully, taking on the wider delivery. Imam Al Haq. He's found it hard going in terms of putting scoreboard pressure on. That's just his 3rd boundary in 125 deliveries, but a safe shot there, taking Pakistan to 1 for 122.
Yeah, good shot, bad ball, put it away. Yep. Yeah, I think it was in some ways to recognise when the MCG got their lights.
Yes.
Like to be able to play day-night cricket.
Yeah, okay.
First one might have been at Australia-England, that series, and I think Dean Jones and another young Australian batsman got us home. Do you know who that young Australian, 1985, or 84, 85.
84, 85. He's Stark bowling, back of a length, he sways out
Both
the way.
batsmen didn't go to England in 1985. So it was Dean Jones and another young Australian batsman.
No, Boone. Boone had gone in 85, hadn't he?
Yep.
Boone gave the... Jones sat next to Boone when he drank his 52 cans and tried to soak up as much advice from Boone as he could. Didn't make much sense of him, according to how the story went. Who didn't go in 85 to England but had a prominent career?
Two balls left. I'll answer it after this ball. Steve Waugh.
Steve Waugh?
No.
Stark bowls, full and dug out towards square leg. No run. Is it? We're not back with Jeff Marsh again, are we?
No.
We started the day talking about Swampy. Other players that... So he went on to have a big career for Australia.
No.
Oh, no, he didn't. Okay. But had something of a career.
Yes.
Okay.
I think he was a bit unlucky too. He copped Sir Richard Hadley in his couple of tests. For the Robbie Kerr fans out there, good afternoon.
Love it. Stark to finish his 9th, bowls here, and full face of the bat presented by Imam Al Haq. Cut off athletically and he's followed through. 1 for 122 is the score. There'll be a change in comms with Adam White jumping in with me to take us through to the close of play, our final session for Liquorland. So the cricket cheers, Liquorland, choose to drink wise.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
For Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket from Optus Stadium here in Perth. In the last 20 minutes of day 2, Pakistan 1 for 122 with Masood on 29 and Imam on 36. And we've got Nathan Lyon coming back into the attack from the Justin Langer stand end. He's the only successful bowler so far. So for us, he's the king bowler. Bowls here, and immediately it's a single with Masood pushing forward up to Lalor. Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning. Franchises available. Nathan Lyon has the king bowler of the match honours from an Australian point of view at the moment.
19 minutes to go.
Flem promised 2 wickets in this spell. They haven't got one yet.
Plenty of time, Adam.
Lyon coming in bowling to a mark. Got any other sort of surprise birthday speeches you've done?
No, that was pretty much got me. I don't get thrown a lot, but that threw me.
Well, we had a very interesting situation last night. Lyon bowls and a lunges forward. We'll wait to the next over. We've got a bit more time to share the story of the old books that emerged.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
We'll wait till the next over where there's a bit more time.
Yeah, that was a bit random.
It was very random. We will share the story. 1 for 123. Lyon bowls to Imam, who again lunges forward. He wants stumps. He's there for the long haul.
Come on, Nate.
I think he wanted stumps from the first ball he faced in this innings.
I said earlier, Flem, I overheard him tell his non-striker in Urdu, keep talking to me, like, one of those guys driving at night. You don't want to fall asleep, you tell the person sitting next to you. He's the one. I'm not surprised the way he's been batting.
Yeah.
Just a few adjustments to the field, just trying to put some doubt into the mind of the batsman. Changes his approach over the wicket, using his feet Imam and steering the ball up to mid-on. No run. So 1 ball left in the over here. 1 for 123.
Come on, Gaza. Come on, boys.
Here the Australians urging Nathan Lyon. Oh, that's a good ball. Imam came forward out of his crease and very nearly missed it. He had to adjust late. That could have been a stumping opportunity there for Carey. Over bowled. 1 for 123.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King. For 30 years, Jenny King has offered fantastic commercial cleaning franchise opportunities, helping hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers. Jenny King, the King of Clean. Visit jennyking.com.au.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
For a Jazz Halal Financial Solutions, Pakistan 1 for 123 late on day 2. Mitchell Stark is going to continue. So last night, Damien, Fleming, we had a beverage on our way back to our hotel, and then there was a man in an Australian one-day shirt that stopped Damien Fleming outside the hotel, like he was expecting Damien Fleming to be there, like he'd been waiting for him.
In hindsight, yes.
Mitchell Stark starts new over, he bowls, and the captain, Shah Massoud, defends. And stopped Damien and said, Damien, do you mind signing some things for us? You continue the story from here, Fleming.
I must admit, I thought he was waiting for like a current Australian player.
Yes.
So I was a bit surprised he stopped me. And the couple of items, I'll tell you what, they're premium products.
Literature.
He had 2 of my books, which must be nearly 10 years old.
Stark on the approach. Past the umpire, bowls to Massoud, who drives into the covers. No run.
Bowlology stories from the Avenue of Apprehension from all good third-hand bookshops these days. It's getting near Christmas. So they're probably gifts for his kids. Do you think?
Well, I'm not sure. The thing was,
and then the cards were probably 30 years old.
The cards came out as well. So how we just don't
you did
know.
ask him, wasn't it? Like it was random.
How did he know you were going to be there?
Yeah.
Some 2 hours after the final ball was bowled, Stark bowls and Massoud plays and misses, or does he? Or does he? The Australians are up. They're appealing. Not out, says the umpire.
Obvious.
But is there going to be a review? There is.
Very much.
A review late in the day for Imar. Call 1-3 Imar.
TV umpire to director.
like
we have a player review for caught behind.
Mitchell
the
Marsh
on-field
was up
decision.
in
Is
arms.
not
I've never
out.
seen him
Check
so
the placement
animated.
of the feet, and it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
The Australians are excited. We now have a look at the video replay. Ooh, it's
The ball
close.
is close to the bat. Can we have a look at hotspot on the offside, please?
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't hit the ground. His bat's a long way from his pads.
Okay, yeah. Snicker, fine, thank you.
Here we go. This is going to tell the story. There is a spike.
Just have the ball next to the bat, please. Yeah,
There is a
we've got a clear
spike.
spike on Snicker.
It's not
So,
good
Richard,
news for the
recommend you change your
Pakistani
decision
captain.
From not out to out.
He's
I'll let you
seen
know
it.
when you're on screen.
He's seen
You're
it on the big
signal.
screen. He's walking off. Pakistan loses a second wicket. Shah Massoud out for 30. Caught Carey, bowled Stark, and Australia do get that late wicket. A crucial wicket.
Gee, I mean, umpiring's a hard job to have, but to get that one wrong, I mean, that was loud. And so far away from the body. So there's one of the two there, Whitey.
That's right.
Still
You've got
plenty
13
of time
minutes to get another one. So that's crucial in the context of this match because of how well Shah Massoud was playing, the fact he's the captain, the fact he got 200 in the Prime Minister's 11.
Aggressive
the
too.
intent that he's shown.
Because the other thing with Imam al-Haq, doing a fine job to combat the conditions and the fast bowlers, but it's not gathering a lot of momentum for his team or his batting partner.
Yes. And looks like the debutant's been sent up as a night watcher.
He has. Shazad has come out to bat.
Jeez.
Wow.
Good luck on debut facing Mitchell Stark bowling thunderbolts in the shadows late in the day.
I'm a little surprised. From what we've been told, it's the other debutant who has some batting skill. There as a bowling all-rounder.
Well,
he's averaging 12. First-class score, highest first-class score of 59.
Well, he has been listed at number 11 by Pakistan in the batting order.
Two first-class 50s. That he's not a rabbit.
Yeah, that's good.
Not sure they were against the speed of Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazlewood on a fast, bouncy wicket with a shaded pitch.
The giveaway on that dismissal that wasn't given out by the umpires was how quickly Shah Massoud looked around.
Yeah, he just
instinctively.
looked guilty, Not a great shot.
No.
Yeah, he's trying to be aggressive, but this late in the day.
That was wide.
Mitchell Stark is ready. Is Shazad ready? He's marching in, 3 slips and a gully. Stark bowls, and it's a plain miss outside off stump from Shazad.
Fair enough, too. Not a bad ball to get first up. Bonus that it wasn't on the stumps because that could have gone straight through. But if it's anything like his bowling, Shazad, I thought he showed real fight with the ball. Got real better with each spell. He'll be trying his best. Let's see if he's got the skill.
He's got 2 balls to negotiate here. The night watchman.
Just on first impression, it doesn't look like someone who has scored 2 first-class half centuries.
No, he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. His last 7 first-class innings, his highest score is 6.
Stark's going
so
around.
So erase everything I said, Whitey.
Okay, a leg gullying play as well. Stark past the umpire, bowls, and another play in this. If that was just a little bit fuller, the stumps would have been everywhere all over the ground. He wasn't hitting that one, Shazad.
Not really getting in line of the ball.
No, not really. But they say in modern terms, he's staying leg side of the ball, Bharat.
Yeah, but it takes LB out of the equation. It's smart batting.
10 minutes to go until stumps, so probably 3 overs after this ball. If we're lucky. 2 for 1, 2, 3. Stark bowled, it's full, and it's well played by Shazad. Down to mid-on. They'll take a single.
Oh, he'll be happy with that.
Imam was very happy to take the single. Shazad, perhaps less so, but it does get his first run in Test cricket. End of the over, 2 for 124 with Shazad on 1. Imam 36. Shah Massoud, the man out in that over.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
2 for 124.
Yeah, I'm doing my research. He is night watchman for his first class team for Faisalabad region. He did the job recently against the federally administrated tribal arenas cricket team. He was sent in normally bats 10 or 11. He was sent in at number 6 at 4 for 115 and he departed at 5 for 115.
Line around the wicket, bowls to Shazad, who plays comfortably to mid-wicket.
So he's done the job before.
It's not the first time.
This might be his highest score as a night watchman.
They are terrific stats from 18-bet and mobile.
Yeah, yep. I'll do them.
Line again around the wicket, bowling to Shazad. It's a loopy ball and off the pad it goes to leg slip. Warner taking it comfortably.
Reminds me of Edgbaston, Scott Boland. Flem, people forgotten the contribution he made as night watcher.
Yes, yeah.
With the pillow on his arm. It's the arm guard. Line again, bowls to Shazad. Again, loopy, bit of drop, bit of bounce. Around the corner off the pad. Just teasing here, Nathan.
I'd like that to just get a bit fuller. That the loopy off spinner is coming over the wicket now. There might be that quicker one darted into leg stump. Warner might get himself another catch.
A lot of noise from the Australians. Line back over the wicket, bowl to Shazad, who plays it comfortably, defending
easily
on the onside. I'm not sure this is going to be play of the day for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise, but Shazad, if he can get the stumps here, he's done his job. Again, bowls to Shazad, who again defends comfortably on the onside. One more ball here for Nathan Lyon in this over. One more ball for Shazad to negotiate. Lyon approaches, bowls, Shazad defends on the offside. No problems. Well done from the youngster. Over bowled, 2 for 124.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their end-of-year clearance sale. Save on all new vehicles in stock and enjoy a 5-year free service campaign on any new vehicle purchased and delivered in December. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
For Ijaz Halal Financial Solutions, Pakistan 2 for 124. Mitch Stark about to get going again with his last over of the day. We've got 5 minutes to go, so it should be this over and one more. Slow hand clap late in the day. The fans want another wicket. Stark bowling to Imam Al-Haq. Past the umpire, he bowls, and it's a good ball that beats Imam. Too quick outside the off stump as he tried to defend from the crease.
That's so close to the doorway to departure. That's a beauty from Mitchell Stark.
How well has he bowled today for him? Easily have 3 or 4 wickets to show for it.
So is he the king bowler of the match for Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning? Franchises available, even though he hasn't got the wickets. He's got one.
It can be. Yeah.
Should be.
Stark again bowls to Imam, who's defending. In fact, he's more than defending. He's turning it around the corner for a single down to fine leg. So Shazad has to cop the brunt of Mitchell Stark late in the day. If you've just joined our coverage, you might be coming home from junior sport or maybe going out for dinner, wherever it is you are listening around the country. The leading run scorer for the day for Robot Building Supplies, Robot's got it. Mitch Marsh making 90. He fell short of what would have been a 4th Test century, a 2nd in Perth, but he batted brilliantly. Entertainment plus.
Can he get it straight through the gate? Attack the stumps, Mitch.
3 slips and a gully, a bat pad, a leg, gully. Shazad digs out a full ball on the stumps. Not a lot of foot movement. In fact, no foot movement, but he got his bat to the ball.
Now, he's read the tail ender's manual. No backlift. Expect the ball to be full and just play a full face of the bat. There will be a short ball soon.
This should be an actual book on tail end batting, right?
Yep.
Maybe another one for your friend to sign, Fleming. Outside your
I'll start it tonight.
Stark around the wicket, bowls to Shazad. Oh, that's a nasty bouncer that beats everybody down to the rope for 4. It beat the batsman. In fact, he's given it runs. So it must have touched the glove on the way through. Yeah, Carey had no play on that. It was angling from around the wicket down leg side. And good call from the umpire. Definitely off the glove. Carey sort of almost... Well, let's have a look at the replay from behind. Flem, you be the judge. Did he go fully at that one, Carey?
Oh, it's hard on that replay.
It might have gone past him. Yeah.
See, the way he played that short ball, I'd give him another one and then Yorker last ball.
Here he comes. It is a short ball and Shazad didn't know much about that one, wafting the bat at it. Outside off stump at about chin high. So he's only got 1 ball left here, Mitchell Stark at Shazad, who's rocketed to 5. And he's doing his job for his country here.
I'd try a variation here. It's either the quick Yorker. I wouldn't be opposed to a slow ball either.
Okay, here we go. Mitchell Stark's last ball of the day. To the night watchman, Shazad. Stark bowls full, jammed out by Shazad into the gully. Well played, young man. Well done indeed. End of the over. 1 to come. Pakistan 2 for 129. So just looking at the speeds in that over for Mate Internet and Mobile, 142 was the fastest of the over. It was the first ball, and that last Yorker attempt, 140.3. And Travis Head is going to bowl the last
the golden arm
of the day.
The golden arm. When does he not get a wicket? Travis Head. So take your pick. It's whoever's the unlucky batsman. He's getting one of them out.
Bowled beautifully here last year. That final day. Broke a couple of crucial partnerships and was very happy with himself later that night. I bumped into him. All he wanted to do was talk about his bowling.
So Nathan Lyon, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. And it's Head here bowling the last over of the day. First one a bit short, and it's turned around the corner by a mum for a single.
He's just given the batsman a single, and he is targeting the night watchman.
So for Mate Internet and Mobile, looking at the strike rate of Imam, it's 136 balls for his 38. And I dare say we won't see him on strike for the rest of the over. And that means for the rest of the day. So we've got 2 slips in play here and a bat pad for Travis Head bowling to Shazad. They're all coming in a little bit closer. Head bowl, Shazad defends, blocks.
Come on, Trav.
It's a little stiff, that's Travis Head.
Head bowls, a bit more flight. Shazad edges past second slip. Warner didn't really have a play on it. It was very close to him. It just went so quickly.
Each other then.
They did. They got 2 though. Importantly for Imam. He's back funny? On striker's end.
Sorry, with tail enders or night watchmen, if you bowl stump to stump, they're pretty good technically, and then you throw it outside their eye line, and often gets an edge.
Head again to Shazad. It's a bit short off the back foot. Shazad defends back to the bowl. Travis Head again, bowls to Shazad a bit quicker, and again, comfortably played.
They're really sledging him, aren't they?
Last ball of the day, Travis Head bowling to Shazad, and Shazad defends away on the offside and completes the day.
That's time.
So Shazad has done his job as night watchman. He will resume tomorrow 7 not out. Imam Al-Haq will resume 38 not out. Pakistan 2 for 132. All the action today thanks to Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. And we'll see. We might grab an interview with one of the Australian players after play if we get an opportunity to. Bharat Sunderasen is heading out. Damien Fleming is going to stay with me just to get us to stumps in a few minutes' time. Not to stumps, to the end of our coverage. We've got a few things to go through, but Flem, just a brief synopsis of today until we get that interview on field.
Yeah, another tough day's cricket, wasn't it? I thought Pakistan improved again on their bowling. We really wanted to see what Mitchell Marsh could do at home. His first test match here for a fair while, and he bludgeoned the Pakistan attack. He's in career best form and confidence. I thought Alex Carey batted really well, but I thought the Pakistanis worked at it really hard, and they were rewarded, and they fought hard with the bat. They've made it hard for the Australians.
Yeah, g'day Gilly. Mate, probably would have liked a couple more wickets on the board, but we've got a total there, which I guess we would be happy with at the start of play yesterday. So big morning tomorrow. Hopefully we get the ball in the right area. If we can get some nicks, find that top of the stumps length, I reckon. Yeah, potentially a little bit fuller. I think probably both teams, first crack at it, first session, probably missed lengths a little bit. We'll have a look tonight and see what our lengths were and what's the most effective. But I feel like once we get them driving, I feel like behind the wicket's more in the game.
Yeah, indeed. Did the bowling that we made the comment that that's all they know?
Potentially. I've never bowled a ball in my life, Gilly, so that's a hard one. No. The boys with these skills, no doubt they're prepared for this one. So, I think both teams would say they'd probably like to bowl a foot fuller. I think the way that Pakistan bowled this morning was spot on. We got through a little period there, and for us, it's, let's find that top of the stumps length. We got a nick late, but also they played well. I think their openers absorbed really well.
Okay, so we might leave it there. We're just having some audio issues, but thanks to Fox Sports or Fox Cricket for allowing us to have that sneaky conversation there with Alex Carey out there in the middle. Just repeating that score at stumps. Pakistan 2 for 132, still trailing Australia by 355. So, Flem, you were just saying, just an overall view before we go through some of our key categories before we pull up stumps ourselves.
Well done to Jamal picking up 6 wickets. I spoke to him today. It's a bit of licorice all sorts at the moment. The ball's going everywhere, but for the batsmen, they can't get into a rhythm. But in between that, some absolute jaffers, and none better than the man we just heard from, the one that knocked over Alex Carey from around the wicket, angling in and straightening. If he can just get his consistencies of better deliveries going, I think they'll be pretty happy with their debutants. Shazad, I thought bowled really well. He was equally impressive, and Afridi surely he'll get better through the series. So their quick bowling's okay. Spin, let's see what they do in Melbourne and Sydney. They might pick a frontline spinner. And batting, they applied themselves. They made Australia work really hard for those 2 wickets. I must admit, I thought they'd be 4 or 5 down.
Yeah.
And they've got themselves into a position where they should be able to push this into the 5th day.
So, the king bowler of the day for Jenny King, king of clean. Do we make it Jamal?
Yes.
Yep, I think so.
Just 6 wickets is, I think it's the 6th best figures by a Pakistan bowler on debut, so well done.
Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning franchises, are available. The leading run scorer for Robot Building Supplies, Robot's got it, Mitch Marsh, with his superb 90. We talked about that before, and probably makes him the player of the day for being lead, doesn't he, Mitch Marsh?
I think so, because, this re-emergence of Mitchell Marsh that started firstly in white ball cricket for Australia, batting at 3 in T20 cricket into 50 over cricket, he just looks a different player. He looks, we used to talk about how he looked heavy-footed, slow to react. Now he's actually the opposite. His footwork's really assured. He's always had brutal power, but he seems to know his game so much more. And a lot of the base of it is he knows where his off stump is a lot better now, and he just lets the ball go. And as soon as they give him width for a cover drive, he accepts that. And then if you drop short, he's one of the better exponents of the pull and the hook shot going around world cricket at the moment, and it looks easy for him.
And he does both, doesn't he? We can easily say the pull shot and the hook shot are the same thing. They are not. They're different things. He hooks the ball behind square leg. He pulls the ball to all parts on the onside, from forward square leg all the way almost to mid-on.
Yeah, and what happens is your corridor of uncertainty, your avenue of apprehension, the hallway of hesitation, it gets smaller when guys are prepared to pull balls that aren't that short and then also hit on the up through the offside. So you get more apprehensive when you're bowling to someone like that who is after you. So that's where he's gone. And he probably bowled a few of the most hostile deliveries that we saw. He got steeper bounce than just about anyone, including Josh Hazlewood. Overall, we saw, or we heard from Alex Carey saying we probably just need to make them drive a bit more. But, I didn't think the bowling was poor. I thought it was pretty good.
So you think that the Pakistani bowlers were bowling too much in the promenade of pull shots for Mitch Marsh?
Yep, I'll steal that one. Well done.
We've been dressed by Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub, which is where Flem's about to head to. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, and also Henley Homes, built with confidence. So 2 for 132. Trailing by 355. First session tomorrow before we say goodbye. Australia, more of the same, but maybe just a bit fuller. And
well, to break open this test match, I think it has to happen in the first half of tomorrow. Otherwise, it is going into that 5th day. And well done to Pakistan to fight that hard. But I'll tell you what, if they just go a bit full of the Australians, not only will they maybe get 1 wicket, I could see a succession of wickets, and that's not putting anything onto the Pakistan batting. I just feel like there's still enough in this pitch.
Babar Azam hasn't batted yet, so that is what is in treat for tomorrow. Absolutely. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage on SEN Test Cricket throughout the course of today. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. On behalf of the entire team, particular thanks to Mitchell Scott. I don't think he gets enough credit for what he does to bring all of this to you listening around Australia. He does a terrific job, and he'll be up early tomorrow morning putting it all together for us again for day 3. A Saturday, so we should get a big crowd here as well at Optus Stadium in Perth, with Pakistan to resume at 2 for 132, trailing Australia by 355. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, whatever it is you're doing. And as we sign off, here are the highlights from day 2.
Bowls to Marsh, gets a bit of pad on it. It'll go very fine for 4 more.
Bowls, Marsh drives through the covers, along the ground and out to the rope for 4 more.
Shot.
3 boundaries in the over for Mitch Marsh. Carey, he drives through the covers this time. Oh, that's a beautiful cricket shot. That will also get to the rope at cover. Over the wicket to bowl to Marsh. Gets close to the stumps. Marsh hooks it away into a gap. Out to the rope for 4, and there's 50. 50 runs to Mitch Marsh on his home turf, and don't the fans love it? Mr. Carey bowled him! Straight through Alex Carey. And on the last ball of the first hour, Jamal gets his 3rd wicket.
Wow.
Pakistan's first of day 2.
Here's Jamal bowling to Marsh on 68. Pulling off his hip, over square leg, gives it everything. That is such a long boundary out there. It doesn't bother Mitchell Marsh. The first time he's gone big. In doing so, he enters the 70s. 74 for the West Australian.
Stark, who's fouled! No
problems this time for Jamal. You can't take that one off him.
He is as the middle session starts. Bowling here, Jamal knocks him over first ball. Shazad, brilliant. What an anticlimax. Mitchell Marsh, first ball of the session, has had his middle stump bent back. Edges taken at first slip. Jamal gets himself a fifer on test debut, and boy, oh boy, what a celebration. Bowls here, line edged and taken as well. Amir Jamal has a 6-wicket bag on test debut, and he's finished Australia off in a hurry here. They're all out for 487. He's turned that a long way. Short leg goes just behind square. Bowls here, edge, pass slip, down to the rope for 4. Day and a half. He bowls here to Shafiq, who square drives him with real style, getting on the top of the bounce and crunching it out to the long boundary.
Uses his feet, hits him down the ground. Good shot. One bounce into the fence, straight over the umpire's hat.
Day and a half. He bowls here to Shafiq, who square drives him with real style, getting on the top of the bounce and crunching it out to the long boundary.
Uses his feet, hits him down the ground. Good shot. One bounce into the fence, straight over the umpire's hat. Again to Oman, who cuts and cuts well in front of point. This is a long chase for Nathan Lyon. It's going to be touch and go. It's not going to get there, so Lyon will haul it in. Will they run 4? They will come back and run 4.
Had a laugh to himself and walked off. There, fellas. Hazel with the finish. Shafiq driving straight and beating mid-on. That's a lovely shot. He's been under the pump, Abdullah Shafiq, but he responds with, well, what's close to the shot of the day. Lyon bowls round a wicket. The leg slip it goes. Brilliant bowling, Nathan Lyon. He's been working on that angle to Abdullah Shafiq. Down the track, into the gloves of the man at leg slip.
Stark bowls and the suit plays and misses, or does he? Or does he? The Australians are up, they're appealing. Not out, says the umpire.
Obvious.
But is there going to be a review? There is.
Very much.
Here we go. This is going to tell the story. There is a spike.
Just have the ball next to the bat, please.
There is a spike.
Spike on Snicker.
It's not
So
good
Richard,
news for the
recommend you change your
Pakistani
decision
captain.
from not out to out.
He's seen it.
On screen.
He's seen it
On
on the
screen,
big
signal.
screen. He's walking off. Pakistan loses a second wicket. Shah Masood out for 30. Caught Carey, bowled Stark, and Australia do get that late wicket.